A group of people stood on the street and lifted the young man in that he would focus too much on books and study. The guys claim that he is a theorist, and there is not even drops of spiritual power in his body. And even if he learned something, he still could not use it. The handsome did not want to continue to quarrel, and turning around replied that he was not angry, and most likely, they were even right. For 3 years, the blonde touched the young man every time he saw, and was angry when he answered him cold-blooded. The classmate grabbed the brunette by the shirt and continued to call him, mentioning his appearance and the fact that he was only calm, but actually cowardly. He said that he was the young master of the Union of Heavenly Sword, and if someone dares to insult him, he would fly out of here. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a male voice, who said that the rules of Zanmen were forbidden to apply violence to fellow practitioners. The hero had no choice but to retreat and let go of the guy, since in the worst case, he would have expected punishment. In his defense, the blonde said that he only wanted to exchange experience, but did not think that his fellow practitioner would be so weak. The guys understood that they could not continue their plan with the teacher, and decided to leave the territory to engage in training. Having realized, he decided to ask if he thought Chi about what they were talking about recently, but received a negative answer. The man said that he was studying here for 8 years, and with difficulty reached the first stage of frozen blood, and he should leave as soon as possible to find another road. Thanking for the care of the manager, he said that he has his own plan and he must leave it, because it is time to go to the library. The master noted that he was very stubborn, but he could not do anything about it, because he was already trying to talk and explain. For 8 years of studying in this place, the young man was able to reach a small one and looked rather cowardly with his ordinary appearance. 3 years ago, the hero moved to this world and inherited part of the memoirs of the original person. And when he woke up, he no longer received advantages. The handsome did not understand why he was here, but if he wants to continue to live like that, he needs to imitate violent activity. Although its level of perfection is low, it is the best in knowledge, and there is no guarantee that one day it will not turn into a genius of cultivation. The young man heard that the first day of the next month, 4 Celestials of Zanmen would choose their direct students, which is happening once every 3 years. After 100 years, the internal and external schools almost surrendered in this test. Not to mention the fact that it is necessary to destroy the seal of the 9 heavens created by the Empress. The handsome man did not believe in himself much and understood that there was nothing to catch such a loser like him in cultivation. A few hours later, the young man still sat in the library and read books, because it was one of his favorite hobbies. Reaching, the young man was delighted, because he was finally able to finish and read everything that he wanted and planned for today. Suddenly, a blue notification came that the system of anger was activated, which was very surprised by it. It was reported that he was able to complete the newly hidden task, namely, read all the works from the library, and now the system is officially activated. It was also notified that it was necessary to get out living creatures and receive anger points, unlocking the tasks of the system and tools. At that moment, the young man was too shocked and thought that the system was very strong. But later he realized the whole situation. The weak spiritual root was not a feature but rather a curse, and after which the first task came. Despite the fact that there were 2 answers in the notification, it still automatically began, without waiting for the guy. The hologram stated that this is not an illusion of choice, but for the failure of the assignment, instant death is also relied on. The time expired, and there was only 10 seconds to make a decision. Otherwise, all this would not end in the best way. The handsome decided not to experience fate, but still accept and find out what awaits him after that. The following words were incredibly shocked by the hero, because he should become a direct student of the 4 Celestials of Zanmen. Such news was really incredibly amazing, and at the same time frightening, because earlier this was considered something impossible. In the sanctuary of Zanmen, none of the countless students managed to overcome 99 heavenly jade steps, and also overcome the test of heavenly sorrow. The handsome fled the bridge, pondering that to destroy the formation, he needed 23,333 points of anger. To somehow go further, the young man decided to take advantage of his abilities and disperse the barrier. The glass directly in front of him began to crack, and his body was wrapped in blue light, which shimmered in the sun. After a successful maneuver, the young man covered himself with his hand from bright light and followed his path. Everything around was quite unusual and shone with gold, which blinded and at the same time fascinated. Suddenly, a huge orange beam flew into the hero from the other end of the bridge, which literally knocked him down. The handsome was damned, and hoped that this road could be considered as a successfully tested test. Suddenly, he heard an unfamiliar voice who asked how he managed to get here. In such a sacred place, only immortal can live, and this added intrigues a little. Raising his head, a pretty stranger sat in front of him, who was clearly unhappy that she had noticed him. The hero did not understand whether she is really one of his future masters, because he looks much younger than him. The beauty stated that he is now at the initial stage of ice blood, and she cannot believe that he managed to go along the jade ladder. The girl also said that she was believed with great difficulty, that he managed to break through the formation of heavenly sorrow. The young man realized that he was looking awkward now, and rising said that she herself saw everything with her own eyes. The hologram reported that the owner should follow what he said if he does not want heavenly punishment in the form of sudden death. With contempt, the beauty looked at the hero, suggesting that the staircase was dilapidated and the formation most likely was weakened. From this pressure, the young man was a little shy and did not even know what to answer, because he was completely honest with her. The stranger proudly got up and asked the brunette to stay here, because she should notify her sisters about this incident. Suddenly, a huge fireball began to be created behind her, which looked more like a portal and literally absorbed it. The hero was considering what to tell him if the masters began to ask him about the road, but the flying ball interrupted thoughts. Turning his head at the direction, one could see the ancient source of the divine power, which stores the energy of the ice moons. Without unnecessary thought, the young man threw off all his clothes and jumped right into the water, after which he began to receive new steps of icy blood. The young lady went to the palace to talk with her sisters about the incident. The girls asked if she saw him, to which they received a positive answer, and she even added that he was pretty. The divine sister sat on a chair in her purple outfit, which emphasized her eye color, and listened carefully. No less chic pink craftswoman said that it was strange to hear Yue, who could not say a word, although she was always famous for eloquence. A luxurious girl in a blue dress drew attention to the beauty and joined their conversation. The sisters discussed that the young man was a little strange, and the red-haired friend noticed this literally from the first minutes of communication. Despite the fact that he is only at the stage of ice blood, he managed to climb the jade ladder and destroy the formation of heavenly sorrow. Malashka noticed that according to the words, the young man got here thanks to his luck and nothing more. The soft pink tail wrapped a little near the girl's face, which was alarming, and she decided to put him on her knees. The young lady was giving up to tell that she was suspected that he was cheating, taking advantage of the dilapidation of their creations. Hearing all the accusations, the sister said that everything was in order with the formation of heavenly sorrow, and she was sure of this. The beauty, having considered the whole situation, said that he managed to undergo trials, and from that moment he is their student. Malashka hugged her friend and said that she could no longer wait for a meeting with him to meet. Yair went outside to find a guy, but he was nowhere, and she did not understand where he was gone, because she spoke to stay in place. Looking a little around, you could notice a handsome man who came out of the water, shaking off drops. This action was incredibly angry with the girl, because in her opinion this action was simply unacceptable. The young man looked forward, was delighted that she returned, so other masters were also with her. The young lady began to be angry, from which 500 points of anger were added to her, because he dared to take the bath in the pond of the immortals. Seeing this, the handsome man noticed that the stranger got angry because of such a trifle, and most likely she was pretty hot-tempered. Suddenly, one idea came to his mind, for which he wants to ask for forgiveness from his mentors in advance. In his defense, the young man said that he loves a feeling of purity and takes a bath daily, and this was in order to angry the beauties. Two sisters did not even move their eyes at all when they heard this, but the third really began to blaze even more with rage. A notification came with a congratulation, as he was able to angry the goddess of 9 swords and received 9,000 points of anger and an additional skill. The young man did not understand why he got such a strange phenomenon, because the reward was supposed to depend on the level of anger. Suddenly, one of the celestials continued to scream, because she did not understand why he was still in the water and mutters something. Without any doubt and clothes, the young man began to leave the water, saying that he would obey her order. Seeing the young man, the beauties were a little embarrassed, because they had not communicated with the students for a long time. Sister with shame closed her eyes and asked the guy to dress immediately and not to jump out so suddenly. The hero did not understand where he was wrong, because he simply obeyed the instructions that they gave him. The situation was quite awkward, and only one goddess experienced different emotions, from anger to confusion. She also stated that she did not agree to train a wretch like him, because she stayed with him for several minutes, but not in the mood. Suddenly, behind herself, she was able to open the portal and get a burning blade from there, from which everyone froze in place. The young man did not understand what was happening, because the orange color began to pour out everywhere, from which sparks, flaming. The sisters tried to stop the girl as it was unacceptable, but she did not listen to anyone and continued to act. The hero did not know what to do in this situation since he had not previously encountered this, and decided to act according to the sensations. It depends on the fact that a burning blade flies directly into it. The only thing that came to mind is the task that had previously fought. Without any thought, the young man decided to catch the naked blade with his bare hands. Malashka watched everything that was happening and tried to understand how it was generally possible that he survived from this. The handsome man could easily catch a flaming weapon with 2 hands above his head, simultaneously leaving the water. Suddenly, from nowhere, a 4th sister appeared, who was clearly out of spirit and was going to say something. The goddess ordered immediately to stop, because this action was simply unacceptable to students. The young ladies were alarmed when they noticed the main one, because they knew that this might simply not get away with. The young man said that it was quite dangerous to him, because he was just almost burned alive. The beauty did not understand how this is possible, since the young man had a fairly small stage of ice blood. Suddenly, the older sister shouted to everyone, as it was unacceptable to set such tests to a beginner. The goddess understood that she had acted incorrectly and, turning around, bowed her head, because she was reprimanded. The brunette, in turn, was still in the water and tried to cope with the blade and somehow save himself. Pushing him with great power, he flew right behind the girls and disappeared in space, which was amazing. The lady was very angry because she obeyed and ordered to immediately return and read the sutra about pure thoughts 500 times. The situation was sufficiently inflated. There was no way out, except to obey and go to complete the task. A notification came with the congratulation, as the guy managed to angry the empress, for which he was presented with the divine statue of Qian and Kun. The young man was shocked, because he did not know that anger caused by the owner was not directly counted. The sister said that the young man reached, having gone through a lot, and now he becomes their official student and guardian of the sanctuary. This decision was officially made, and everyone was already notified, so the handsome man needs to go to the temple with the girls. Malashka was very happy about the new student and considered him pretty. Having grown her eyes a little and grinning, she said that, since he was his teacher, she would be engaged in education. The goddess also gone to say that the base, which the young man will have to study, will prepare, and he should hurry. After hearing all the instructions, the brunette quickly dressed and followed his new mentors. The empress said that before the official ceremony, Yan Yue should engage in learning a brunette. The divine creature was slightly enraged, since she sincerely did not understand why she should do this. In order to somehow settle the situation, the girl tried to argue that a bad teacher would come out of her, and it is better to avoid this. The decision was strict and made because the guys did not get along with each other, and they need to harden the character, starting from the excursion. In return for the implementation of such an assignment, the beauty will be removed from the homework, which was the last time. The goddess was not at all glad about what happened, but there was no way out. So the only thing she did was called the young man with her. The young man nodded positively without any words and followed her, so as not to get into the bit again. On the way, Handsome understood that everything was going in the best way. Because the companion was angry that he was bouncing already, the sister was a little upset because she saw that her friend had a hard time, and she does not do it from a pure heart. Also, the girl became interested in why such a choice was made, because Yan Yue is simple and straightforward, and the guy was not at all even. The empress said that the sanctuary has almost turned into a desert over the years, and you need to take the opportunity to add vitality to this place. After listening to all the arguments, the goddess began to understand what was the essence of such a little, even an unfair task. Malashka sighed and stated that their boy had a lot of secrets, and she suggests that an interesting future awaits him. The young lady could no longer wait until she could recognize him a little better, because curiosity exceeded. On the way, the young man asked a lot of questions to his mentor, which annoyed her a little because she did not know the answer to some. The guys also noticed the library, which was very interested in the guy because he read all the books of the outside world and would like to begin it. Interest in something new exceeded, and he decided to ask if he could go inside and look around there. The goddess said that after she shows the surroundings, she still needs to sit down for homework, and she has no time to wait. The next building that they studied was a temple for Jusyo's meditation, and it was really very amazing. Following a little further, one could find chic estates, and it turned out to be a pavilion, the residence of the senior sister of Yuan. The beauty decided to tell that her sisters believe that the young man was a harbinger of luck, but only she doesn't think so at all. The brunette wanted to say something, but only the system did not let him do it, since she watched all the time. And you need to be neat with words. The young lady gloated to tell that she was only interested in real students, and not to impress her with a simple ear on the exam. After listening to all the accusations, the handsome man suggested that he was really lucky. Only the goddess tried to sell the theory that he was cheating. The sister still could not calm down and did not trust a new acquaintance because his strength was really not so large. The young man, in turn, insisted that he was not lying, and it was true. But it sounded strange. Turning around, the girl said that they have enough time to check everything, and I would like to see how long a strip of luck will last. The brunette decided to joke a little and, continuing the way, said that women were angry with a lot. Menopause begins earlier. Realizing that the goddess did not know what this means, he explained that this is an incurable disease when depression, insomnia begins, and hair falls out. He also added that, despite all the signs, the main ones were the appearance of a beard and a plane of the chest. Hearing that the charming lady is not young and with such a character, it will be difficult for her to get married, which was very angry. Turning to Xiaqi, the mentor noticed that on the day when she became flat, her student would become a little shorter. Understanding that the situation got out of control, the brunette recalled the words of the older sister that it was necessary to control herself, otherwise she would get angry again. The beauty understood that this was the only argument that a young man could use to restrain her anger. Thinking through the whole situation, the guy began to understand that the girl, most likely, was very concerned about her own figure. Any word about her and her appearance brought her out of her own, which added a little adrenaline and more interest. The young man knew that he could not just leave this information, and he needed to somehow use this. Turning to the goddess, he stated that it does not matter what kind of shape and figure is. Hearing this, the mentor was incredibly angry, from which she added 10,000 points of anger. Her body literally trembled. Suddenly, from nowhere, she took out an elongated stick to punish the students and said that now no one would save him. The next morning, the young lady woke the young man, loudly entering his room with shouts of awakening. Hearing this, the brunette asked the next time to knock, as he slept and was not at all ready to communicate with someone. In response, he only heard that yesterday they examined only 50% of everything, and we need to immediately rise and continue the tour. On the way, the young lady understood that during the night she was considering how to behave, and now all the jokes would definitely not take him from his hands. The student began to ask, because he suspected that the master was still angry with him because of the insult of her figure. Passing by the sister, the girl said that she could not teach him, as she began to be angry literally after each word. The beauty explained that the guy is still quite young, and he needs to be condescending to him. Hearing the whole conversation, the brunette added that he was still a child and does not understand how some complaints could be to him. A luxurious lady conceived a plan to take revenge on the offender a little and put him in place. The sister continued to reassure, recalling that she should remain patient, recalling that the elder said yesterday. The goddess also turned to the young man, notifying him that he should not forget that teachers should be respected. The mentor understood that her words would hardly somehow change the situation, but still, she had to influence. In turn, the young man pretended to be the most innocent on the whole planet and did nothing bad at all. Having thought over the whole situation, he was making his mind that her friend did not manage to conduct a full excursion. The only decision in this situation, she made what she herself wants, to show the rest of the remaining in the territory. The sister did not understand what such a decision was, and it even angered her a little, but she could not argue. The brunette noticed and whispered that the goddess should learn to behave in society. Suddenly, the beauty remembered that she had forgotten to remind something, and gathering her thoughts, she began to tell. The young lady said that the third sister is definitely not the one who he should provoke, because there is a reason for this. Resentment was still the same for the last evening of the girl in her soul, so she was not going to continue the story, as she was angry. There was a notification that the owner was first angry, but this time there will be no punishment and should be more careful. Having come to an unfamiliar place, the guys began their excursion from him, and together decided to look inside and study there. Suddenly, one of the goddesses began a little stomach, and she said that she was very hungry. Looking forward, there was a small building, and after that, the explanation that this place makes you feel alive. Going closer, the luxurious girl opened the door and confirmed that she saw how the guy still did not understand anything. The brunette really did not know what was being discussed, and decided to ask again, since there were no hints from the outside. Going inside, the beauties turned and said that this is his first exam that he should pass. The young man was surprised, because he did not receive any warning and did not even prepare, and did not know what was waiting for him. The young ladies squatted down without any thought and reported that he would need to cook something now. The young man was sincerely surprised because I did not know that immortals also needed food, like all ordinary people. The goddess said that this is not true, but sometimes they really want it, and it is impossible to explain this to a simple person. The older sister is very fond of stewed chicken, and the second fried chicken with potatoes, the third is baked, but the fourth chicken a couple under the sauce. Previously, the third sister answered for cooking, but now she has other things, and now this duty will be on a guy. After listening to all the favorite dishes of their mentors, the young man could notice that they all loved the chicken. The master looked into the fence without any doubt, and was easy to catch the animal, grabbing his neck. Going closer to the guy, she gave the chicken in her hands and asked to take up the cooking as soon as possible. The handsome man silently watched everything that was happening and how the future dinner was trying to break out of his hands. Suddenly for everyone, the brunette smiled joyfully and said loudly that he was really good in this matter. The mentors only rushed to this because if they did not like it, then he cannot even imagine what awaits him. The boy understood all the conditions and, taking the chicken in his hands, nodded positively and immediately followed the kitchen. The last words of the bird were that she would have died sooner or later, and he wants to quickly interrupt her circle of reincarnation. At the place of cooking, the young man in truth felt very confident. Since he had already had a positive experience earlier, the handsome considered himself one of the best in this matter. All his movements were honed, as if he had been doing this every day. As soon as everything was ready, the student invited his mentors to the table and presented them with 4 exquisite dishes. Pretty beauties, as soon as they saw all this, literally held their breath because they already wanted to try. They were quite surprised as soon as they opened covers from the plates and they looked there. The food was really beautiful. Everything was made to each, and the aroma was just excellent in the room. Cutie, covering her mouth with her hand, showed her surprise as a yellow bright light flickered around the dishes. The young man only held out his hand and asked to try, as he was completely sure of the done. The older sister asked everyone to take sticks and start a tasting, thereby checking the quality of the execution. Mentors, without thinking twice, began to try and carefully study every ingredient that was added. The Empress shared that it was quite good, and she had not eaten anything like that for a long time. Malashka said that the aroma was a pleasant heat that caresses her face, like a phoenix, rebelled from the ashes. The third beauty said that with each piece the spiritual power in her body is becoming stronger, as if she was about to make an impulse. The master was also pleased, considered this a real endless sense of happiness that overwhelmed her body. The beauty did not understand how the young man during such a time was able to cook all 4 dishes and please everyone. The brunette shared that he had to do chicken massage so that her meat became more tender, and after adding seasoning, her taste became even more beautiful. Malashka came closer to the student and, touching his face, said that today he pleased her very much. The young man decided to ask the 4th mentor if he was qualified enough in this, but she could not directly confirm this. Judging by the available information from the young man, he can receive points, annoying others, but he cannot be angry himself, otherwise they burn. Having carefully studied the system, there were also different skills and, most importantly, a store in which there were objects from the world, namely weapons. The handsome man was tiredly interested in what is stronger, weapons or magic, because the rifle could be either accurate and fast. Fortunately, in truth in the system, all this was, and he wondered whose power is more, an atomic bomb or a great master. Suddenly, the Empress was behind, and she answered the young man's question, saying that the atomic bomb is more powerful. These words were incredibly shocked by a handsome man, since he did not expect someone to be in the room with him now. The sister decided not to embarrass the young man in her own words and continued to stand silently. Turning, the guy bounced, as he saw the master who was the main one here, and was afraid that he had gone to excess. The luxurious Empress said that she had previously planned to give a talisman, but had already changed her plans a little. The young man exhaled, because he felt that everything was in order, and the mentor came only for the sake of a thing that confirmed that he was a student. Having given the talisman, the sister added that the atomic bomb cannot be compared with her in strength, and if possible, she will demonstrate it. Also, the beauty gloated to tell that he should rest in order to gain strength before gaining new knowledge while she is engaged in meditation. To the great surprise, in the place where the Empress stood, she instantly disappeared, leaving her purple light. The brunette began to ponder all the words, sincerely understood how the bomb could be weaker than the master, and the fact that he could verify this personally. All these hints of some incident seemed strange, and we could only assume that she did not know the power of such weapons. Stepping closer to the building, the young man remembered that this was the library that he was told about yesterday, and he needed to get inside. During the tour, it was a little difficult to learn something new, since the guys quarreled and joked at each other to take it to anger. Entering inside, the young man added that he had long dreamed of being in the library of the sanctuary of Tsanmin. There was something unknown in front of him, which literally made him freeze in place and even get a little scared. In front of his eyes, something soft, fluffy, pink color appeared, which was rapidly heading for him. The young man was seized with a sharp movement. His body began to move deeper inside. As soon as the action stopped, Malashka's voice was heard, who asked if he was looking for her. Rising a little, the brunette was surprised because he did not expect to see the master in such an atmosphere. Turning, the beauty began to inspect the student and as if preparing to say something to him. Looking closer, she suggested that by the tone of his voice, he was a little disappointed that he met her. The brunette began to make excuses that he came here to find a couple of books, because yesterday he was a little lost and could not get. Having completely turned around, the mentor decided to ask why the boys liked to study so much. Going closer, she also decided to find out why he was trying to avoid her, because she was really so ugly that she scares him. The young man, in turn, said that she was like an elegantly soaring swan, alarmed by the sun, like the most beautiful dragon, sparkling with the foggy beauty of autumn. He also said that her face was fine, like a lotus, after which a fluffy tail appeared from nowhere. The beauty said that this happens when her mood rises, and she did not think that such a skillful praise could please her so much. Malashka, as a gift for good emotions, spoke about the elixirs that were created by her and had a lot of different cool effects. Hearing this, the young man in gratitude decided that he should read at least a poem before he leaves. Without any thought, the young man began to improvise, and he did it quite well, and he entered the role. The sister really liked it when she was complimented, and every second her mood rose. Suddenly, the tail was not alone, and there were a lot of them, which was even more touched. Now it looked like a flower. The brunette also said that, although the poem is beautiful, but with it there is no comparison, that the girl was even more tanned. Suddenly, one of the tails grabbed him and pressed him a little, which was very surprising since everything was calm until that moment. The mentor said that he is too active and similar. He must be taught to put on teachers with respect. Malashka also confirmed that she forgot to give the promised reward, and it should be done so that he accurately learned the information. Suddenly, the tail that squeezed all this time began to dissolve, which was even more surprising. The charming girl came up and hugged behind and said that she wanted to reward the young man to begin. The goddess seemed to be a lot, and she asked the student with various elixirs, after which she asked why he chose to study transformation techniques. She also suggested that maybe it should be better for him to follow his mentor and engage in studying the illusions of a nine-stand fox. Hearing this, the handsome man was very happy and stated that he agreed to everything and was ready to sacrifice his sleep for his studies. Suddenly, a fourth sister appeared, who was at all in the spirit and did not understand what the guys were doing in the room. Suddenly, the young man began to wallow on the floor, as if someone tickled him, but no one was nearby. The craftswoman could only assume that the sister used her skills on the young man, and therefore he looks like a fool now. Vajko shared that she teaches the technicians and offered to join because her friend came very unexpectedly. The Empress asked her to conduct her on an unchilding excursion, and therefore they should leave and follow her. The lady could no longer wait for him to come to life and, dooging him with his foot, ordered to immediately follow her. Rising to his feet, the young man grabbed his lower back and did not understand why he could so easily fall into a trap of illusions. At the same time, he was very sorry that as soon as he became stronger, he could no longer experience something like on himself. The guys continued to stand in the room, silently waiting for the young man to come to his senses and will be able to start the task. There was a notification that Mi Yuz is the heiress of the Lis clan, one of the great clans of ancient Qinzu, and it is in the first place among the 3 great clans. The mentor decided to ask what he saw in her illusions, but in response she heard that there was nothing interesting there. In parting, the brunette decided to ask the master to devote a little time to him in the future. In response, he was able to hear that the cutie would teach him everything that he knows, and it was the best that he heard today. Thanking for a pleasant pastime, he said goodbye. Since the time was already suitable, they should continue to move on. On the way, the handsome said that he could calmly grab the red bottle, but did not master the purple. He was wondering what was there. Looking back, the young man regretted that he did not find out what power was, but the sister did not allow him to remain in his thoughts for a long time alone. Engaged in business, the beauty decided to remember yesterday's dinner and shared that the chicken was really tasty. The young man was surprised and suggested that the master decided to establish a good relationship with him. The young lady denied his words by deciding to behave as befits a teacher and not argue because of all sorts of little things. Also, she did not understand why he was standing all this time and staring at her intently, as if he had planned something. The handsome man saw that the mentor was behaving strangely, and it seemed she really decided to change places with him. Suddenly, he decided to ask her to show the way to another library he wanted to get into. A luxurious girl noted that he was strange today, and in his excuse, the guy said that the only thing he wants was to get into the library. Having passed in front of the student, the master began to be angry, from which 50 anger points were added at the same moment. The condition was not the best, and the sister noticed that she had already conducted an excursion yesterday, and he had to remember everything. The brunette did all this for a reason, but only wanted to experience patience, because it brought him pleasure and pleasant bonuses. Stepping closer to the building, it turned out to be a library, but the books that could be found there were not given to everyone. The young man was confident in his abilities and believed that he was simply underestimated, because he had already done a lot. Entering inside, huge heavy doors creaked unpleasantly, and it really would be worth lubricating the loops on them. Looking around, one could see the third sister who was inside and did not pay attention yet. The girl looked like a standard of beauty during her reading, because of which she was illuminated by a pleasant yellow color. The place where the beauty was sitting was high, and going up to him, the young man greeted, looking upstairs. The young lady only turned the page of the book and did not even blink an eye after they turned to her. The brunette had already begun to worry that he had done something wrong, because he did not expect him to ignore. The mentor said that everything is in order, and the sister is not enough to pay attention to if she concentrates on something. After these words, she also suggested passing after him. And despite the fact that they often happen here, they know this place like their 5 fingers. Passing by large racks with books that were saturated with information and fascinated with their mystery, approaching the right shelf, the master reached for the book, because she remembered for sure that she was lying there. The guys spent as long as half an hour in search, and the young man already doubted that the girl knew this place well. Hearing this, the beauty got angry and considered him a villain, because he dared to say something like that in her direction. The young lady, in order to scare a little, used in her offer, and this surprised the handsome for a second. It was the basic technique, the possession of the sword of 9 heavenly lights, and it looked strange enough. Realizing that this is the personal book of the teacher, he became sad, because she was just lying on the ground. Suddenly, right behind, his voice whispered that he could never read this book in any case. Turning to the handsome man, he saw the master and was even a little worried, because it was quite unexpected. The goddess smiled softly and said that she had previously been carried away by reading, even so that she did not notice the student. During the search for the right item, a charming lady noticed that a third sister joined them. After jumping, she noticed that she came very on time, because she needed a little help. The beauty asked if she had seen her book, because she remembers exactly that she put her on a certain shelf. The mentor pretended to be surprised and said that she had not previously knew that her sister had her personal written book. Also, in order not to give the student, she suggested that perhaps someone took her, because she was without a concept where she was. The young man heard this. He was a little surprised and even scared, because if they find out that he had her, then there are no problems. The young lady shared that the young man was looking for some literature, and therefore she brought him to this place. The handsome man, in order to avoid something bad, put the book in his shirt, but suddenly the system informed him. The goddess decided to ask what kind of book the guy needs, suggesting that this is a scripture or some practices. The brunette, turning, smiled softly and said that he was looking for those that was needed to increase his level. The sister thought, and began to remember what could help her student so that he found what he wanted. Suddenly, raising his hand, a blue color began to pour out of her palm, which was very bewitching and amazing. With the help of magic, some books were called up, and they literally hung in the air, after which it was proposed to read them. The young man took all the literature and thanked the masters, pondering how he will begin to study them. The mentor also went to say that if he has any questions, then he could safely ask them to her. In response, the young man said that he would humbly study in order not to let his master down and show a good result. The brunette also did not understand why he had to follow the teacher, because he was going to read, and she could leave him here. Raising her hand, the goddess shouted to her sister that she was taking the student, because she should continue to complete the task. Twisting the book, the beauty noticed that the girl should work more diligent and monitor spelling, The young man did not understand why he did not leave the building, but it turns out that in the words there was a subtext in which she designated that she wanted to be left alone. The goddess also gone to say that if he had lingered, he would be turned into ice sculpture, and she did not exaggerate at all. Even if he does not believe her, he can personally verify this because his sister will freeze him and will not even pay attention, because she is concentrated on books. Having considered the whole situation, the young man began to suspect that they did not lie to him, and this even upset him a little. The beauty gloated to say that she had previously warned that her third sister should not be angry if she was busy with something, and began to threaten a little. The brunette said that if she wants her secret to remain a secret, then she will need to pay for it. Otherwise, he will fly around the sanctuary. Hearing this, the goddess got angry and stated that with these words he had just signed a death sentence. A notification with congratulations came since he managed to get anger and a special task, for which he will receive several awards. The student pondered that he had already received several gift sets, but these teasers from the system were already too much for him. Shiichi remembered that the system began to tease him as soon as he activated it, and literally after each stage, she also said that only a month remained before the internal test, and the owner never reached the mandatory level. All this time, it turns out, the beauty said something, and got even more angry, as she believed that she was talking to the wall. The young man knew that he needed to urgently come up with how to get to the test, and perhaps it was just the system to deliberately set him up. The beauty still did not understand why the student was looking at her so closely at her. As if for the first time, the young man did not even know how to start a conversation and express everything he thinks. The topic was delicate. Suddenly, a thought came into his head, or rather, a misunderstanding of why he had never met anyone in 2 days. The goddess was a little alert that the brunette began to look around, as if looking for someone. Shiichi realized that if he would carry out the practice all the time, he could not receive a sufficient amount of anger, and you need to find a way to slip away. Suddenly, the teacher came closer and asked, did he really ignore her? In his excuse, the young man said that only now something came to him, and it was strange. The charming lady did not understand what the essence was, because they did not even have time to talk about anything. Shiichi shared his thoughts that only a girl could make him expose her sword. The strategy with the master was really excellent, and it is worth it to angry her. It will turn into a real generator of anger. All this was pure true, because the fury glasses were awarded every second. And it was even funny to look. Suddenly, the mentor decided to ask if he really hints that she was preventing him from practicing. The young man continued to tease her, reporting that it seems to him as at her age she simply did not have enough qualifications. The brunette knew how to correctly angry the beauty, and he needed it to get anger. The goddess was so furious that from nowhere, she got a fiery blade and stated that she would cut it into pieces if he once again said something like that. Shiichi shouted that the mentor did not know how to communicate with the guys, and was doing all this to hide what was embarrassed for her. A notification came with the congratulation that Yan Yue managed to angry again, after which he would receive a gift from Jilin the first rank. The handsome man was very happy when he saw this, considered it a useful thing, and was obliged to continue in the same spirit. He said that the Master Truth considers people as an open book, and probably she did not only decide to accompany it, but in fact longing for love. Hearing this, the goddess said that since he wants practice so, she would share with him the unique tactics of the practice of a hot sword. Without unnecessary thought, the mentor has already directed the flaming weapon, but in response received a request to conclude a bet. The young man began to beg her to stop, because he simply could not survive such a strong blow. Seeing that the trouble flew right a few centimeters from him, one could exhale. The imprisonment of the bet really interested in the goddess, and she decided to ask again what its essence is. The brunette said that in a month, he needs to go through an amplifying test, and he wants to argue for whether he could. The young lady said that he was just lucky to use the source of immortality and increase his level, but even the strongest for such a month. Now the young man is not saying ambitions, but an ordinary stupidity on which he hopes and does not see anything around. Shiichi showed to insist, and noticed that it seems that the mentor was simply afraid to argue and lose. Hearing this, the girl noted that she had nothing to fear because she was sure of her victory, but she was also interested in the prize. The master also said that if she does not like it, she would definitely use her sword. The young man suggested that if he fails the test, he would leave the sanctuary, and this condition was a little surprised, because a bunch of people dream of getting there. The brunette was completely confident in his victory and made it clear without unnecessary thoughts that he would continue to go to the end. The beauty agreed and did not discourage him. but she did not understand what would happen if he still passed the test. The student lurked his breath, as if trying to add even more intrigue in such an interesting situation. Bending right above the girl's ear, he whispered that if he wins, then she would have to marry him. These words were incredibly angry with the masters, and she began to literally blaze with such confidence and impudence. The young man suggested that she was just scared, but she believed that he was moving with his mind. Saying this, having considered all the conditions and weighing the chances of victory, the beauty still agreed to participate in the bet. The student decided to notice that he had another request, and no one understood what was being discussed now. The brunette asked the sanctuary to leave for a short while, and the teacher thought that he had some troubles and something happened. The staircase of sorrow is not what you can use at your discretion, and therefore the only option is the request to transfer it there. Xiaoqi also stated that if he hears a refusal, he would simply be forced to kiss his future wife. The charming girl began to furious, since all the jokes seemed to be annoyed. Suddenly, applying one of the techniques of blows, she was able to press him against the wall with her foot, warning that she would not leave a piece from him. It was more like help to return back to his world. But the young man did not specify that he was going to do this right now. Suddenly, all the inhabitants saw a bright glow in the sky and, turning their heads, opened their mouths in surprise. Out of nowhere, a handsome man appeared, as if in a fiery capsule, which landed down. The guys began to discuss, because earlier they did not even know a single technique in which you could fall from heaven, only one forgotten. Arriving closer to the ground, the young man shouted so that everyone was saved. Otherwise, he could hurt. The student fell to the ground and destroyed a small territory, from which everyone turned around and ran closer. The landing was really a little painful, and it could be assumed that the master was so angry. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind, who stated that the same loser appeared to them again. The blonde decided to ask what fate he hit, because earlier he claimed that he was going to destroy the formation in the sanctuary. The brunette decided to play a joke and said that he most likely could not even climb the heavenly steps with his friends. The guys did not understand how the person who was kicked out was enough to say the arrogance of this, and began to be angry. Shichi showed to say that he was kicked out, and the fact that he could not even get there was two completely different things. The young man did not want to continue the conversation and, opening the system, began to look at the store. But his hand fell on his shoulder. From the fact that he was pulled, the young man accidentally ordered a bottle of cola in 5,000 points, and it was ridiculous. As soon as she appeared in the world, the guy got angry, because it was quite expensive for such a small volume. The student tried to dismiss the guys who distracted him, because his attention was concentrated only on the purchase. Students did not understand how such a loser dared to dare, and were already ready to attack him. Having gathered his thoughts, the blonde shouted that he wanted to teach him a lesson so that he knew how to behave properly. At that very moment, he directed his fist in the back of the brunette and shouted various names in his direction. Suddenly, the blow was simply easily intercepted and detained with his hand, which was due to a certain light. The handsome man did it very deftly and quickly, as if his forces were now several times more than before. Also, he drank a whole jar of a collar at a time with a quick movement of his hand at a time, because he understood that she was definitely not simple. The drink was really very tasty, which pleased the young man, and he bent it in half in a moment. His body began to overwhelm strong energy, and he began to literally be illuminated by a blue flame. Earlier, he heard somewhere that the lost always returns. And now, in his new appearance, he was ready to attack. The guys did not understand how he managed to break through to the 7th level in such a short time, because he was always a loser. The young man proudly accepted the words in his address that as soon as he went to the sanctuary, he had only the first. The students did not understand how this could happen at all, and could assume that the great masters rewarded him. This idea was more like the truth, but everyone believed that even with this level it was not suitable, and it was kicked out. The blonde said that he understood everything, and this force, compensation for exile, because they do not need such a mediocre student. Also, he continued to say that the young man was simply lucky, and even if his level is higher, but he is a master of the Alliance of the Heavenly Ball. The young man, having listened to everything in his address, said that he still did not want to listen to the nonsense anymore. Raising his right hand and showing the gesture, he outlined that the enemy should come closer to him. The blonde was not at a loss, and he was ridiculous that he was thinking that he was the only one who accepts elixirs. From his jacket, he took out an interesting jar and swallowed what was inside, with a small grin and confidence. At that very moment, the clothes on the body exploded, since it became much larger and more muscular than before. Xiaodi understood that now it would be nice to find a judge and file a complaint for taking doping during the battle. The enemy was already ready to attack, as his body was overwhelmed with an incredible force that was destructive. The brunette noticed that this guy overtook his development on as much as 2 steps and considered it shamelessly. The young man was completely confident in himself and began to approach the enemy, shouting that he had to die. In turn, he put his hand in front of him and said that now is clearly not the time for this. The blonde was no longer stopped, and he purposefully approached, from which his eyes became redder. The young man realized that he would definitely not be behind until he would deal with him, and the system offered to exchange 5,000 points for 50 seconds of invulnerability. The student noted that it was a little unfair, but he realized that he had no other way out at all. The enemy began to anger even more, that Z was distracted and not focused on their duel. Having jumped high into the sky and aiming at the young man, the blonde was already ready to deal with him as quickly as possible. The purchase of the invulnerability of the golden body was completed, and the guy began to pass the transformation. The body began to be illuminated by a golden flame, which looked fascinating enough, and surprisingly, the student was already close enough to deliver the first blow. But the new ability for 50 seconds gave hope. Literally a millimeter to his fist, the handsome said that he was better off taking his back. Suddenly, pink energy appeared, which began to envelop the enemy's hand and stop it. Rose petals appeared literally from nowhere and surrounded everything around. As if magic, one of the masters went down from heaven and landed with her sophisticated foot right on the shoulder of a young man. Malashka said that according to the commandments of their sanctuary, adherents of different clans are forbidden to fight among themselves, and the guys forgot it. The handsome man noticed that the mentor was very on time, but he regretted that he had spent 5,000 points, and they did not come in handy. The blonde was literally shrouded in her magic and hung in the air, without the opportunity to move in any way. She came closer to the enemy and, touching her finger to his forehead, reported that she should not behave in this way on the sacred land. Because of such a bad act, she came up with a little punishment, thereby directing her magic at him. The student began to fly somewhere, literally into the unknown, which opened in the middle of the space and took it. Shachai was shocked when he saw this, and the fact that he managed to avoid the battle. But this was not part of his plans. Malashka also said that the baby Chi seemed very brave to her, and she praised him for that. It became also interesting to the beauty, was he not at all afraid to die at all and wanted to continue the duel? The young man said that he plays the role of poor fellow who was expelled from the sanctuary, and because of her, his plan failed. The guys who stood behind did not understand why such a beautiful lady was still talking with a loser. Suddenly, the master pushed the young man with a little cry from which he was surprised. The young lady fell to the floor and said with a sad look that her heart was torn to pieces from all this. The young man did not understand how she could reincarnate in a second. And did she really want to play along? The guys, seeing the fact that he dared to bring their beautiful Miyue to tears, was very angry from the fact that he spat on her soul. Jichi understood that the effect of such an action is really good, but it seems that this is too much, which the girl did not understand. The brunette decided to ask, because he thought that the master remained the same, but she confirmed this and offered her help. The young man understood that this would be quite enough, and asked her to do nothing else, because he was already in a hard position. The beauty understood that she was not enough for her, and she decided to come up with something and bring it to life. The young man also helped the young lady get out of the ground and said that he could handle the rest. Suddenly, the mentor ran closer to him and pressed into his shoulder, as if he had pushed her to this. The guys, seeing this, got even more angry, as they considered this behavior unacceptable with the goddess. Malashka said that she had not yet finished her performance, and it was a little surprised, because it was not clear what could be expected. Running to the side, Miyue began to scream and ask for help, pretending to be harassed and molested. Everyone around was incredibly angry with him, and he himself was not enthusiastic, since this was not close, and all this was invented. Pupils understood that they should take revenge on their goddess, and already set to attack and attack. The only way out in this situation was to escape, then, in principle, the main character took up. Malashka smiled softly and noticed that if you play, then play to the end, and was glad that she could play such a performance. All the way, young people followed a guy with different weapons, because they were seriously determined to deal with him. The handsome understood that this system simply makes him make himself new and new enemies every time. One of the exits was now calculating points and strengthening available skills in order to protect yourself. Otherwise, sooner or later, one of such people will beat him, and there will definitely be no way back, or a peaceful decision. Turning away a little from his opponents, Shichi crouched behind some large stone, and he was surrounded by the same. Looking around, there was a rather unknown territory in which he had never been before. Making his way through the trees and bushes and looking around to find at least something familiar to him, a waterfall was seen. It was a forbidden zone of the sanctuary, where the entrance to the students was prohibited, and it was behind the library. Taking a closer look, the young man recognized the master, who so far has not noticed him at all. The charming girl was simply excellent. Her hair was combined with her eyes, but there was no clothes on her body. Noticing the student, she turned to him with little surprise because she did not expect to see him in such a place. The goddess began to come closer and asked what he was doing because he really watched her. Putting his head in front of the mentor, the young man said that he was accidentally here and he was not going to peep at all. He also said that because of the second mentor he got here but did not understand why the third beauty was here. The young lady said that she usually meditates in these places and her resting violators will be punished. Having thought of the whole situation a little, the master said that his punishment would help her with clothes. At the same moment, something unknown to her flew into the young man and fell directly in his arms. The handsome was very surprised when he saw this gesture, because he wanted him to simply be released and left alone. The goddess, turning, asked to put it on her, and she will count it as the correct completion of the task. The young man understood that he had no way out at all, and began to wear a dressing gown on his mentor. The girl's skin was incredibly beautiful. Drops of water flowed down her body, and the silk element only emphasized her hair. The sister looked excellent in her outfit, although it was simple, but it was impossible to describe beauty in words. The young lady said that she heard that he was already informed of the test next month, and he confirmed these words. Also, the goddess was giving up to guide that he is their student and suggests that he should worry about it. The young man said that he was afraid of condemnation, and everyone else thinks that he is not worthy of being their student. The beauty silently turned and carefully looked directly into the guy's eyes, as she was surprised by such a statement. The gaze began to confuse a little, because it seemed as if the master sees him through. Turning her head back, the goddess said that she knew everything, and asked to leave, promising to keep the secret that he came here. The hero exhaled when he heard this, and considered it a very good sign and that he was really lucky. Leaving, he bowed in gratitude and farewell, after which he received a notification on the congratulation of the achievement of 1,000 students of enemies. The handsome man clearly did not expect to see such a large number because it was really a lot and amazing. It was also reported that the teleportation function will soon be available, and the time is assigned to the system, after which it will be necessary to practice getting skills in another world. The blonde, who was a little punished, landed directly into the cave unknown to him and fell to the ground. The boy got angry with Shachi, since all this happened simply because of him, and this was furious. Having gathered his thoughts, he stated that one of them must die. Otherwise, they could not live differently. Entering a large room with other students, the young man recalled that practice in this place increases the development speed 10 times. The handsome came closer to the manager Zhang and turned to him, from which he raised his head and looked. The man said that he should name his name, level of development, and length to continue their conversation. The young man noticed that he could not expose any personal data about himself, but he had to call him. The teacher did not understand what he was talking about now and what numbers he calls, because he asked for a completely different one. At this moment, the young man realized that next time he would need to name his growth, and not this nonsense. The blonde said that the 7th level goes to the 2nd circle, and if he understands that he could not bear it, he should leave, and he must be ready for everything. The handsome man noticed that the 2nd circle is too simple for him because the next month he will have to go through and become much stronger. The mentor said that Zhang Zunlin Genius, who took first place in past competitions and dared to enter only the 3rd circle. The guys behind began to discuss the guy, discussing the fact that the exile from the sanctuary was equivalent to a lifelong curse. Li San assented, saying that he owed a mentor, and he does not think that he could even cope with the first round. Van Sai also shared that he was always a loser, and he is afraid that he does not even understand how important development and physical strength are. Zhang Shui, looking at himself in the mirror, suggested leaving him alone and be a head above him. The brunette said that the guys have achieved a little in recent years, but the last smaller would look in the mirror because the heart could not withstand such a terrible sight. Young people were stunned, as they did not expect to hear any answer to their jokes. The hero was proud of himself and laughed from the expressions of the faces of the students, but could no longer wait for them to get angry to get glasses. The young man poked his finger and added that he was talking only because he wants to irritate them, and is sure that they would peck at it. The handsome really did not understand why they were not angry, and are so confident in themselves, and consider themselves to be standards of beauty. Only a few days have passed, and the guys imagined themselves with samples of self, control, and most likely, they developed immunity. The notification came that the teleport function was activated, and this shocked the student because he is transferred to leg mount. Such surprise was completely unexpected. No one understood why this happened right now, and this mountain belonged to the detachment of 18 dragons. Saiju was the future head of the Linju Palace, and the exchange of souls was successful, after which synchronization with the memory of the previous owner began. The main mission was to gain 5,000 points of anger, and the initial owner played in the TI and was preparing to master Bayman's knowledge. However, the young man was faced with an unforeseen problem during his attempts, and this confused him. The handsome man in a new appearance did not understand whether he could cope with 18 circles in the Hall of Spiritual Development. Suddenly, behind him, the young man heard steps, and turning, saw the teacher, after which he greeted and introduced himself. The man was clearly out of the spirit, and, dogging the student, he stated that he was too ugly and scared him. Also, he did not understand how he managed to understand the party, and it seems that even freaks could be talented, in his opinion. The hero noted that it was sinful to laugh at the wretched ones, and the mentor did not like it because he considered that everyone had done it in his place. The main only, in turn, exhaled and asked why the young man is so terrible. And he was a well-known body. The young man did not understand why he was so heavily sighing, because even he himself did not care his appearance. Previously, he heard only the name of the teacher, but having met personally, he was convinced that it was perfect for him. It was always interesting to the handsome man what his name means, and he had some assumptions that turned out to be true. Because of the game of words, his name sounded like toothless, and it was true, because the man did not have them at all. The mentor was incredibly angry when he heard such a bitter truth to himself, and already wanted to punish the guy. The student also continued to say that he previously said that he is an old man who needs only porridge and nutrition. He said that he was ugly because his appearance was not concerned Buddha, and Bodhidharma had shaved and has not been using shampoo since then. The man clearly did not like to hear all these words, and he considered them nonsense, after which he asked him to explain because he did not understand the essence. The hero began at first when he broke the party in the game, and now he must transfer the technique, and when they finish, then they will return to the topic of hair and the elderly. There was only one way out in this situation, and the mentor said that in the blue books all the knowledge that he collected and applied in several decades is recorded. It must be taken into account that he has been practiced for decades, and with the natural data of the young man it will take about 30 years to only move. But if he admits that he is an ugly bald donkey, then he will transmit all knowledge directly, and there will be fewer problems. In turn, Four Fingers seemed to a handsome man, and thereby he stated that he would need only 3 years or maybe even an exaggeration. Reaching to the books, the first he took, this is about the incomparable techniques of the North Sea of the accelerated course of self. Improvement? Due to the fact that the guy had the body of yin and yang, he can study skills hundreds of times faster, thereby prove his skills to the old man. The man said that these techniques cannot be understood, but if he explains the meaning of Akashi's words, he will convey his knowledge to him. Handsome said that he is a man who, if they say to go left, he will go to the right. And earlier he had in mind for 4 years. The 4 fingers that he showed meant 4 hours, and this very much laughed at the mentor. The young man asked to promise him something if he learned everything, and he agreed to give at least 10 promises. Hearing these words, the hero smiled and literally sparkled in blue, which he learned just recently. Seeing this, the old man literally shouted, because the aura of the North Sea was almost impossible for such a short amount of time. The guy began to glow even brighter, and he had not even suspected that the North Sea technique also had this kind of aura. In response, the handsome said that he learned everything, and also noticed mistakes and kindly corrected them. The teacher said that in order to study all the technique, it is necessary to spend internal energy. Otherwise, they will come into conflict in the body, and all the meridians will be destroyed. The young man decided to find out if the truth is that having studied this technique, any other will be on his shoulder, because any point on the body is now able to absorb both yin and yang. This was the right statement. And in order to somehow test it in practice, the old man asked to split the stone table that stood in front of them. The hero knew that he would succeed with easily, and turning, he began to fulfill his task. A light movement of his hand, gathering all thoughts into one, the guy directed his strength to the table. Thereby he split into many parts. The mentor, seeing this, was more shocked than ever. since he was sure that this was impossible at all. The handsome man apologized for not calculating his strength and spread everything around, but he simply could not do otherwise. The old man understood that this was really a technique that they did not talk about. But even a genius could not be called a genius, because the power is already painful. The teacher crows in a little, said that he would not break his promise and fulfill everything he wants. Hearing this, the young man was delighted, but he said that although he was glad, he would require much more. He also said that the old man, eating porridge, cried on the wall, despicable, unscrupulous, and indecent. The man became furious when he realized that all this applied to him and did not know why he allowed himself to call him. The young man was also able to split the mentor into a story about love, because of which he locks himself in a cave so as not to catch his eye once again. To begin with, the guy needs to learn how to admit his mistakes, and he has a good friend who was deceived by his own father. Now the hero must protect him, but he will not allow him to do nonsense. In addition, from that moment on, he should tell everyone that, because of the beauty of the hero, he simply cannot restrain himself here anymore and dreams of becoming his teacher. The old man was a very strange opinion and position, and having heard the last request, he became furious because he was not ready to go to this. The young man noticed that he really is quite weak, and it is impressive because it was stupid to wait for something besides deception. Realizing that the mentor is now in a very uncomfortable situation for him, he agreed and promised that he would do everything. Time was suitable, and it was already necessary to go out and discuss the rest of the conditions and what is happening in the world outside the cave on the way. After listening to the whole story, the man barely restrained tears, making an oath to end all evil in this world. Going to people, the old man officially stated that the pay show party is just an excuse, and the young man is the most handsome young man in the world. A notification came on congratulations on the completion of the mission and the development of the divine skill Baiman, the reward for which he will receive in the main world. It was also said that in 5 seconds it will be teleported to the main world, and it was necessary to prepare for this. Indeed, after a few seconds, a handsome man began to feel a strange sensation and succumbed to magic easily. Once in his body and looking around, he saw that he landed exactly where he was, and it seemed that nothing had changed there. The student advised to open his eyes to the truth, because he only, out of pity, is ready to let the young man go to the second circle, and he should not lift his nose to avoid troubles. Hearing this, Jia was a little bewilderment and said that the second circle had not surrendered to him at all, because he was going to the 18th. The guys were shocked, since none of them expected that the decision would be just that, and considered it impossible. They advised me not to forget that he was not so long ago only at the first stage of perfection, and his weak body would fall victim to the energy of that place. The hero proposed a deal in which, if he can get out of there alive, then the young man will no longer look at himself in the mirror. Having considered such conditions a little, he agreed, because since he wants to die so, he would not stop him, and decided to discuss everything when he survives. The man asked not to make such a hasty solution only to angry someone, and did not need to risk his fate. The young man was completely confident in himself, and once again asked the manager because he knew that everything would be in order. The guys noticed that this is a rather creative way of suicide. They will not die, but they will not stop it at all. Suddenly, his voice was ordered to allow the guy to perform this action, and everyone turned around to understand who was standing there. A charming girl in a beautiful outfit was a foreman Lin, and came closer and closer. The heroine has gone to say that the path of perfection could not be simple. If it were so, then everyone could become a master. The man could not resist the words that, if the young man chooses so, he probably knows what he should be ready for. The handsome man did not expect to see the goddess here, because she usually does not appear at such events, as he is an excellent healer. Having finished fuss with different documents and accruals, the guys said goodbye to each other, and everyone knew that he would win in the transaction. The manager showed his hand to where to get up and accompanied him to the platform, which will transfer it to the 18th circle. Having completed all the actions, the young man was in the middle of bright blue light, who absorbed his body every second. Suddenly, a hologram came out, which showed, as if in the film, all the actions of the guy, and they could be observed. The young lady did not understand how Zia plans to cope with the power that she was about to fall upon him. Once in an unknown place for a handsome place, he first decided to look around to come up with a plan of action. All the guys inside the building watched through the system after each of its steps and act, because everyone was interested. Someone noticed that this guy does not imagine how terrible his death would be, and he does not fully realize that he will lose his life because of arrogance. The master of this circle is extremely cruel and despotistal, And in this case, the hero was not lucky, because his death as a former student of the Immortals will be doubly sad. Shooting the door, she suddenly spoke and shouted menacingly that he did not dare to do this because she did not even know the rules. One castle began to scold the second because he really scared the young man, but in fact he wanted to teach him a lesson. The handsome man jumped because he did not even know that they were alive. But in this world, everything was alive, and it was strange that he did not know this. Suddenly, she spoke the door that was glad because they had not seen people for so many years, and offered to let the guy let in. The castles began to warn that it would be difficult, but Jiaqi was sure of his victory and knew that he would be able to cope. One creature really liked that the young man was quite arrogant, but he infuriated the second, but still they did not stop him. Suddenly the door opened, and a yellow pleasant color began to pour out from there, which literally lured inside. Passing through the gate, one could hear quiet ridicule and congratulations on the entrance. Having passed closer, you could see a beautiful city with beautiful landscapes and birds. The unknown voice, who went from the lanterns, invited to enter deeper, and as soon as possible, the handsome was at a loss, since the landscapes around did not fit with a terrible place, and it was more like a real paradise. Looking around, the young man saw the silhouette and began to look closely at him, because literally every detail was important. The Lady of the Hall of Asura, a beautiful demon, and she dozed under a tree with her soft toys. Seeing this, the student was surprised, because he did not expect to notice the girl in such, according to rumors, a terrible place. Suddenly, a gentle creature opened her eyes and was shocked, because she had no participants a long time ago. The young man bowed and greeted her, because he began to understand that she was the main one here. As soon as he tried to say something and met her eyes, he was interrupted by something unusual. The mistress released her magic right into the student, since she did not like his tone and presence at all. The young man was enveloped in magic, and a very deep and dangerous cliff formed right in front of him. Having noticed this, we could conclude that the girl's character is clearly not sweet, and he would have to be difficult. The goddess said that she did not allow to move, and he should answer only when she asks, and only move when she allows. Soft toys teased the handsome man and wanted to teach him a lesson, after which they heard praise from the mistress. The young lady began to understand that she had no way out, and asked what the status in the sanctuary and what the level of development the guy has. Exhaled a little, he said that he was an external student with the 7th stage of Ice Blood. After such an answer, the beauty frowned a little because this is clearly not what she wanted to know. The handsome understood that there was no rule that would forbid him to participate, and shared this information. In turn, the goddess recalled that he should say only when she allows, and if he disobedient her again, she would lose his leg. This was the answer to the question of the mentor, and the young man said that his mentoring was for immortal. Having considered the whole situation, the beauty remembered and now realized why he dared to come. And in this case, she decided to be softer so as not to spoil the names of his masters. Xiaoqi was really surprised, because earlier rumors came that the girls did not get along with each other. But here is such kindness. Without any thought, the beauty turned her back and asked him to follow her. After all, it is from this minute that the test will begin, and you need to collect all the strength in yourself in order to go through it. Getting into the center of a huge circle, the young man began to prepare, because he did not fully understand what awaits him now. The goddess noted that for a long time no one dared to visit her for passing, and the toys probably feel lonely. All objects in this place were able to talk, and they discussed past participants, their victories and failures. It was unexpected for the beauty that the immortal masters decided to take such a weak person to their students. But at least only one thing pleased her, that this guy definitely did not look like a crybaby, and there would be no problems with it. She also gone to say that she should not be upset ahead of time, because everything can happen. The young man was a student of the Immortals, and the young lady was looking forward to when he would already show himself. Hearing all these words and phrases in his direction, one could reach the conclusion that the goddess was trying to intimidate him a little. Having placed her hands, the beauty said that it was enough to talk already, and she should begin to the most important thing. Shouting very loudly about the start of the test, everyone nearby began to cheer up and smile, bored with this. Suddenly, the water around began to rise and even frighten the young man, as her forces were huge. The beauty apologized to him, explaining that these kids around are her children whom she loves. These guys will not be able to cope with the pressure of a strong aura, so the guy will fight in a water cage. Shichi asked the system to tell about this place and heard that in order to win, one of the stages should be successfully completed. It was also a problem that if you quit everything, then the level would not change. but the energy spent will not return. And there is permission to use the Baman technique. Realizing how everything works, the young man realized that everything was very inconvenient, and he cannot know what he would encounter the next time after activation, when the system is inactive. With his thoughts, the madam's delicate voice knocked out, who decided to ask if he was ready to start. He, exhaling, stated that he was ready and understood that if he correctly calculates time and skills, then there should not be many problems. The first test was the wound of Pip's soul, and only one name forced a little to worry. The turquoise pipa is like singing an organization. It is beautiful and impeccable in its appearance. Each movement looks elegant and at the same time difficult. Since crazy power inside her, the handsome, seeing this, began to worry a little, because he had no idea how to cope with her. At the first stage, his level can even play into his hands, because the aura of such a force cannot harm him. Magic has already begun to absorb and attack the young man, with every second more and more scaring him. Well-being became a little bad, but he understood that triple energy could still withstand. The system suggested that the pond in the sanctuary is good for spiritual development, but Yan Yue is unlikely to let him go there. The second stage was a graceful tread, and very soon it will begin, for which you need to carefully be prepared. The leaves of the trees do not discard the shadows, and the snow turns the wind into the darkness, and the beautiful nymph began to spin in the air. Each movement was confident and powerful. The magic that she raised simply fascinated. The student tried to proudly take every blow to himself and try to somehow save his energy. He understood that it was increasing 6 times, and with every second it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to control himself. The system confirmed the fact that strength is increasing, and beautiful opponents silently continued the battle. The lady said that if he stops now, she could leave unharmed. But if she continues, his body can tear into pieces. Without unnecessary thought, the handsome man ordered the activation of the Bemaiman technique, trying to restrain himself in his hands. Suddenly, his body began to absorb yellow energy and radiate lights of the same color as it was unexpected. The beauty was shocked, and her soft toys also did not understand how it was all possible. With such an increase in strength, the guy can last longer than a few minutes. But he believed in himself. The strength at the third stage will increase 12 times, and without technology, the backing will right away immediately. It can only be activated once, and perhaps thanks to this technique, it will be able to go through the third stage, although it is risky. Observing the whole situation, the goddess noted that the student of the immortals really has some abilities. In her eyes, the young man looked crazy, because he had just been able to absorb very strong energy. The young man said that he underestimated this place, and did not think that the second stage would be so terrifying. Even at the very beginning, he slightly even taken aback and began to doubt his abilities in victory. But then he gathered. Now he has nothing else to have left, because he has already used this powerful technique, and he needs to go to the end. The mentor began to clap her hands, noting that this is all great and even just wonderful. The beauty was looking forward to the next stage, since the whole site was captured by madness. Xiaoqi, hearing these words, thanked for praise in his direction, but understood that he had no need to relax. The fact that he had just absorbed was just incredible power, and this meant that the third stage would be even more powerful. To slightly calculate the force coefficient, he began to multiply them and suggested that it would be 261. As soon as the young man realized that the number is incredibly large, he even began to panic a little. The situation was heated because the test looked more like torture or a beautifully called ordinary murder. It began to torment doubts that he would be able to reach the fourth stage, and even the system is useless, so you need to be careful. The beauty could no longer wait and asked if he was ready to start the following actions. Suddenly, the young man twisted and grabbed his stomach, hinting that something was wrong with his health. Seeing this, the young lady noticed that she had not even begun, and he in vain instructs and pretends to be. Raising his head, the young man said that he seemed to have grabbed his stomach, and he asked for a little help. After these words, the beauty stated that he was disrespect and should immediately begin the test as soon as she did his business. Having evaded, the handsome man changed once again and asked if he was objecting if he does everything he needs, wherever he likes. The girl's patience was already proceeding, and she shouted loudly that they needed to live a test and he needed to move. The young man did all this on purpose because in this way he managed to win as many as half a minute. Having concentrated on her thoughts, the goddess ordered mentally to his powers to breathe him. The nymph should go through the cliffs to the clouds and preserve the purity of his soul in this cooter. The creation began to play on the flute, radiating incredible music, which literally fascinated and covered the body. Her magic, it was something new for the young man, and he began to think about how to cope with this task. Three beautiful creatures soared in the air, applying their energy every second to discourage it. At the beginning of the third stage, the guy felt that the force he absorbed as if began to grow in him. And many famous techniques take their foundation in Baiman. Hundreds of rivers merge together, leaving the shores, and you need to become a different person in order to repay him a duty. Let the power that flows in a handsome man more than he can master, but he still can handle it, because you just need to hold out a little more. The goddess noted that this stage is different from the previous one, and it seems that the young man could no longer hold out. The beauty decided to ask, is he really ready to give his life for the sake of testing? And she can let him leave if he refuses to participate. Hope left his body a little, but nevertheless, he did not plan to stop, and loudly stated that everything could. Beautiful nymphs continued to radiate their magic and injure the young man with energy, despite the fact that he was persistent. The body began to get very tired, and the eyes were literally blushed from an excess in such terrible fatigue. Energy literally captured everything around, and every second was more and more complicated than the past, thereby complicating what was happening. The goddess had already begun to get nervous because he seemed to be crazy, since he could now break him. The young man continued to repeat that everything was in order with him, and just a little hands began to hurt. There was a huge surge, and bright light illuminated everything around, thereby blinding the young lady. The incredibly tired student was able to cope with such a difficult test, but he almost had no strength. The beauty decided to go down to him because, in truth, she began to worry that he could die. The young man smiled and asked if she had seen this before, assuming that he had passed almost everything. The mentor spied all this time and was glad that no one would know her in this form. The master watched the guys who observed and discussed every action and the possible victory of her student. Young people noticed that, for sure, the first three stages were just a check, and even the formation of Immortal most likely was disabled. The young lady, having heard this, decided to ask, did they really want to say that the Immortals spread the deception? Malashka did not want to continue this meaningless conversation and ordered everyone to be silent and just watch the process. It seemed to the girl that Jiaqi climbed so far only because she was confident in her victory, but she still had time. The young man was sure that he could not pass, and before that he was just lucky and wants to see how he would turn into minced meat. The master under the cover came up and noticed that a man should not discuss someone behind him. It was impossible for students to underestimate the immortal masters, but he continued to recall the situations from the past and repeat his own. After listening to all the information, the girl noted that the immortals were probably a little mistaken in their decision. Suddenly, the hero began to carefully examine a standing man nearby, noting that he looked familiar to him. After what she heard, the girl jumped up and stated that his words were complete nonsense, and he simply did. Without unnecessary thoughts, she ran the other way to hide and could not give out her identity. The guys did not understand what just happened, because they did not have time to recognize it, and the behavior was quite strange. The mentor spread that, even with camouflage, she would recognize her, and that man had a very evil look. Watching through the hologram, she began to worry that her student could literally die from minute to minute. Realizing that she had just thought, the only decision was to shake her head in order to remove these thoughts. Earlier, her task was to come here to laugh at the failure, because she did not like him and wanted a loss. But, as soon as she realized that he, in truth, could die there, her heart sank a little because it was her student. Bad thoughts overwhelmed the head of the goddess, and the experiences grew, although they were not in the best relationship, but not strangers. Remembering the dispute, the beauty was at a loss, realizing that he was going to marry her. But they are completely different in status, and for the sake of this, he risks his life so. The master said that if he would like to marry, he could just ask, because it was completely not shameful to be rejected by the immortal. Standing right in the water capsule, the young man was already ready to continue, because his body was overwhelmed with crazy energy. The handsome man understood well that with each stage, it became more complicated, and he risks very much. The head was very ill from the fact that the strokes of magic exterminated it, literally, from the inside all the time. The only thing he was worried about then is that no one would peep after him, because it is very embarrassing. The goddess said that since he managed to break through the formation of the masters, it is not surprising that he could pass 3 stages, but the 4th will be much more difficult. Suddenly, the young man said that the girl in front of him was not even an equal to his mentor. These words very much struck her, and she considered it literally unacceptable to listen to her. Hearing this, Yan Yue was embarrassed. because he praised them in front of such a crowd. And the situation was quite awkward. Something inside the girl woke up and even felt sorry that this world is so cruel, and they could not be together. Raising his eyes, the divine creature decided to ask if he believes that she was worse than Yan Yue. After all, she was just ridiculous that the ugly girl became a master thanks to the leaves, and he generally dares to compare them. Speaking all these words and reproaches, it was not just to praise their teachers, but a real bait for the beauty. He also continued to say that at least 3 of the 4 stages he passed, and if the master was here, he would have figured out this one blow. The mentor knew everything that he was carrying complete nonsense because he owns the sword exactly better than her, and she just boasted all these times. The only thought is that the young man guessed that she would come here, and all this is a check for her kind. In the future, she decided that it would be necessary to teach a lesson when he would turn away so that he would not say such nonsense. Water is a source of life. A powerful, sensual, delicate fairy of water prays for everything living on this planet. In the sanctuary of Tianhe in Zanmin, she gave birth to a child, on which she laid high hopes. The baby, who received her blessing, was loved by all living beings and is very happy. However, having matured, he began to show very strange behavior, which even scared a little. The little girl brutally treated her soft toys, hitting them and beating. It was incredibly surprising that it was a child of the water element, not fiery, and it was definitely very strong. The beauty liked the game with elements of cruelty to toys, and she did not realize what was not intended for this. The mother was upset by this behavior, assuming that she was replaced because she had no other option. When she was completely matured, she was supposed to inherit the situation of a woman, and she should get acquainted with the world of people. Hearing this, the young lady was incredibly happy, because she had long dreamed of seeing someone else. Currently, the girl got angry with the young man and advised him to follow her tongue, and not to compare her with someone. In response, I heard that only to solve it whether I agree or not. But in his opinion, this test is like a paper tiger. All these words were not just like that, but in order to very angry the goddess and achieve their planned plan. An elegant creature considered this a complete delirium, because water is a source of all living things, and she sees the guy through and through. Having studied the situation, the young man said that she uses her abilities to peep in the dome, and even having looked a bit, it seemed really very terribly from the outside, but there was no option. Seeing such a reaction, she fell into a stupor, as she had previously been the most welcome and most beautiful here. In her excuse, the girl said that she was not peeping, but simply feels all living things, but the guy continued to blame her. He also continued to say that it was already too late when he comes out of there. He would reveal her true face to the whole world. The guys who watched all this time in the hall noticed that they had never seen someone so shameless. In his own words, he expressed his disrespect for the water fairy, to the ground and heaven, and this was simply unacceptable. At the scene of the events of the nymph, the truth was evil, but she tried to restrain herself in her hands and did not fall in the mud. She also stated that she initially wanted to help, but now it seems to her that this is not necessary. The young man said that he was here for passing, and not in order to take handouts. These words literally knocked her out of control, and she ordered the 4th special stage of the water spirit to begin. Seeing a new nymph, the handsome only understood one thing, that he needed to hold out for only 3 seconds. While she began her performance, time decreased, and the hope of victory and the implementation of the plan increased. Her body consisted of sea waters of 3,000 passions. Waving, she tried to deliver the first blow of magic. 1 second to the desired effect, and the sharpest water sword was literally a centimeter from the young man. Handing out his hands up, he loudly forced her to appear, thereby putting her at a dead end, and did the following. His 2 fingers easily grabbed his weapon, preventing a blow and putting everyone around the stupor. The ladies did not understand how it was possible, because in order to do this, there should have been extreme strength and skill. The technique of water whip and stop the sword with bare hands, the stages of ice blood did their job. At the same moment, the water that made the dome literally exploded and began to spray everywhere. Drops in tension washed away everything in their path and knocked down the soft toys of the beauty while she was silent. The young man was delighted, because the 3rd level of Yuan Hai is now within the power, and his body began to surround the golden energy. Those present in the hall opened their mouths, because they did not see this and did not expect that he could. The man was incredibly angry due to the fact that the guy not only could pass the tests, but also to make a breakthrough. The water was approaching and flooded everything around, and everyone tried to save himself and not to drown, suffocating. The fairy stood and was still silent. Even the drops could not scare her. because she simply could not open her mouth. The experiences inside overwhelmed her body because she believed that this was literally impossible. The young man came closer to her and began to smile directly broadly, trying to somehow make contact with her. Looking directly into the girl's eyes, he stated that it turns out that it was not in vain that he came here. And now it all makes sense. Tears in the eyes of Fairy began to act a little, and her condition was very broken and upset. Suddenly, the beauty sobbed very bitterly and loudly, which struck many and thereby caused hatred of a guy. The young man sincerely did not understand what he did wrong because he simply went through the test. The divine creature said that he was simply mocking, and she would not obey him, and soft toys began to assent. Hearing the accusation in his direction, Xiachi noticed that he simply went through the test and did not understand what happened. The beauty continued to say that he was mocking her, although it was not so, but he did not understand this. The guys who watched, incredibly angry with him and in their thoughts, as soon as they did not turn to him. Seeing this, the mentor grinned, because she remembered that the fairy had not changed in any way, and she still cries for every reason. However, her thoughts were interrupted by something else, namely the memories of the young man and his abilities. The master did not understand how she could go here, and there was only one assumption that he certainly hides something from her. The handsome knew that he was in an uncomfortable position and asked if he could open a trading platform. Having done everything easily, he looked through the system and selected what could be useful to him right now. If you don't calm the fairies now, then it will simply flood everyone, and you need to do something as soon as possible. All trials were incredibly complex. The young man was damn tired, but it was also impossible to leave everything on such a note. Suddenly, the system informed the time of a new task, and the student literally began to teleport to an unknown place. The bottom line was that he moved to the Tangbo Hu family, and he needs to win 8 daughter-in-law. The beauties quarreled among themselves during a board game, accusing each other of journalism, fraud. Suddenly, a young man appeared on the threshold in an unusual outfit, and most importantly with a hat on his head. As soon as Xiachi saw everything that was happening and realized where he was, he began to fall a little into a stupor. Right in front of them stood beautiful girls who argued, played, and talked among themselves. At one point, someone grabbed his shoulder, and turning around, one could see an old woman who said that his life was not jealous of many, but he was dissatisfied. Turning to her face, the young man said that he was satisfied with everything, and he was very pleased. Also turning to the beautiful ladies, he greeted them and once again introduced himself, which was surprising for everyone. Nobody had seen the guy before. He was always hidden, but now the task is to win 8 daughter-in-law. Remembering why he came here, he noticed that this was not a test, but even a real gift for him. Having waited closer to the table, the young man asked what such beautiful ladies play at such a time. He also noticed that it would be better if they behaved calmer, and at the same time told the system that Siri would call her. One of them was a little embarrassed and asked why exactly today he decided to join their game. In response, he said that he used to be young and ignorant, but now he has changed with such beautiful girls. Smiling softly, he also stated that it was a sin not to play and pronounced the combination. Holding out the chip, seeing that literally in 1 minute the guy was able to beat them, this extremely surprised everyone. Young ladies laughed and considered them the master as an excellent player, as well as a talented artist and calligrapher. The beauties admired him, but these are all the little things, and he decided to offer to play something else. After his words, the gentleman became a little more serious in his voice and wanted to play in Baccarat or Texas Hold'em. Previously, he rarely managed to find worthy opponents, and now he has such an opportunity. After 3 rounds with 8 beauties, they were literally exhausted and very embarrassed when they felt that they were won. One of them decided to ask why the master was so strong and literally admired his skills. He declared his excuse that this was not so, because he did not even try and laughed at her praise. The beauty continued and asked to give a chance to her sisters a little rest from such an exciting game. The young man knew what he was doing, and moving closer, asked if she wanted to play again. The young lady was very embarrassed and noticed that it was horror. She says such things among the white day. In response, she heard that no one in this world could compare with her in beauty. And this began even more with children. Suddenly, the system informed its owner that rather he didn't have enough time. All these fairy tales. Having gathered his thoughts, the young man said that this was all true, and he could not be enough for 8 beauties. But that was not the point. The young man passed the test, and after 3 minutes he teleports him back, but he spent not enough time here by his sensation. To use a few minutes with benefit, he turned to the ladies with a small request, or rather, advice. The handsome decided to ask how to please the woman if she was crying or tired. For example, the first lady said that he might try to cook something tasty for her, and this will surely cheer up. The second, in turn, suggested that the best solution would be to buy a beautiful handbag and give it. But the third, scrolled around her in a beautiful dress, said that it was worth giving a beautiful outfit. Shachi listened to all these tips about money or cosmetics and was a little wary because this is not what he wanted to hear. Suddenly, one of the sisters suggested that he was going to find another wife for himself and was evil. The young man began to realize that he needed to leave as soon as possible. The view of him will now attack Nine Handsome. Suddenly, the voice from behind ordered to catch and threw something unknown red directly upward. Having caught the book, one could read that she was about Tan Yin and 36 beauties, which was a little surprising. The guy's mother said that he was a shameless because he was able to forget about the books that he himself wrote earlier. It was better that it was possible to come up with at that moment, and this publisher is literally a real treasure. Turning to the young lady, he noticed that he would not want to say goodbye to them, but hopes that fate would bring them yet. The girls did not understand what he was talking about since this guy was always next to them. It was just a little different today. Suddenly, the young man began a transformation, and literally his body was hungry, during which he made a teleportation. Arriving in the earlier, where he passed his test, the guy was sitting with his eyes closed. He looked forward. The young lady still cried bitterly and was incredibly upset after the words said. The beauty shouted that Xiaqi deceived her, and she no longer wants to live. And she did not react even to the words of comfort from plants. One of the exits to this situation was to ask the system if all the functions were unlocked. Hearing a positive answer, it was necessary to check if what he read about in the red book was working. Approaching closer to the fairy, the young man became right in front of her and asked her not to cry, turning gently. One of his arguments was that because of her tears, her eyes swelled, and these words brought her to her senses a little. The goddess clearly did not expect such a turn, and this was a little confused, thereby reassuring for a moment. Further, the young man opened the system and said that in fact, he had no thoughts in his thoughts, and wants to show several popular outfits. Having opened many amazing dresses and skirts, he also suggested that Tanya would want to look with him. The man got angry because this clothing looked strange, and he did not think that she could at least like someone. Others were also not enthusiastic because the skirts were too short, and they thought that the master would immediately reject his offer. Seeing this, the beauty thought that he tried to analyze all the tests that she might like, this serious move. As soon as the guys noticed that the mentor is not at all upset. But now, on the contrary, they are happy, they literally drooped. Shichi decided to act confidently and invited the girl to try on everything that was the happiness of his plan. The situation was quite cute, and the lady did not understand why he decided to give her these outfits. Going closer, taking the cheek, the young man said that he would tell the whole world about it later, and she herself would understand everything. Earlier, he was mistaken and should not have behaved like that, and sincerely asked for forgiveness for his behavior. All the watches were shocked, since no one expected such a turn of events and a touching scene. The beauty smiled softly and said that she would go to change. As beautiful clothes, it was one of her weaknesses. Quickly running away, she also shouted after he waited for her and would not go anywhere. As soon as the student remained alone, he noticed that his plan turned out, and everything turned out perfectly. The only idea that he caught up with was an opportunity to crank this with Immortal Craftsman. Having thought a little, he also realized that he would definitely repeat this with other mentors. The obscene thoughts of the young man were exposed by the guys, and they were not at all delighted with all this. Suddenly, the young man clicked on the back, and turning, he saw a fairy in her new beautiful outfit. The divine creature really looked impeccable. The pink color of the dress emphasized her eyes. She also noticed that she first puts on something like that, but she was scared that the guy was silent all the time. When he said, Yado, he completely likes what the girl looks like, she was surprised because she expected to hear something worse. After a little thought, he continued to say that it really looks good, but offered to try on the rest. Hearing this, the beauty was very happy, and at that very moment she agreed to continue what she had begun. Minutes of waiting, the student pondered that they had a similar figure with Yan Yue, and he was wondering how she would look in this clothes. Suddenly, the fairy appeared again, only in yellow, and the skirt was really too short, which made her embarrassed. Seeing this, the young man made it clear that this is definitely not what they needed, because everything looked somehow strange. The next one was a black dress with a burgundy shirt, and no one will let it lie that it is amazing. After that, the master appeared in a black tight, fitting outfit which was quite causing, but at the same time interesting. The last image was very interested in because this is exactly what was needed, and emphasized the figure of the girl. Shachi showed a thumb without unnecessary thought and stated that it looks great. The young lady was happy and asked if it was true that she could take all this to herself. The hero nodded positively because it was so, and he prepared all these clothes specifically for her. Hearing such an answer, the beauty was delighted and sincerely thanked him for such a gift. Then she quickly ran to him and hugged him, reporting that now she really likes him. Walking the streets of this world, the master shared that since he gave her so much beautiful clothes, she also has something for him. They followed the steps, climbing a huge, beautiful building, and this intrigued the guy even more. On the way, the young man asked if it was a gift and something good, because in general there was no idea what was being discussed. In order to somehow calm her new friend, she noticed that it was a good thing and very useful. Toys on the screen reported that the video is not free and viewing only for non-profit purposes. The guys were not happy to hear it, because they would not let them see, suggesting that the gift is something excellent. Approaching the shulyadka, the girl asked to wait a few seconds while she was looking for what she needed. After a moment, she jumped joyfully as she found what she wanted, and she was already eager to give it. The beauty said that she got it from her mother, and she no longer needs her, so she wants to give him to the young man. A small brown box, which was incredibly high quality made, intrigued even more, and, opening it, what was inside, surprised. This ring is called the Ocean of Hundreds of Rivers, and it eliminates oppression caused by spiritual techniques of opponents, and is a magical weapon of the level of saints. Typically, its use requires a higher level of development, but it received the blessing of the mother and therefore the restrictions were removed. The young man smiled softly and thanked for such a generous gift. Willingly accepting it, suddenly, the young lady began to be a little embarrassed because she wanted to say something, but did not know where to even start. The hero saw this and, looking at her, said that they were now friends and therefore she could speak directly. Such a statement shocked her, and she could not believe that he considers her his friend. She was going to believe right now to ask him if he wanted to make friends with her, but everything happened so well. The next moment, the guy said that if he hurried, then you can refrain from such a status. Suddenly, the young lady ran closer to him and shouted that she was very happy to be his friend, which was surprising. Suddenly, something magical appeared right in her hand in blue, small. Having reached out to the young man, it literally drove into his body and began to radiate blue everywhere. The handsome felt very strange, as magic overwhelmed it from the inside and breathtaking every second. The goddess said that if he is faced with danger in the future, he can pronounce her name to himself 3 times, and if there is water nearby, then she will appear. Leaving the room, the young man was pleased with himself, as he was able to cope with this test and also receive gifts. The man attacked congratulations and the successful passage of such a complex task that was almost impossible. He also continued to say that today he opened his eyes and did not think that they had such a treasure like him. The teacher said that he should immediately tell everyone this good news, since the events are really significant. In his excuse and in order to somehow hide his awkwardness a little, Jachi suggested that he was really lucky. Someone's voice decided to ask behind, because he believed that this victory was a simple accident. The guys thought that the mistress of the circle was just in a good mood, so she let him go. And all these outfits was to make her fuel. The hero said that the gift was made after the test, and he simply cannot call it under the face. If they all do not believe that he managed to cope with the test, they should try to go on his own. The man continued to say that no one knows, because he can have some kind of relationship with the mistress of the circle, fading even more. Suddenly, a female voice was behind everyone to shut up, and was clearly dissatisfied with what he heard. The goddess said that he could not consider himself a student if he dares to say such things about a divine being. She also gone to say that they are on the young man all this time, and there is no room for doubt, and in any case he is wrong now. The young man wanted to say something, but if he continued to argue, he would still come out to be guilty, and it is not worth it. In order to somehow take control of the situation, the student dodged his head and noticed that he was wrong and regrets his words. The mentor congratulated Xiachi on the successful passage of the test and the creation of an exam to go to internal students. Now she will closely observe him on the upcoming assessment and hope that everything will go as smoothly. The hero thanked Mrs. Lin and realized that she had her views on him, because she even stood up for him, and she needs to take a closer look at her. The man was still out of spirit and reassured himself that this was just luck. But it would not be eternal. When he saw that the young man was congratulated, anger literally swept his body, and at once clouded at envy. Yanhui entered the room and stated that she returned, smiling softly from the city raised by her head. The sister noticed that her face literally shines with joy, and not to pay attention to this was simply impossible. But she would share that she saw the girl, and she was in despair, and she could not have a bad mood after that. After listening to this, Malashka asked what she did in the Hall of Spiritual Improvement. As soon as the master began to talk about Zhachi, she realized that it was better not to do this, and decided to quickly get away from the conversation. The goddess began to understand that something was not well here, and asked her to finish. But it was a little difficult to force, after which she said that her sister already has secrets from her, which means that she really matured. The words were really caught up, and she shared that the guy decided to take part in the test for no reason, and she thought that he would die. She also went to say that the older sister herself asked her to become his mentor, and she had no other choice. After listening to this, the story of Mi Yue said that at her age such thoughts are the norm, and did not understand, for some reason blushed so. After a rather unpleasant conversation, the girl decided to accept the bathroom to refresh and remove thoughts from her head. As soon as she did her business, she went to the rest in a great mood, singing a melody. There was something personal in her hands which raised her vital energy and literally forced a smile. Suddenly, the young man's voice frightened her a little, because he spared her and came very close, which scared. The girl began to quickly make excuses that she did nothing, and it doesn't matter at all, and he should forget about everything. Suddenly, a young man grabbed a notebook directly from her hands, suggesting that she writes another manual for martial arts. Realizing that the hero would now see what is not needed, she ordered him to immediately return her thing back. Suddenly, the young man turned one page and was able to notice a drawing of himself, which looked beautiful enough. At that very moment, the master grabbed the notebook and was overwhelmed with anger because they saw her personal work. Shi-Chi shared that he was behaving strangely today, but it turns out to be drawn no worse than to write a practice guide. The beauty was a little shy and suggested that she was not very well painted because the situation for her was awkward. Suddenly, she remembered something else, and turning away, the young man asked what had happened to her. Having gathered her thoughts, she congratulated him on the test of testing and exams for internal students. Hearing this, the student noticed that the news in the sanctuary will be carried at the speed of light, and he wanted to personally talk about it. The master was shocked, because I did not even think that he would want to share his victory alone. Following, she also shouted that he might not have worried about their dispute. And at the same moment, the young man froze in place. The beauty did not understand what was happening. Her heart was beating very quickly, and her breath literally slowed down. Shishi had long forgotten about the dispute and began to take off his shirt, hearing the accusation that he was in a hurry. Having undressed to the underwear and leaning his clothes, he noticed that he usually copes much faster. Not having time to hear any answer, he jumped into a reservoir with crystal clear water to refresh, while the mentor muttered something about matchmaking. Being already underwater, the young man asked what she said, because during the jump he did not have time to hear it. Turning away, the girl said that she was ready to accept the defeat because he only made it earlier. But at the moment she is his master, and the love between the student was a little even impossible. Having gathered a little with her thoughts, she also stated that she should consult with the older sister and the rest. Leaving the water, the handsome said that this pond is a real treasure that adds energy. In just a couple of moments he stopped feeling fatigue, and is now full of strength and is ready to practice further. Hearing a voice behind me, the young lady turned to face him to continue their conversation. In front of her, she saw a student who gracefully dragged water drops, and his hair was literally intertwined with each other. The beauty of the beauty began to fight incredibly quickly, and she covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. The mentor did not at all understand what was happening to her, but as soon as she saw the student, she could not control her emotions. Suddenly, the sister's voice approached, and she asked if they were practicing practices now. After all, the young man had just passed the test, and he would be worth a little rest before the start. Seeing the goddess, the sister asked if she was looking for her, because she did not hear at all what she said earlier. Malashka confirmed these words and embarrassedly examined her thing, scrolling it in her hands every second. Raising her eyes, she said that the ceremony would take place the day after tomorrow, and she was very important as an event for a guy. Approaching closer, Xia decided to find out whether he needed to somehow prepare for her in a special way. There was no need for this, but he should know and remember something, and therefore you need to focus on these points. Having taken the notebook from the mentor, he smiled sweetly and said that he would write everything down and teach everything. Yan Yue was worried all this time that during recording he would turn over and see her drawing. Turning away, Malashka began her story about the ceremony and what would happen there and what you need to know. The masters of all 6 sects will gather this event, which was very important, and it was unacceptable to screw up in any way. Playing with these people is not easy at all. You need to find an approach to everyone and apply their charm and mind. The sanctuary consists of 6 gates of the outer gates of the temple from the ground, and it is allowed to maintain a fragile world thanks to overwhelming work. First of all, 4 masters refused to accept students, but he was able to go through the test until the official ceremony. Having exhaled, the beauty continued her story with warnings and instructions. Smiling softly and turning to the guys, she asked if they would see something interesting the day after tomorrow. On the day of the ceremony, many people gathered in the main square and came closer to a huge building. The man shouted that 2 guys were literally obliged to go with him and insisted, believing that they had no other way out. Young people did not understand. They were not accepted into the students. But the main goal was that they were given an order to look after Shachi. The hero shared that his brother took a short vacation, but when he returned, he would definitely reward them. And he most likely has a strong patron here. Now it was necessary to just wait for his return. And then everyone in this will be completely convinced and will not regret what they did. One of them did not understand why they should wait, because they could begin to act right today. Because there would be a meeting with the leaders of other sects. A luxurious man with gray hair and together with his other masters rose steps to the building. Among those present were the tree sect Shan Gaoyang, the sect of metal Han Tiangun, also the earth sect Pu Hongde. It was not without a sect of water, a sweet guy Qi Hongbo, and the beauty of a sect of the wind boil Lin. The most terrifying and serious at the event was the sect of thunder, which was represented by CE. The man only made him understand that he was determined, and there would be no concessions. The young lady decided to ask why the master had such a displeased face each time, suggesting that they were poorly fed in his sect. The beauty said that she has an excellent cook, and she can lend several so that he will feel good. In response, one could hear that they had to go a long way for the sake of today's event, and he wants the jokes to stay away. The goddess did not understand what was unusual in the ceremony of accepting the new student immortal, because the last time this happened for a long time. The man shared that this guy had already managed to make noise, and even those who live in the depths of the sanctuary know his name, and most likely he would bring them trouble. One of the people shouted loudly that the immortal arrived, and the older sister went closer to the palace. The master, in honor of his respect for the girl, bowed and greeted them properly, according to all the laws. Excellent goddesses looked flawless, and everyone around examined them every step and look. Yan Yue was not glad to attend such an event, because according to her, the old man was annoying enough. The cutie, in turn, could not throw out the student from the head of the student and hoped that he would be able to cope well with all the trials. The older sister was completely sure and serious. She could not release some emotions and offered to sit down to everyone. Having taken her place, the beauty tried to restrain her experiences and control every movement. The goddess shared that she never liked the excessive officiality and offered to discard all these parts. After all, if it were not for the need to examine the sex of the adoption of a new student, they would not force them to make such a way. The handsome man was very worried because this day he decided a lot for him and tried to make a good impression. He bowed and introduced himself as a student of Shichi and greeted the immortal and all sect leaders. He also recalled Malashka's words that, despite the fact that the elder sister is a secretly leader of the sanctuary, all these people have their autonomy. The beauty very much hoped that at the ceremony she could hide her clumsiness from them and would not cause them trouble. The mentor also added that the old man, at heart, wants to get to them, but every time she challenged him, he refused. The situation was heated, and the goddess simply sighed because she did not know what to add to this situation. After thinking a little, she suggested that the young man really liked her, and maybe she could get married with him. Turning to the guy, she asked if he wanted to join her, because together, life would be a fairy tale for him. Hearing this, the handsome man was surprised because he did not expect a proposal to marry in the test. The young man also noticed that a man should be tanned to emphasize his masculinity, and the student has a bright skin. In response, the beauty noticed that he looks better here than the students of their sect, and she more like bright. The master could not stand this conversation and shouted loudly so that everyone was silent, as he considered it inappropriate. Shechia little alerted such a confident statement, and he even tensed a little with excitement. The chief noted that they are now in the majestic hall in front of the head of the sanctuary, and this is unacceptable. Also, he did not understand how they could afford to behave in this way, that he was very annoying. The handsome man liked this approach to people because he believed that it was in his spirit, and he certainly did not lose his choice. The older sister said that they are a family here, and she will only be glad if everyone says what they think. The guys continued to observe the silence and come closer to each other to find out what awaits them next. The gentleman shared that they were endlessly respected by the immortal, and they always treat people with caution. Listening to all the annotations, the handsome man noticed that it seems that a man is the person he was told about. He also continued to say that he heard that he managed to climb the heavenly steps and even destroy the formation of the immortal. But now he cannot understand how a student from the Telnitsky level was able to do all these trials. Xiaoqi, in turn, with his hands, respectfully stated that he did not understand what was being discussed, since he considered himself strong. The mentor could only assume that he had in mind that he was cheating and suspects the immortals of help. The third sister shared that she would rather be surprised if the elder did not think so. The man clearly did not like all these hints in his direction, since he accused the guy without any jokes. The goddess has gone to say that today everyone will have a chance to meet with a student, and they can try to dispel their own doubts. The gentleman was very proud and tried to think about this proposal, standing with his back to all those present. The pressure was too large, and he, in turn, stated that everything was in order, and he does not consider the verification necessary in this situation. Now he believed that the proposal of additional verification is primarily an insult to the immortals. The handsome shouted loudly that he was in a hurry to assure the immortal and masters of all that he would not letting in of any of them. Such confidence clearly did not like the master, and he showed it with his appearance that everyone was clear to everyone. Malashka all this time silently watched conversations and knew for sure that their student was good both physically and verbally. After the said words, the man turned around and muttered that he was already waiting, not with patience, to see the skills of Xiaoqi. The older sister clearly did not like everything that was happening, but she could not object either, as she respected other sex. The beauty, in turn, was already tired of listening to these tedious pre-leaders, as she never loved this. Throwing everyone around, she decided to ask if they would play mahjong or say goodbye immediately, as the ceremony was over, to which she heard a negative answer. At the exit from the charming building, the goddess decided to ask the elder why he was in a hurry to leave. The man was clearly out of sorts and did not understand what was her business and hurried to leave the event. The beauty gloated to say that she knows that he likes the bet, and she has a very good foreboding about the guy. After thinking a little and extending her hand, she offered to conclude a bet, which would clearly interest the teacher. The gentleman decided to suggest, did she really want to get his spiritual pearl in the truth? Dialing her hands on the sides, the girl said that he had several of them, and she has only one, and she would not lose anything. The deal was quite tempting, but only the master did not understand why she was really so confident in the successful passage of the guy's test. The blonde did not even know that she was moving on such an offer, but still, despite her luck, doubts tormented her. Nevertheless, the excitement prevailed, and first of all, the deal was the usual entertainment for these guys. The magic carriage, in which just excellent horses were harnessed, rushed across the sky, flying over amazing places. One of them was like Sichuan, after which the cutie decided to ask if the young man was missing him. The handsome decided to laugh it off that he was now where he wanted to get. And there is an excellent climate. It's so hot and wet as in a sauna in summer. The older sister, in order to somehow defuse the situation, wanted to know if the locals like acute food here. Hearing this, Xiaoqi smiled, because he was delighted, because the master found out that not everyone knew. The beauty argued that she considers it reasonable to eat acute food to cope with such a climate. The young man nodded his head without any doubt and controversy, since all this turned out to be true. Suddenly he remembered that he had previously clearly heard the mentor said something about the atomic bomb, and all his positions could be correct. Suddenly, Yan Yue pushed him from behind, not understanding why he froze, and reminded that he should come to her later to discuss something. The handsome man noticed that if he were an ordinary person, then after such a blow his organs would have exploded. The goddess believed that the guy was clearly recovering, and asked not to speak nonsense anymore, since she really considered it stupid. A previously prisoner bet came to her memory, but the young man never remembered him, and she could have assumed that the young man was mocking. Malashka moved closer and stated that he should practice more, otherwise she would punish him, because it is incredibly important for preparation. The hero in truth understood that without this part he would not become stronger, and promised to try his strengths. Suddenly, the attention of Mi Yue attracted her sister's displeased gaze, and she decided to ask what happened to her. At this moment, the goddess realized that her emotions give out her jealousy and discontent, and joked that everything was in order. The master could have assumed that something was clearly not okay, but decided not to do this and not to embarrass everyone around. Remembering the question that they discussed a few days ago, it was interesting whether they resolved their conflict, which turned out to be true. Suddenly, Yanyue smiled cunningly, and moving closer to the young man, said his name, hinting at what she wanted to talk to her. At that moment, the handsome recalled that they were discussing the bet, and pondered all his conditions and bets. These thoughts prompted him only to one statement, that after the conclusion of the transaction it turned out that the master had lost. The girl began to understand that she was in a rather awkward situation, and turned to her older sister to protect her. The mentor indifferently said that, as a teacher, she should accept her defeat with dignity. Fortunately or unfortunately, the Empress did not know what was his essence, and although the beauty took her loss but did not know what to do, arriving at the destination, the cutie was the first to go out, and after that the guys would not forget to discuss everything later. Others began to leave after her, but the red-haired girlfriend was clearly already a little alarmed mood. The last sister looked a little strange and very slowly left the carriage, which was unusual for her. The mentor clicked her to pay attention and turn, as she wanted to know something important. The master understood that at this moment the main thing had in mind, and refuted her doubt that she was in perfect order. The goddess did not understand this situation and nodded indifferently, as she believed and knew that she could worry about herself. The guys were fooling around and snapping all the way, tearing and making fun, which was sometimes funny from the outside. The mentor watched the guy with the girl, especially how they run from each other and swear, because it was even cute. Malashka decided to notice that these two are literally something, and watch how they communicate with each other. Funny? Suddenly, Chinhan began to lose balance and her body was covered with blue divorces, which betrayed her poor health. The older sister, without any words with the help of magic, scanned the state of the master to find out better. Miyu tried to support her and somehow keep her with the help of her strength, but they all understood that there was an attack. The mentor said that she was leading her sister in the Dunton Valley, and the beauty, in turn, would remain there and take care of the guys. The girls stood closer to each other, and with the help of magic the master began the transformation in the designated place. The goddess caught her sister and asked her no longer poorly, but she was tuned to kill the young man. The situation was really funny, but there was no need to forget about the purpose of their arrival in all seriousness. Yan Yue asked why she was concerned because the guy was enough and hardly an ordinary internal test will affect something. The beauty believed that it was better to treat this as a vacation and forget about all stupid thoughts, but simply enjoy pastime. Looking around, the girls began to understand that they were only together, and she did not understand where everyone else was. The master shared that the third sister had an attack and exhaled languidly as it was an unpleasant memory. Hearing this, the goddess was alarmed and even got a little angry because she wanted to know if they sent her home. Malash, in turn, nodded positively because she did not want to talk much about it so that someone would not hear the extra. Suddenly, a handsome man called out the girls, attracting their attention, thereby forcing them to turn into his voice. The young man was interested in where the rest of the mentors went, and in response he heard that they had urgent affairs. Xiaoqi did not like the situation a little, and he felt that something was going wrong, but so far he could not understand the reason. The beauties behaved, and really strangely, they awkwardly looked around as if hiding something important. In order to somehow hide his suspicions, the young man said that the older mentor must be engaged in an important matter, and the third master is her right hand, so it should be next to her. And the girls confirmed his words. To somehow diversify the situation, Yan Yue pulled the handsome man by the hand and offered to go further because they have something to do. The young man understood that something strange was happening, and he would definitely find out what was the matter. Passing inside, the master followed that she needed to move, because they do not have much time and everything needs to be in time. Malashka could not supplant his sister's cap, because it was their general secret to restrain. In thoughts, the young lady apologized to the student for hiding it from him, but for that, there are special reasons. Near the luxurious building, Handsome, along with the master, stood opposite each other in anticipation of the continuation. The guys looked into each other with little contempt, but it also meant the seriousness of their condition. The beauty, having gathered her thoughts, said that now she needed to miss empty conversations and get down to business. The young man was strongly configured and, without unnecessary doubt, agreed with this and already wanted to follow the following orders. Raising 2 fingers up, magic began to emit from them, which literally enveloped the girl's body with a golden flame. This spectacle was simply amazing, since such strength and power in the fragile creation looked just amazing. The lady continued to fulfill the plan, but so far it was not clear what the essence of the use of such energy is now. After a few seconds, she stated that she'd chained her forces. From that moment, he and the guy on an equal footing. She also decided to recall that she did not advise him to use tricks with which he managed to win earlier. Suddenly, the system informed that it could give the handsome new abilities so that the mentor would not notice this. The young man was seriously configured and asked Siri so that this time she would just watch him. He also said that the girl is known as the goddess of the sword, and she is the strongest fencer in the world. The handsome man was still confident in his abilities and wanted to fight honestly and on equal terms, so he refused the bonuses. Suddenly, the master took out a fiery sword and, holding out his young man, said that this was her gift specifically for him. The muddy sword was simply flawless, and it must be kept tightly and never let it go out of hand to master. As soon as the young man took him in his hands, the magic pulled him over, and the flames sparkled around his body. The weapon was really heavy, but no less powerful. His strength was in energy and, first of all, in severity. Malashka watched everything that was happening and suggested that, most likely, the sister came up with a trick. Yue literally glowed and longed for the beginning of what was happening, but finally decided to ask if her companion was ready. The handsome tried to feel all the power of the sword and, a little wave of them, said that he was completely ready to start. Without unnecessary thought, the mentor at the same second began to flee in his direction. Waved her weapons. The goddess looked flawless, as she was a professional in the field of fencing and sword control. Seeing this, Xiaoqi was shocked, because he did not expect that the blows would be so strong and difficult. The young man tried to fight back, using all his skills and abilities, thereby protecting himself. The master easily beat off all his blows and any attempts to attack her that were failed. The situation was quite tense, but the young man did not give up, but continued to strike and try to stay on his feet. The power of the goddess was simply flawless. She continued to test without any effort. The handsome man, gathering his thoughts, decided on a blow and quickly ran forward to embody this. The lady used one of her skills, thereby illuminating everything around with a yellow flame. The only thing she could observe at this moment is how the young man runs away with a cry for help. Suddenly, Xiqi raised his head up and saw a mentor right over him, who was already ready to advance. She shouted loudly that each person was laid for his sword and his own man, and without any thought, she landed directly above the handsome man, waving her weapons and dropping him with magic. The young man also did not stand and just wait for his failure, but tried his best to fight back and keep up with the master. The power of the sword does not depend on the level of development, but on the strength of the heart. And after what was said, the young lady was surprised. The next thing she saw was his student, who was able to go through the trick and begin to attack. The beauty was indeed shocked, as the sword literally swept around her face, almost hooking. The only thing she could have suggested at that moment was that the guy read her book, because skill was good. The mentor, as soon as she stood over her student, said that although she gave him a sword, she was only able to choose the owner. And the fact that he has now demonstrated proves that he is not worthy of him. And she waved his foot. The lady said that from their first meeting, she understood that he was strong enough, but became the only one who realized that one could not rely on the system all the time. There were different thoughts in the guy's head, but he could only assume that the master had deceived him somewhere, because she was much stronger now. The test was difficult since the girl's energy was incredible, and her skill of owning a sword is excellent. The goddess also stated that her weapon is intended for someone who could control him, and was clearly dissatisfied with everything that was happening. Yanwei was angry that for some reason the student could not control the technicians, and that even the sword in his hands holds uncertainly. The young man noticed that although the mentor limited her strength, but she owns the sword just excellently. The beauty said that he should try with all his might until his death in order to be a master of this weapon. The blows that the girl inflicted were incredibly strong and skilled, and it seemed as if she had become one with a sword. Shichi realized that he was facing a strong opponent, and even without his true power, she was simply incredible. Suddenly, behind him, the young man heard a voice who was interested in what he thought about at such a moment. The mentor, without unnecessary thought, kicked him with his foot in order to concentrate, because everything is seriously. After such a blow, the handsome sword literally fell out of his hands and began to circle in the air. The young lady, with the help of magic, destroyed him and suggested that if it were a real battle, then he would be dead. The The young man, in turn, tried to catch his breath because all this was incredibly difficult for him. The sister said that he should not pretend, because she barely touched and should be more serious about everything. Suddenly, the student knelt down in front of the girl and asked her to teach how to fight correctly in this way. The situation touched the master, and she even blushed a little, but hiding this, she said that she agreed to teach him. The young lady was embarrassed and covered her face with her hands, but something began to disturb her, namely the behavior of the guy. Suddenly, a handsome man began to approach her closer and closer, and it was not clear what he was planning. Grabbing the mentor by the hand, he still continued to be silent and looked directly into her eyes, which made his heart knock even faster. The young man muttered a little awkwardly about what he really wants to teach him, and very much asks about it. He also said that her technique was just incredible, and he could not stop admiring it. The master said that for a start he should practice more, and then they can already discuss this. There were many thoughts in the beauty's head, because she still did not move away from what was happening, and did not understand why he grabbed her hand. In response, the handsome said that he would practice a lot to prove his seriousness to all mentors. The young man came closer to the sword and tried to take him, but something disturbed him and did not allow him to do it. She really did not understand what was happening, since the weapon did not even move and literally resisted every movement. The goddess suggested that it seemed that he had not yet recognized the young man of his master, and this is quite normal. The student did not understand what to do in such a situation, and asking about this was a little concerned about what had happened. The beauty in response said that he should prove to the sword that he is worthy to be his master, and then everything will be fine. Hearing such words, there was surprise on the hands of a handsome man, because he had not even read anything like that before. The only assumption of how to appease the weapon was flattery, but the idea sounded a little doubtful. The mentor shared that even if she had no doubt that he would lose today, he was not bad, and if he reads her allowance a couple of times, maybe he will succeed, and in the future he will become stronger. The young man tried to be serious and listen to all the instructions, and first of all to agree with them. The beauty, closing her eyes, noticed that she had a long way to go and literally began to plunge into magic. She also said that she needed to check how her sister was doing, and the yellow flame enveloped everything around. The student looked into the sky and could not understand what happened. But most of all, he was wondering if she understood that hint. Suddenly, behind the guy, Malashka pounced right around his neck with the words that he was incredibly cool. The young man asked the master so that she would not mock him, because he lost the test. The mentor smiled softly and said that this sword recognized himself 3 masters of the sword, and this is normal. The beauty was also able to assume that the student does not suit this at all, and he wants to achieve more. Suddenly, the handsome man grabbed his head and said that he did not feel well and even turned pale a little. Smoking softly, the girl suggested that he had enough with a sword, and you can try to take up illusions. Having Ravenly, the student suggested that now he was not at all a suitable time for this, because he was tired. Malashka was a little scared after what he heard and asked if he really pulled the lower back during the training. Hearing a positive answer, the girl was a little even happy about it, which seemed strange from the outside. She also said that she has many drugs to treat any injuries, and she is ready to give their student. Miyu said that now is the time to try her brand new elixir, and was animated by this idea. Leaving the huge room, the handsome thanked the master for the elixir. He really became better for him, and wished him good night. Closing the door and pressing his back to her, he finally could exhale, since the day was really rich. The mentor illusions were too strong, which tired and forced a shock at once each time. The young man suggested that a couple of times, and he would definitely bend from anemia, but could not do anything. The only thing that could be understood in this situation was that Malashka definitely conceived something. Remembering the past, which was today, the most strange seemed her facial expression. Suddenly, a reminder from the new mission came from the system, and such a sudden message frightened the young man. After reading the conditions, the guy did not understand how some messenger could appear out of nowhere and why he did not appear directly to the masters. The most interesting thing was that even his goal was unknown to the system, since he hides his personality. And people, like systems, are unpredictable. The handsome decided to ask where his mission would take place, after which synchronization with the host began, which was successful. According to records in the book, in this world there are 3 powerful continents. Sanmin is the Holy Land, the cradle of freedom. The young man, gathered with thoughts, has already begun teleportation to complete his new task. The capital of the continent is controlled by the queen that has been living away from the rest of the world for a long time, and he is famous for its secrecy. The legend says that before the queen was merciful, and she was called the white dove of the sacred land. But once her character changed dramatically, and she closed the gates of her palace, closing herself from the outside world. And for the past 15 years, no one has seen her. Arriving in the village of Lanzan, the young man was on a high grief and could watch everything that was happening from above. Also, Xieqi did not understand why to send messengers if the country was completely closed from the outside world. The envoy was disguised and entered. I'm afraid to reveal his personality, and he should have something to hide. Divine girls sat next to their master and all the time offered him to drink wine and asked not to offend them. One of them also remembered him that he had previously promised that he would drink this liquid to respect them. The man laughed loudly when he heard these words, since he was pleased that beautiful ladies lay him out. Smiling smugly, the chief asked his companions not to worry, and he would definitely drink everything. Hearing this, the beauties hugged him even more, which could not but rejoice and flatter the mane. Suddenly, they knocked on the door. Opening, one could see a pretty creature that evaded. The beauty fell to her knees and, stretching out a bag of money, said that she brought them for granted. Having evading even more and even trembling with fear, she very much asked to accept them. A subordinate master took a bag of coins for himself and asked the young lady to go inside. The lady was still very worried and was afraid to literally raise her eyes, but she had no choice but to agree. Suddenly, the man came closer to her, and it was not clear what he was up to because his voice sounded cunningly. The gentleman, smiling, asked what Mrs. Name, who was sitting right in front of him on his knees. With a trembling voice, the beauty replied that her name was Shaolin Tribute and continued to wait for an answer. The next question from the main thing was about the status of her personal life, namely, whether she is married. Without unnecessary thought, the beauty replied that she was an orphan, and she had no one from loved ones at all. Hearing such an answer, the man was even delighted, because he considered such girls just an ideal option for himself. He also said that he remembers the maid who had previously sent here, and her name was San Lin. It is not clear where she went. The young lady, dropping her eyes, said that she had urgent affairs and she asked to help her. After such an answer, the master took one of the coins and threw it right at the girl's feet so that she would take it for herself. The man also said that maid Sai Lin no longer come, but is engaged in household chores. Indeed, from that moment on, her position is now with the beauty, and while she will serve him well, she will not know deprivation. The young lady was surprised, because she did not know at all that this was possible, and believed that it was too much. The words laughed as the leader, and he said that these were just trifles for him, and his decision was already final. The beauty had no choice but to thank and dodge right at his new master. The orphan was holding a coin in her hands, which she had just given to her, and literally a spark of hope appeared in her eyes. The man also shook the hand of his new subordinate, laughing at parallel, because he considered such a picture funny. In the end, he also noted that her skin is white, like fresh milk, and for him it is very important and valuable. The young man all this time watched what was happening, being on a tree branch, and pondered the situation. At some point, he even became a little bored, because nothing new interesting happened in the city. Suddenly, his gaze attracted the silhouettes emerging from the buildings, namely an elegant girl with blonde hair. The gentleman stood on the verge and said that the girl was with character, but she liked him. The handsome man ordered his Siri system to scan the security level so that he could understand how strong they are. This successfully succeeded, and he was able to find out that two masters on both sides of Tunsu are in the kingdom of Tunsu, and they have the 5th level. It seemed strange to the student that masters of such a high level agreed to serve someone. The system shared that often material interests are higher than their own dignity, which is why they have chosen such a way. Hearing such an answer, Jiachi noticed that Syria had changed a bit lately, and it looks funny. A minute of silence covered the air, and awkwardness grew between the system and a young man. Suddenly, she said that since he gave a name, she thought that a more friendly way of communication would suit much better. Such an answer was pleased with the young man, because he really believed that a more favorable atmosphere raises the mood. After these words, the handsome man was blown up and wanted to look at the girl, which he saw a little earlier, despite his mission. There were very strong masters around, and this task will not be as easy as it was with the past. An impeccable river flowed in the green forest, in which the young lady rinsed her palms. The beauty literally sat down on the ground and looked into the water, as if in the mirror, pondering what was happening. In her head, there were paintings from an early conversation with the master, who was joyful and accepted her, so to speak, to work. The young man stood a little behind and watched silently, as he tried to understand what was happening. The only thing he said was that if a girl continues in the same spirit, she will wipe her skin. Judging by the stories of a man, what happened to her there inside the building is not at all difficult to imagine. After all, a girl with a sad life experience became the servant of the imperious landowner, and she could not express her anger. Hearing this, the system asked whether its owner was in order, and he gave a positive answer, since there was simply a flight of fantasy. The young man decided to ask again why the system chose it, since it was she who selects mission to people. Silence again burned in the air, and, having scanning the young man, Siri did not give any answer to his question. He, in turn, asked why she could not just say to him, "Because this is not a busting." Gathering her thoughts, she shared that at that moment he was waiting for something in the library, and she could not understand what, and therefore chose. After that, it was reported on the hologram that Siri was now on the assignment and could no longer give any comments. The handsome man could not miss this conversation and still asked, because he was sure that the matter was not only in the system, but he saw the answer exactly the same as before. And for a long time he realized that, asking directly, he would not achieve anything. He became relatively clear from the master. Since he has some restrictions, he probably has the same. But she accidentally hinted several times, and she still does not know where and from what era was the sister. So there was nothing to give some clue. Suddenly, the system knocked out the guy out of her thoughts and said that the girl was leaving and does not understand why they should follow her. The handsome man, in turn, smiled sweetly and explained that he just wanted to look around and nothing more. Siri put such an answer even more to a dead end, but she could not do anything with it, only to look inquiringly. In his justification, Zia said that he was facing the defense mission, but it is not said about who will attack, and remains only to suspect. The beauty that they see in front of them was quite suspicious, and it cannot be ruled out. The poor girl, which is forced to endure from the girl, is equivalent to a slow off-bomb. Suddenly someone's voice and literally uttered the name of the guy out of nowhere, from which he was a little scared. After listening, one could recognize the fourth mentor who all this time followed him and asked where she was here. She also gone to say that in a minute she will literally become in front of his eyes, and you just need to wait a bit. Suddenly, the hero saw a huge fiery flame in front of him, which rushed at a great speed to him. Right in front of the young man, a goddess appeared, who was able to teleport with the help of her magic. The young man was really surprised when he saw her in front of him, and even could not say words. The beauty stated that he had to do practices, but in fact he was walking here idle. Shichi shared that when he comes to a new place, he always familiarizes with the environment. But still, he could not understand why the master appeared before him, and decided to find out, assuming that this was some kind of request. The young lady shared that the older sister asked her to protect one rich, and therefore she appeared here. The young man became interested, did not know why the great immortal should defend some commoner. The mentor maliciously said that the order of the elder sister should be obeyed without prostros, and he should not ask so many questions. After a small blow to the side, the girl, as if nothing had happened, went away and said that they need to go and find this guy. She also said that it is not known who would attack him, but she knows that this will happen tonight. Turning around, the lady suggested that her student was also interested in this business because this could be understood by his voice. The young man argued this as part of the practice, and he should relate to all seriousness. Putting her hands, the master said that the older sister has a gift of foresight, and she had already predicted disaster several times. Therefore, she was not just like that an empress of the sanctuary, and it was interesting whether John Yue could become the same once. This ability in truth was interested in the hero. He was able to assume that this was a gift from the system, but did not understand why it itself was not involved in the mission. The young man also said that he saw that guy today during a walk, although he did not remember well, but it seems that he could show the way to his house. The handsome added that he saw 2 guards near him, and their level is worthy, so he does not think that they will need their help. The mentor was surprised at such knowledge, but also continued to listen that the master is huge, fat, and, in addition, lives in the best house in the village. The man is not at all like a good person, and he did not understand why they should protect him. The goddess coldly said that her sister has her own goal, and they have no right to challenge her in any way. The blondly standing with his back said that someone strong came, and it was even alarming him a little. Nevertheless, he did not see anything terrible in this, because the mission was simply a little more complicated, but he knew that he would cope with her anyway. The guys decided to wait after the parish building and deal with the problem, and then return home to rest. The young man also suggested that while the master is next to him, his help is unlikely to be needed. Hearing these words, the beauty said that he was simply worried, because such thoughts should not arise. The young lady also stated that if he wants, she can give him a task, which was a little surprised because this is an order of the older mentor. All this time, someone unknown watched their conversations, peering around the corner and trying to listen to every word. The blonde was as if in a transparent dome, which shone in blue and created a certain protection for him. The hero began to realize that the student should take a closer look, because you never know who should wait for a trick from. Having looked a bit, the stranger was also able to see one of the immortal sanctuaries that joked at the young man. Doubts began to torment the guy, because he did not understand why she was also here, and what she was connecting with Jiaqi. Suddenly, the girl felt something, and looking into the distance, she began to literally glow with fire. Taking advantage of her abilities, the beauty sent a whole bomb of fire to the very place where the stranger was sitting. The hero was surprised because he did not understand what was happening, because he did not hear anything and did not see all this time. The blonde came out from around the corner and said that he did not expect that he could feel such a strong aura of immortals today. The young man was very serious and asked if the guys were not waiting for him here. Taking a closer look at the so-called enemy, the goddess was able to notice that he was at the stage of divine purification. The student still did not understand what was happening and who appeared right in front of him. But the situation was clearly hesitated every second. The idea that a person who should attack the Gunmo was at such a stage was surprising, because it was unclear that he could do this. Few are generally able to achieve the stage of divine purification. But the system also could not hide anything about the stranger. The handsome man continued to stand silently, studying his opponents on their energy, strength, and trying to bring his indifference to emotions. The mentor, not thinking for long, waved her sword and asked if he wanted to warm up. The young man smiled softly and said that it was a great honor for him to meet with the goddess of the sword, after which he broke his hands on the sides and continued to tell what was now not in the mood for the battle. Opening the door wide, the master looked out and did not understand what was happening outside and why such a noise rose. The subordinate informed him that he would try to deal with everything and he better stay here with Xianzunum. The master said that while these guys are here, he had nothing to fear and suggested that they would let fireworks somewhere and would like to look at it. Suddenly, the blonde heard some sounds from the building and turned his head to listen and make out the words. He began to alert a little unknown and voices that spoke inside, but at the same time attracted. Suddenly he jumped, used his magic in an unknown direction, and it is not known why. At that very moment, the handsome man was on the roof of one of the buildings, and his dexterity knew no bounds. Seeing this, the young lady said that his goal was now clear, and she really likes straightforward people. The master, along with his guards, saw something incomprehensible in the air, which aimed right on them. The subordinates began to scream various names towards a handsome man, but even this could not alarm him. The man was already spreading and even shouted since the unknown was scared. And the danger to his own life is even more. The guard at the same second took out his magic sword and tried to protect the owner from the attack. The situation came out tense, and the main one was rash that he almost died. But everything worked out, and now everything was in order. The level of the blonde is much higher than the level of the subordinate, but fortunately, there were two of them. So for some time they could not hold out. The enemy, who was laid on the purple color, said that they simply do their work for money. He would not kill them. The only solution in this situation was to leave now, and then he would not do anything against them. The man was angry when he heard this, and ordered to stop looking down on others, as they are ready to dash other people's problems for money. Suddenly, the mentor appeared on the same roof and loudly reported that it was necessary to observe the queue. She also remembered their conversation and the fact that they agreed to start with a small warm-up before the main test. Standing his back to the young lady, the blonde began to realize that for a start, he would have to deal with her, and even then to begin the main thing. Such an answer was clearly not pleased with the goddess, and she even got angry, since her words did not mean anything and greatly depreciated. The young man lifted 2 fingers up and scrolled them, after which a bright color appeared. The goddess suspected that he would conjure, and after what he saw began to understand that the situation is heating up. The handsome continued to catch and use his energy for the goals he needed, held his hand up with the ball. Yanwei was able to notice that the stranger has a rather strange aura, and she does not yet understand what he was going to do. Suddenly, the blonde shouted something about the kaleidoscope, after which he opened his eyes and Suvoro looked at everyone. Do not pour all this time observed from the roof after each of its action and tried to analyze the subsequent one. A harangued gentleman begged to protect him. Because of this, he could give everyone 10,000 Tayali gold. The guards talked among themselves, discussing that the girl was very strong when she appeared. The oppressive aura of the guy became weaker. The student looked around. noticed that the fog was getting thicker, and asked his master to be careful. Suddenly, she came right behind him and hit him under the back of his head, saying that she was a dumbass. All this was said because the decision came, and only now, namely, the fog is growing completely. Using her fiery sword with magic, which burned with fire, the beauty ran around, burning it. It could be noted that the whole yard was filled with an aura of a stranger, and it really underestimated him and was not worth walking around about. The hero also realized that even if he did not see the blonde, but he also feels his murderous aura on himself. None of the guys could understand where he teleported and where he was now hiding from them. The system offered to buy the props for 5,000 points, but it was a difficult solution, after which a bright light was issued. The handsome man with the words that he would pick up the life of the gunmo attacked him right from his back, licking his weapons. The hero was simply shocked, because he could not realize that they literally lost sight of him and were able to allow it. The guards also quickly began to fuss and come up with an action plan in order to neutralize their enemy. The only one that this situation did not embarrass is a mentor who at the same time rushed to the attack. From such a quick solution, the blonde even scattered a little and lost control of what was happening. During the attack and inventing the plan, the beauty noticed that there are too many tricks on her way. Suddenly, the voice of a student was heard, who ordered the master to be coast, because it was behind her that was an enemy with weapons. As soon as the girl understood this, she easily was able to throw him, since her abilities and powers were not small. The master was incredibly surprising because before he had never seen anything like it. The beauty used all her skills to the maximum to prevent the following blows and save life. The young man clearly did not like it all, since he did not expect that he would fight with one of the immortal. At that very moment, the student's voice again knocked out the sense of everyone, because he clicked his master very loudly. The next thing he saw literally shocked her, and the expression on the same second changed, and his heart began to fight even more. The mentor began to literally glow with fire. Her whole body sparkled and even smoldered a little, which looked terrifying. The enemy stood opposite and silently watched what was happening, trying to think through the next move in advance. He was also confident in himself and knew that although he managed to evade the blow, but the chance of victory was less. Suddenly, a young lady ordered her enemy to stand still, and also added that the talkers die first. After the words said, she waved her blazing weapons, thereby constraining any movements of the hero. The guys all this time watched what was happening and only commented that all this looks very hot and dangerous. The power was simply incredible, and with the help of this technique, the girl missed her through all the acupuncture points of the enemy. The student was also delighted and believed that all past battles were nothing. If not for all the forces released by the master, he would have long been dead. Now he began to understand what the real battle looks like, and he needs to try more, because without a system he would be miserable as an ant. In turn, the handsome man who was constrained by chains did not at all be upset, but only began to laugh loudly. The young man was surprised and stated that her body was responding quickly to everything. Only the brain does not keep up with this. The goddess, after what she heard, simply faded and screamed loudly so that everyone would leave her from the road. At the same second, while the master was distracted by what was happening, the enemy swung at him right behind. Sharp weapons flashed through a centimeter from a man, and he literally heard the sound of a blade near his neck. Suddenly, the guards intercepted the blow and were able to resist such a powerful enemy for a moment. The student, seeing the fact that he used the clone, namely the art that he used, realized that it was not as simple as it seems. And it was amazing. The young lady already wanted to swing to deal with the enemy, but he disappeared somewhere. After that, he was able to appear and continue the battle with subordinates. Using all his skills, the gentleman knew that he needed to run away as soon as possible because his life is now under threat. The handsome man walked literally on the heels. He was very close to victory, and his sharp dagger approached the man's head. Another blow was intercepted by the guard, since these guys were both strong and skilled. During the leader jumped, he slipped and landed directly on the ground. Young people talked among themselves to act together and were able to seal the blonde's strength for a while. The master tried to somehow get up, but the pain pierced his body because the fall was not from the lungs and brought him enough injuries. The whole situation angered him even more, and he loudly stated that the madman who encroached on him was immediately killed. Realizing that injuries are quite dangerous for his lower back, he began to scream loudly because he did not understand how someone dared to attack him. The man still continued to tell what he would do, so the one who kills his enemy will enjoy wealth and glory until the end of his life. In turn, the master did not understand how the young man succeeded all this because she sealed his strength, but he was still able to create a clone. The student did not understand why the mentor was just sitting and thinking, suggesting that she discovered something strange. The beauty shared that that guy seems to be juggling with attacks, and it is better to sit down and see in order to understand what he is capable of. It was at that moment that he decided to show friendliness, and having spent 1,000 points, bought a sweet candy for the goddess. The guys sat in complete silence, eating goodies, and carefully watched the situation in order to understand the enemy. The master was stunned, because he knew that this couple sharpened the tooth on the guy, but for some reason he was doing nothing. In order to somehow save the situation, the man turned and shouted loudly that if they defend him, he would ozol them. The guys did not expect such words at all and only nodded indifferently as a sign of the agreement, but still remained in place. The master explained that he is now not in danger, and when he will be death, she will definitely achieve him. The main one was even more angry after what he heard, because he did not understand why such a negligent attitude to his life. Observing the entire process, it could have not been noted that in the actions of the clone there is a barely noticeable pause. Thinking this, the handsome man also decided to take a closer look and find out if such a statement is true, or it just seems. The young man was able to reveal that there was a small delay, but if it was in truth to be a clone, there would be no such delay. The blonde, in turn, understood that let these two and weaker, fighting together, become equal in strength, and no longer endure. Without unnecessary thought, the handsome man brought 2 fingers to his lips and whispered quietly something about the kaleidoscope. At that very moment, there were a lot of his bodies, and he literally could clone himself, creating identical copies. The guards, in turn, did not understand how such a strong person could send a stupid fat pig, referring to the master. The guys still continued to watch and notice that if it is really clones, then all his energy will end at this pace in less than half an hour. The main could not understand why he was so longing his death because they had not met before. And perhaps this is one of the enemies who revealed his personality. In order to somehow save the situation, Mr. shouted that the person who hired him was unimportant because he could pay him 10 times more. As soon as the man realized that there was no reaction to these words, one could conclude that the money was not interested in him. The handsome man clearly did not use all the strength. And at first it would be thought that the guards would cope with him. But now, he still has a trump card in his sleeve. The guys talked among themselves, discussing that they had previously simply wanted to make money and not die in battle. The leader, being furious, gave orders to immediately kill the enemy, referring to the fact that he had a lot of money and he would give any amount for it. Thinking a little, one of the guys said that it was not necessary to part with life for the sake of some kind of pig. At that very moment, young people fell to their knees in front of the enemy, begging the mercy and promising to be silent about this situation. The blonde did not even expect such a sharp change, and looking directly into their eyes, even thought a little. Suddenly, the handsome man said loudly that they would clean, thereby making it clear that he was giving them a chance to life. Seeing this, the master was shocked because he was betrayed and did not listen to orders. Despite the fact that he spent a lot of money earlier, the student all this time thought that these guys were somehow special, but they faded at the speed of light as soon as the opportunity fell. Suddenly, the master turned and decided to ask what the candy that she eats is called, because after the battle she wants to buy herself. Having said that the name of this goodness is a lollipop, a handsome man also noticed for himself that Yan Yue loves sweets. The girl's mood in truth rose, and smiling softly, she stated that she could protect the man, after which she turned away and said that she had a hunt to pour only her one of his appearance, and the expression of the master's face changed sharply. There was also the goddess, said that there was no offense between her and the blonde, and if not for that thick, she would like to get to know him better. But they had different tasks. Listening to all the words of the beauty, the Lord noticed that for some reason she wants to protect him, and he does not know what the reason is. But now it was not important at all, and even if his identity of the messenger would be disclosed, to get any news from the capital of the Holy Land, and so not easy. The handsome man sighed monotonously and stated that even the goddess of the sword would not be able to leave this battle whole and unharmed. All this time, the man eavesdropped and was very happy, because now he understood that this girl is one of the immortal, and he could calmly exhale. Now it has become obvious that his personality is completely disclosed, but right now it should not be worried. The mentor said that it is interesting that he uses the ability of mirroring, because she had heard something from her older sister. The young man was clearly not tuned to cute communication, and all this time he looked at her strictly. Without waiting for any answer, the beauty took out a sword and said that this story is not in place here, because all her heroes are dead. Suddenly, a warning came from the system for the young man that his new mission is to protect the Mokan, and he must fulfill it. Otherwise, the poor consequences are waiting. Also, having carefully studied the conditions, the young man shared that he was not leaving the feeling that Syria had invented it all on the fly. The answer was cold, but he also asked if it could happen that he would suddenly kill something or teleport somewhere. The system, in turn, was silent, but the young man was not going to stand aside, but simply watched. The young man also noticed that the master was so passionate about the blonde that she completely forgot about him. Raising her hand and showing 4 fingers, the beauty said that he was 4 levels higher than he. But the young man suggested using her sword. The beauty agreed to everything, because it is impossible to stop the student who longs to practice. But the only condition is not to die too wretched. The blonde all this time watched the situation, and he was laughed at all these games in the master and student. Earlier, he thought that immortals were able to distinguish good from evil, and in this case he does not understand why they protect this freak. Turning to the young man, he asked him to listen carefully because at his age he was as naive. He also said that it was then that his sword felt the taste of human blood, and this is unforgettable. The young man began to recall his past, namely the very first situation, after which there were a lot of victims. He said that he was not holding evil for a mentor, but he has his own plans for the guy. If he tries to stop him, he would die from his sword. At that very moment, he pierced his sharp dagger right into the handsome man, trying to take his strength and energy. The blonde owned excellent techniques that were very difficult to learn, and even more so to resist them. From a strong blow, the student flew away due to the magic of the sword and the invulnerable energy that was radiated from the young man. Dozens of thoughts flew in the head of Xiaoqi during the flight. He literally did not know how to act in such a situation. Climbing closer, the stranger waved his weapon right above the brunette's head to deal with him. He used his best abilities and skills, pushing him further and closer to him closer. In the end, the student fell to the ground, hitting his back very much, from which he received many injuries. Together with his clones, the handsome came closer and loudly declared that he was weaker than he thought. The master noted that even without his ability to constrain someone else's power, the guy is too strong, and there was nothing left but to take measures. As soon as Xiaoqi came to his senses, he was incredibly surprised, because he understood that he was much more vulnerable than the enemy. Suddenly he smiled and said that this time he did not specifically miss the blows, even praised his enemy. These words made me think, and the handsome sincerely did not understand what was wrong with the student of the immortals. The young man was able to notice that during the battle the clone periodically stopped, like some kind of toy on the control panel. Having rethought everything, he said that he needed a little time to warm up, and asks for forgiveness for this action. Having studied all the information about this system, he said that real art will now show, albeit an average level, but it doesn't matter. The handsome actually read about the cloning technique and decided to demonstrate its shadow appearance. Having created the necessary rituals and spoke the necessary words, his body literally darkened and beginning to radiate sparks. Around the enemy, many clones were sharply stuck, which surrounded him and threw him into a trap. The blonde was really surprising that he managed to create so many clones the first time, but this meant that at least for the next 10 seconds he was deprived of the ability to attack, and his minions are exactly the same weak. Hearing these words, they did not scare the student at all, and he only smiled and noticed that they would definitely survive for 3 minutes. Without unnecessary thoughts, the order was given to attack, to go forward, in order to finally deal with the enemy. The student of the immortals himself, in turn, stopped in place and took out a gold card that attracted attention. It was not just a map, but a map of the golden body. After using it, all the clones began to be highlighted with yellow energy. During the battle, these guys were literally invulnerable. There were a lot of them, and more chances to win. The battle on the one hand looked funny, as many identical guys are fighting among themselves. The mentor sat in silence all this time and watched, not realizing what kind of children scattering was happening right in front of her. The last map used by the young man was the technique of attraction of blue stars. After activation, all the clones sparkled with blue sparks, radiated incredible magic and energy. The clever teddy bear was a young man who was only able to study new skills. At the same time, he skillfully involved them in battle. As soon as the blonde received the first blow, he noticed that Xiaoqi is a real disaster and just could not cope with it. The handsome man, in turn, stood at the very end and watched, trying to control the whole situation and keep the victory. The enemy this time was not at all weak. Despite all the damage that he received, his tactics were still strong. The young man could easily be right behind the student's back and, shouting something about his subsequent death, began to attack. As soon as the master saw everything that was happening, she directed her hand, from which the fiery flame was radiated, and ordered her knees. The young man was a little scared, because the mentor's blow flew right on him, and he tried to somehow turn away. Hearing the indication of the beauty, he nevertheless knelt down, and after that the flame flew right into the enemy. At that very moment, a very sharp arrow pierced through his neck, which made him through. The blonde did not understand who did it with him, but as soon as he found out, he asked why he thought that an ordinary arrow could hurt him. After the shot, the young lady said that she finally found a place where he would be accepted and would not let everything be spoiled. And the arrow was poisoned. Hearing this, the handsome was shocked and grabbed the neck to at least somehow try to realize the whole incident. The gentleman, who saw this, said that he would even marry a girl because he appreciates her devotion to him. Looking at his hand, the enemy considered everything that happened simply unimaginable and continued to watch his blood flowing to the ground, after which the forces left his body and it fell deadly to the ground, causing even more injuries. The young man, after he could not withstand the battle and lost to an ordinary girl, began to leave this world. The young lady could not believe that she really was able to kill a man, and he is now in this state because of her. Having rolled down the wall, thoughts about what had happened did not leave her head, but even vice versa, filled more and more with every second. The handsome was a little surprised that everything was allowed so suddenly and unexpectedly for everyone. The blonde still lay in the same place in a small pool of blood, which became more and more. The master, to make sure, came closer and with the help of magic scanned the enemy through. Having done some manipulations, she was able to say that he really left the world of the living. The gentleman, who was worried about his safety, decided to ask if she thought so. Realizing that this was true, he laughed loudly because he was incredibly happy and ordered to throw out the garbage from there so that he would not dirty his yard. The young lady, having heard these words, was even more scared, since she could not move away from her action, but nodded positively. Going closer to the body, the master returned to her, looking with little contempt and an attempt to find out what will happen next. The handsome decided to ask if the girl needed help, because she is pretty fragile and small. Milash, raising her eyes, said that this was all the owner's order, and she must do everything herself, otherwise it will be worse. The mentor confirmed these words and meant that there should be no problems, but still doubts about such a strong man and such a simple death did not leave their heads. Suddenly, the young man remembered that this was the same girl who was by the river, but she could not stand the master. It was now unclear why she intervenes in other people's affairs for the sake of an imaginary reward. The only assumption of the student was that, most likely, he missed something when he analyzed the situation. Watching how the beauty gets rid of the remains of what happened, the system said that the mission is completed. The vinaigrette would be calculated automatically. After these words, the young man began to understand that something was wrong, and it seems that still the task was not yet completely completed. So, thinking, one could reach the conclusion that the death of this guy is strange, and it meant that there was still danger, since the master had many enemies. Raising his hands up and naming monotonously, the master said that it was time for them to return and leave these people alone. Suddenly, the young man grabbed the girl by the hand, saying that they had rendered the fat man a service and could not return empty-handed. He also began to recall the words that sounded earlier, about 10,000 gold and a whole bunch of money in a reward for safety. The mentor, having studied what was happening, noted that 10,000 gold is really quite a lot. The student suggested investing this money in the repair of the temple and in a training room. Without money, they cannot crank it all. Turning to the master, Jiaqi asked when they wait for payment, because they saved the man from the killer. The main one, as soon as he remembered his promises, was a little upset and asked, did they really save him? At that very moment, he laughed loudly, showing his status and the fact that he does not believe in these words. Poking his finger at the student, he said that his servant saved him, and the young man did not even move his finger. Suddenly, the master came closer and grabbed him by the jacket, saying loudly about the fact that he was wrong. The gentleman still stood on his own and said that the girl saved him, and if he gave a reward, then this is only her. Having dismissed the guys with his hand, he turned around and told them to clean up, while distracting his subordinate in parallel. In his thoughts, he decided that if the immortal did not reveal his personality, he would simply pretend that he does not know who she is. Suddenly, the student decided to ask, did he really think that he is now in complete safety? Hearing these words, the man asked in surprise what was talking about, and turning his head, he looked directly into his eyes. Shiachi smiled and stated that after his death he would take all his gold and silver to himself, and was glad of this. Suddenly, his gaze became more serious and straightforward, and he confirmed his words once again, adding that absolutely all the money would be him. Somewhere in a very dark and quiet place, the young lady sat on the blonde's body and examined him on the signs of life. The beauty decided to ask Candace how long he was still going to sleep and pretend. The young man was still lifelessly lying on the ground, without opening his eyes and not showing any signs of life. Thoughts flew in the girl's head, and even for a second she believed that he really died. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide and looked right at the lady who was sitting right in front of him. The young man shared that poisoning passed, so he woke up, and she did not calculate time incorrectly. But still, it was interesting how everything happened. Trying to help the blonde get up, she was also interested in whether everything went well and whether he was feeling normal. Rising to his feet and his head bowed, he said that he clearly did not expect his cultivation to be sealed. The lady held out her both hands and said that she has another antidote pill, and she needs to be accepted. The beauty also shared that he was too trusting her skills from archery. If his hand twitched, he could die. The girl also said that it was excellent that they came up with Plan B, because they could not think that one of the 4 immortal Sanmin would protect the Mogon. The young man was still weak, because the poisoning was not from the lungs, and held himself a little by the neck. Applying her hand to the wound, the lady also noticed that he is still very afraid of pain. Raising his eyes, the guy said that she really wanted to kill him, because he felt the power from the poisoned arrow. The beauty, although she dreamed of becoming stronger than he, but did not want to kill, she thought it was too good an opportunity. At that moment, she could not deprive the life of a young man, because she herself is still too weak for this. The hero asked to help him get up. And, looking at the fact that he could not do it on his own, it was clear that weakness had not yet left his body. The handsome man said loudly that he was in this state due to the fact that he was struck by the arrow, and moreover, seized his cultivation. The lady shared that he took an antidote before the battle, and although this time it was not possible to win, the next everything would come out. After this battle, the young man understood how to deal with Yan Yue, and suggested carefully planning everything. A big problem was a student who was all the time next to the immortal, and despite the low level, he has a strange aura. The girl did not understand why the immortal helps Ganmo. Even he hates him, because he is actually a traitor in Holy Land. The young man said that they did not have time to understand the reasons, and their only goal is to kill Ganmo. Returning to the mansion of the master, thousands of thoughts were in the head of the beauty. And first of all, you need to consider a plan. Suddenly, she was called. Turning her head, she noticed a student who stood right in front of her and asked her to stop. The hero smiled and asked if he really was able to scare her with such an unexpected presence. Having her head slightly lowered, the girl asked what he needed from her, since the battle was already over and it was time to return. The handsome man could not throw the situation out of his head, and he really was wondering if the body was already destroyed. Looking awkwardly down, the young lady squeezed out a positive answer and added that she had already burned him. It was a great surprise to hear such words because the student was sure that it lies in the cemetery. Realizing that the destruction of the body would complicate the search for evidence, forced to think and come up with a slightly different strategy. Hearing this, the subordinate calmly asked why the evidence to the master and what he was going to do with them. Refuting her doubts, the young man said that everything was fine, because if such a person had returned to life, it would be unpleasant. The guys stood at the entrance to the luxurious building, but suddenly they heard some voice directly from the inside. A man appeared in the aisle who smiled very maliciously and asked again if everything was already over. The young lady turned to face him and with excitement confirmed that she had already done everything as it should. Putting his huge hand on the shoulder of a fragile girl, he laughed and stated that the master would reward her for this. The handsome man was tormented by doubts, because he did not hear the smell of smoke from the subordinate, and it was very strange. But, realizing that it was too late and cold, the best idea was to find a place to sleep and think about everything tomorrow. Sitting on a hemp and holding a fish in front of him, the handsome called the 4th master to the long, awaited meal. Hearing that someone calls her, the beauty turned and calmly looked at her student. The heroine did not understand at all what was talking about and what he wanted from her, since the fish was still completely cheese. The young man asked her to use skills to light a fire, but such a request angered her, because her forces are intended to destroy the world. The handsome man was also surprised when she shouted that he was unworthy of his master, but it seems that these words only interested the guy. The master did not want to continue this conversation and said that she would show him once, and she needed to look carefully. Raising two fingers up, magic began to circle around them, which was intertwined with a burning flame. Suddenly, a whole bomb of the burning fire flew towards the student, demolishing him from the way and very frightened. The mentor smiled smugly and made it clear that she showed her skill, and it is better not to contact her. Nevertheless, with the help of magic, the fish was able to prepare, but the student was shocked by such a sudden turn. The beauty was furious and considered the young man a fool, since he could not learn such a simple thing, but he did not agree with that. The young lady shied a little and said that she would not allow him to constantly keep her with her. The handsome man was a little surprised by this expression, but the most amazed that she did not agree on the proposal to the end. Turning her back, the goddess whispered softly that she was not his wife first, and tried to hide with shame. The student in turn did not lose these words at all, but only mumble, and could not understand what was the matter. In order to somehow smooth the situation, the young man said that he thinks that Candace was still alive, and simultaneously removed the fish from the stick. These words shocked the masters, and she began to refute them, because she personally checked, and his body was lifeless. Keeping food right above the bonfire, the guy shared that pretending to be dead is not so difficult. The mentor understood that this was true, but in order to assert this, there should be some evidence. The hero did not leave alone the idea that the enemy had reached the kingdom of divinity, and he was wounded by a poisoned arrow, and the only thing that could be assumed was that the archer was above this level. The master considered it impossible, because a small bell could never hide his level from it. The beauty asked if he knew how difficult it was to hide the kingdom of divinity, especially in front of her. In response, the guy shared that it was likely that the immortal forcibly lowered the enemy level from the very beginning. Hearing these words, the girl opened her eyes even more from the shock, because this really made sense. This all could mean that a small bell did not need to be above the kingdom of divinity. But one of the options was that Candace intentionally did not allow himself to shoot, and all this was a tricky plan. Realizing the whole incident, the master ran forward, shouting that she would hang the girl and torture her if she dares to deceive her. The student ran after her and grabbed her hand to stop, from which she even shuddered a little. Tearing her out of the guy's hand, she ordered not to do this anymore because it is impossible to pull her so sharply and unexpectedly. The master did not understand why he was stopping him, because the lady is now in the house of Manhwa, and no one knows what he can do with him. It is if they are late and the master will die, then they will not be able to explain this to his older sister. The handsome did not understand why the tone of the fourth master suddenly changed, but said that Tanya would kill a man at this time. The situation was a little heated because the set was incomprehensible and unknown to the mentor. The student, coming closer, told that in his opinion, even if they had not appeared today, the enemy would still pretend to be dead. In order to somehow rethink the whole situation, the guy set to eat fried fish because he was very hungry. The master was furious that he held such an intrigue and did not agree his proposals to the end. The hero shared that even though there were two experienced defenders in the place, for the blonde, there was only a matter of time to deal with them. The lady began to deny the words about trying to a small bell to specially send to the side of Ganmo. Poking his finger right into the mentor, the young man said that they most likely had another plan, and the man could hide something that they want to get. The goddess exclaimed as soon as she realized that he was talking about playing the scene in order to make the master trust her. Looking at the flaming bright fire, the student nodded positively, because he really thought so, because it was logical. The beauty was awkwardly sitting in a luxurious room, waiting for subsequent actions from her master. Turning her head to the right, she noticed how a man was approaching her, and was in anticipation of subsequent actions. The gentleman smiled very smugly and presented the elite tea of Phoenix Danzan as a reward. Rising from the chair, the beauty thanked her master for such a generous gift and came closer. The chief sat down on the ground and, still smiling, stated that she could ask him for everything he wanted. After all, it was today that she saved his life, and now he will consider her his savior until the end of his days. These words even embarrassed the girl, and lowering her head down, she continued to be silent from hopelessness. He also said that he would fulfill everything that she wants, because he has more than enough money. The beauty cried out that she did not need anything, only to serve next to him. It would be a great honor for her. Hearing this, the man was at first even happy and surprised, but then, realizing the whole incident, he began to doubt. The heroine shouted loudly that she did not want to live in poverty and dreams of once to rise above her position, like Phoenix to the sky, so as not to be an outcast for life. She knew that these words could annoy the master, but this is her true desire, and she also asked for forgiveness for him. Ganmo, after he listened, was simply shocked. and his pupils even decreased, and his breath lurked. Suddenly, the man laughed loudly and stated that he likes her ambitions, and from him she would enjoy all the best wealth next to him. The beauty understood that if you show a little ambition, it would look more sincere and less false. After the response of her master he heard, she dodged directly to his feet and thanked for such an honor. The handsome man lay on the ground, trying to fall asleep, and looked at the stars. But many mosquitoes prevented him from doing this. The insects were really unbearable. They flew everywhere and bit the student even by the face. Shata tried to fall asleep several times, but he succeeded with great difficulty, since the sounds of nature were very loud. Rising, he understood that it would be simply impossible for him to sleep here when there are so many beetles around. Looking left at his master, who had already seen the 10th dream, he did not understand how she could sleep so sweetly. The only decision was to try to wake the mentor, nauseating her. But in truth, he did not work out. Instead, the girl began to mumble something about her father and that she did not want to train in the possession of a sword. Hearing these words, the young man was surprised because he thought that she had grown out of stone. But it turns out she also had a father and had a difficult childhood. Rising to her feet and grabbing the lower back, which was very ill, because the dream on the ground is not the most pleasant. Looking at the sky and leaving his back, the guy realized that he still could not fall asleep, and it was better to take a walk at this time. Walking through the forest, the student rethought everything that happened and hoped that the little Belle and Candice would not start something tonight. Going closer to the same river, the young man saw the already familiar silhouette of the girl. She sat on the stone, lowering her legs into the water and chatted, simultaneously singing some melody. Going closer from behind, the young man turned to her to somehow attract attention, but she did not turn. Meeting her eyes, the young lady tried to find out who was standing right in front of her, because it was dark on the street. The handsome man introduced himself as Xiaqi and recalled that they had already met today during the battle. The blonde remembered and said that he was the same gentleman who saved her master, but did not understand why he was not at home. Approaching the girl and the stone on which she sat, he was interested in the same thing. Singing very close by, he decided to ask what bothers her at such a later time. The lady denied his words and explained that she was often linked until late, and besides now he was now unbearably hot, and decided to go out to breathe fresh air. Only the young man turned around. The thought that he could follow her enveloped her body and even scared a little. Understanding that she could now be in danger, she decided that if he dares to make at least one sharp movement, then the trouble could not be passed. Having placed his hands on the sides, the handsome said that he generally thinks that Candice is a good person. The beauty was shocked after what she heard. Her eyes opened even more, and surprise was literally red on her face. In order not to give a look, the girl laughed and asked how he could be a good person, because he tried to kill the owner. Turning his head a little, the young man said that he believes that he who kills irreparably an evil person is called a hero. After these words, the young lady did not know what to answer, but only rethought everything that was happening. He also said that if the gunmo is really angry, then she is also considered an accomplice of a tyrant in his oppression. Having said these words, it became interesting to the handsome man whether people know the meaning of the expression of complication to the tyrant and his oppression. The lady shared that she relies only on the salary of the owner to support the family, and she knows nothing about other matters. The young man silently continued to listen to her statement and observe the behavior in order to analyze. Sichi also decided to find out if there is one whom she wants to protect, and for whom she is ready to risk everyone. The system, in turn, also listened to everything that was happening and noticed that it seems that the young man had her own story, but it was not possible to scan it. The girl tried to understand the meaning of the issue and still hoped that she could penetrate and learn more details. The young lady began to recall her childhood and loud cries of the monster, who was ordered to stay away from their village. The beauty was as if under hypnosis and did not hear everyone who was nearby, who tried to protect her from danger. With a cold look and one might say even empty, she came closer and closer to the enemy. An incomprehensible feeling then controlled the girl, and she was still able to overcome a huge bird and take her life from her. All this time, Candice watched everything that was happening and was pleasantly surprised to see such abilities. The blonde, as always, was confident in himself and knew what he wanted. Namely, he could not find his girlfriend. Returning already in real time and trying to discard all thoughts about the past, she stated that such a person does not exist. Rising sharply from the stone, which was very unexpected, the handsome man began to smile and behave a little strange. Turning, he stated that as soon as she appeared, whoever she wants to protect, she would become strong. The lady literally did not know what to answer her, She silently looked at the young man, trying to understand his course of thought. The guys continued to be near each other in complete silence, rethinking everything that was happening in their conversation. Finally, turning to the beauty, the young man noticed that he hopes that her desires would come true. Leaving, he said that he also needed to find someone he could protect. And as soon as possible, the beauty did not understand how to react to all the sounding words, and looked after the departing guy. The master still slept on earth, but the noise of nature aroused it, and the only decision was to call Xiaqi. Opening her eyes, the girl did not notice anyone near herself, and her body even began to overfill fear a little. The young lady looked around as she tried to find her comrade who was recently here. The mentor remembered that before going to bed, the student muttered something about Candice and Shaolin, but she already remembers poorly. Suddenly, the handsome man appeared right behind her and joyfully shouted that she had finally woke up. Turning to him, the girl did not understand why there was no aura from this guy. She does not feel him. The master, raising his head proudly, said that it was quite good that he seemed to learn how to hide his energy and does it quickly. She also continued to tell that it was possible that the genius is really in improving her. Turning her back, she decided to ask what he was going to do further and really continues to stay here. The hero began to ponder their plan of action in order to answer this question, and suggested that they would really have to be a little more in the forest. The young man also said that they came to the Zan space for training, and wants the mentor to quickly teach him how to steep tricks. Suddenly grabbing the student by the hand, she pulled him in an unknown direction, using her magic. On the way, she also said that they are poorly fed and uncomfortable to sleep, and they must return to the Pan Manor in order to rest properly, and then work out. The beauty also decided to ignore the words about the excitement that Candice or his accomplices would arrange a sudden attack. Arriving, she said that she had left a portioned amulet in the house. If something happens, it would be possible to return instantly. The hero considered it a fairly useful thing and suggested that she could share this with her student. The lady explained that he could not use the holy rank artifacts with her level and try in 100 or 2 years. The handsome considered that this was a lot, but given that he had the body of yin and yang, most likely, he would have enough teni. In order to accurately check all the words of the master, the guy clarified with Siri whether he could use the artifacts of the holy rank. Having heard the answer, he realized that it was urgent to increase his level of cultivation. Otherwise, if the system stops working, the situation will be unsecreted. The mentor said that he was less talented than she, and to achieve her level, he will need at least 100 or 2 years. And this is already quickly. The lady did not understand why recently he was suitable so quickly when she speaks with her, because she hears and sees perfectly, but if he likes her, then why did he not say it directly about it? Yawning, the young man noticed that they say that a good mentor is growing a good student, and she is not going to teach him at all. In response, the beauty stated that she brought him to the Zan space for training, and she and the sisters had already discussed everything. Approaching closer to the gate, the young man decided to ask if everything was all right with the third and first mentor. He also dared to suggest that the third sister was rather sick, but sincerely hoped that she was nothing serious with her. The master did not want to continue this conversation and, opening the gate, shouted that everything was in order with the girl. Turning, she stated that she was going to sleep, as she was uncomfortable on a herbal litter, and now her back hurts. Having slammed the door right in front of the student's nose, she wished him good night and the fact that they would meet tomorrow. The handsome man had already exhaled from the fact that this day had come to an end, and he could finally rest normally. Nevertheless, the thoughts that they were hiding something from him about the illness of the third mentor did not leave his head. Namely, that something serious happened. Thinking, he suddenly saw something strange, soft and pale pink in color behind him. Taking a closer look, it was a fox, and it could be assumed that the second mentor lies in it. Carefully watching the animal, the young man asked why his master was not sleeping now, because it's too late on the street. The fox looked at the young man and did not understand a word, because she was just an animal and did not know how to talk at all. Milosh, who watched everything that was happening, decided to ask what he was doing now. Raising his eyes upstairs, he was literally shocked. He froze in place and did not understand what was happening and how it was possible. The beauty who appeared in front of him looked calmly, since such a reaction was unexpected for her. Taking the animal in his arms, the guy realized that it turns out this is not a transformed, but really an animal. The young lady smiled and said that it was her spiritual servant, and not she in the body of a fluffy creation. Approaching closer, the sister decided to ask what he and Yan Yue were doing today during the day. The hero shared that the fourth goddess, by order of the first, sent a fat man named Gun Mo The young man hoped that the system would not explode him for revealing the assignment, since it was special from the older mentor. After that, the handsome also shared that they had completed it half, and even doubted it a little in his words. Putting his hands to the sides, the student noticed that the second master was using the potion, and he was wondering if it was possible to use it in improving it. Malashka smiled, saying that he was tired of training and wants to go in a short way, adding that she had several pills for such a thing. Also, turning and looking directly into her eyes, she shared that there are elixirs that return male power. Reaching, the young man said loudly that he certainly did not need the latter because his strength is always with him. The mentor laughed when she heard this and added that in this case she would like to test it in practice. The hero was only able to assume that the second girl is the deity of Shanzu and was very surprised. Smiling, the beauty said that tomorrow she would show him the main illusions, and for this it is necessary to sleep properly. She also finally added that there would be a difficult day, and you need to gain strength before new trials. Turning around and not waiting for any answer, she talked about that illusions were a very interesting thing. The blonde stood in front of the mirror and thought about what he heard, realizing that this time the failure was simply unacceptable for him. Yanyo began to teach the student the technique of owning the sword, noting that he could not learn to feel the weapon itself. Watching how she looked at her anxiously, she suggested that he should start with the sword to pull out. Without extra words, the handsome came closer and tried to do it, but he did not succeed too well. Suddenly, the young man shouted loudly, from which the mentor was scared and even jumped. The beauty did not understand why he screamed so suddenly, but he discouraged that he just wanted to cheer her up. The master also said that if he could not pull out Tianma, then he does not have a talent for a sword. These words were dipped by the student, and clinging to the weapon, he tried to cope with him. But something strange began. There were sparks around, and the flame lit up everything around, surrounding the sword and handsome himself. The guys who observed this process were literally captured by space, and the sword swallowed them. The feeling was simply incredible and even shocking. Flying into the unknown, trying to understand what was happening, the mentor easily and confidence landed on the ground. But the guy fell a little unsuccessfully. Xiaoqi did not understand why the fourth sister was pulled inside, because this is a test of the owner's choice, and she also first encountered it. It was a great surprise that in the space of Tian there is its own system, which tidied up that it was necessary to prove to her courage. She was really slightly different from Siri, but still was a system, and it was necessary to think carefully before action. Siri said that she was without the idea of these technologies and could not even connect to him, which was amazing. The student also realized that his master also sees a message, and most likely, he was worried in vain. And this is just an indication in this form. The hologram stated that he would receive the right to use the Tian in the Taiyan world. But for this, you need to take a sword and fight with Yan Yu. After reading such appointments, the guy was really worried, since the mentor was very strong. The beauty, in turn, was delighted, because she learned about new and interesting games, because when she received this force, there was no similar. Shichi sincerely did not understand why she was silent for half a day and could not figure out this situation before. Before the battle, the young lady asked to teach her student several things so that at least he had the concept of all this. The young man, grabbing his weapon, smiled softly and agreed to her offer, because it was also beneficial to him. But suddenly his face literally struck, because what happened was completely unexpected and unpredictable. A mentor appeared right in front of him waving a sword and ordered to take him out of strength and cross the blade. The argument for such a sharp movement was that the enemy would not wait until he prepares and tunes into the battle. The huge force in the form of a flame flashed before the young man, from which he was literally forced to bounce back. Raising his head, the young man turned to his mentor, who stood right in front of him. Having gathered his thoughts, he stated that he wanted her to teach him everything that he knows, because he is very interested. In response, the beauty asked to carefully monitor her every reception, because the winding of the wind is not taught fools. The technique of the sword is not just waves, it is the power of the direction controlled by the body and consciousness in the first place. The lady was just a master, and she easily performed all the tricks trying to teach them her student. From such a sharp blow, the handsome even fell to the ground, because he did not expect at all and could not calculate power. Yan Yu continued that you cannot allow emotions and mood to manage it. You need to maintain a clear mind and concentration. After all, although it all sounds quite simple, in fact it is the essence of the flame of 9 heavens, and this must be remembered. The training was stressful enough. Everything around was glowing with a bright flame, and in the atmosphere it blew. Shichi realized that the mentor did not even use spiritual power, but only owning a sword, and this is frightening. Suddenly, he noticed a girl who was rushing and hanging in the air directly in front of him, who tried to use a new technique. Having become on the ground, she noted that he carefully listens even to such simple truths and quite smart. Thanks to the yin and yang body, he again understands the words and actions of the master twice as fast as he helps him. The guys decided to continue the training because it is impossible to underestimate the details of each movement because it affects the effectiveness of the entire technique. Suddenly, the student closed his eyes, thereby distracted from what was happening, which greatly disturbed the girl. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked directly at her, as if going to his thoughts, to start something incredible. This happened in truth. The young man began to give all the best to completely learn technology and new energy. During the battle, he also noted that he does not dare to be distracted when the mentor is so diligently trying to teach him. The battle was not weak. Such strong forces were involved, and many skills were demonstrated. The beauty was the best in this matter. She owned technique at high levels and was literally irresistible. Having strongly waved a sword, the young lady hit them on the ground, thereby sending the flame towards the student. Seeing that such a strong magic was carrying on him, the body was even a little sounded, but something had to be done. The young man with all his might tried to stop such a powerful blow in order to somehow prevent wound. Having picked up a sword, he loudly told his mentor that he remembered everything that she had just told him. In response, the beauty added that it is not enough to remember, and the ability to apply this is what it means to really master. Suddenly, she shouted loudly his name and that he was more careful and looked to the left, because the blow was delivered from there. The hero, without unnecessary thoughts, listened to his goddess and began to leave to the right to escape. Seeing this, the master did not understand what he remembered, did everything wrong and even called him an idiot. As soon as the handsome realized that he had made a mistake, because he succumbed to her poems, he was a little worried. The only way out in this situation was to ask Siri to activate the fishing of the blade with his bare hands. This action completely allows you to block any attack for 15 minutes, but the time for its restoration is 7 days. Seeing this, the girl was not even surprised, since he again used this technique, which he even confirmed himself. The mentor became interested in what he uses for reception and how he was able to catch a blow to a 9 Marangier blade. Realizing that they didn't have much time, she also asked to quickly tell the truth about him. The hero pondered that if he came up with a too logical version, this would cause even more suspicion. But also one cannot disclose the existence of the system. In his defense, the guy said that he simply unraveled her blow and came up with how to prevent him, because he was not so formidable. These words of the master were very shocked and made me think, since she did not think that her techniques were not strong, and it was difficult to solve to a beginner. Having lowered her head down, she asked if at least the one he was talking about, since this is complete nonsense. The young man shared that he knew everything and for the second time he would unlock her blow, because she all the time belittles him. But in fact, he would indulge her. Holding his thumb down, showing his admiration, the hero said that the fourth mentor was a wimp. After these words, the girl became furious and loudly ordered the blade to fly directly to her. The heroine ran towards the student with the words that she wants to see how many again he could block her blows. A huge drawback was that all this really finally got Yan Yu, and without unnecessary thought she began to attack. There were also advantages in this situation, and she would forget, which she generally asked what she would play in the hand. One of the main ones was now to level her blows skills so that she could not suspect anything. After all, only in this case you can easily provide yourself with victory and remain completely unharmed. The beauty was just beside herself when the young man was able to stop her with only one touch of her finger. The young lady threatened that she would cut him, but in response she only heard that he would catch it all with his bare hands. Shichi really managed to defend his position well and take attacks with ease, preventing them. Now the guy was in stock for a quarter of an hour, but the mentor's psyche seemed to be on the verge. The master tried to come up with a tactic that she could surprise her student and prove the opposite, namely her strength. Realizing that she could not cope, the lady cried, because she considered it a mockery and wanted to return home. Seeing this, the young man fell asleep on the spot, because exactly the same situation was with Manhwa, which was very surprised. Even the local warning system said that the young man shamelessly dared to bring his mentor. At the same moment, the system added that he has no conscience to do such actions, and this was pumped up. Two systems immediately began to catch up with him that they had never seen such an unscrupulous person. After this incident, the guys left the world of TM, and, taking the sword in his hands, the handsome looked at him, studying. Suddenly, there was a displeased sigh, which emanated directly from the weapon, which shocked a little. The sword said that there was no need to look at him so closely and, besides, squint. And it was simply amazing. The system told the owner that no matter how everything was, but in the end he recognized him, even though he was shameless. While still in that world, it was reported that there is hardly any more who applies the call, and therefore he will be able to go for the owner. Such words, of course, did not greatly delight the student, but he had no choice, and yet he managed to achieve recognition. Suddenly, the master came closer to the words that this simply could not be, and she does not believe her eyes. The beauty repeated this over and over again and looked strictly at the young man, as if accusing him of all sins. Looking right in her eyes, Jiaqi began to realize that he seemed to have too far from testing. Suddenly, a cutie came up, who decided to ask her sister what had happened. Seeing the second mentor, the girl ran to her tears, hugging her so that she comforted her. Yan Yu said that she can no longer teach this student and hopes that it will somehow decide. The master also shared that the guy catches every attack with his bare hands, and it just breaks her heart. Now she believed that she was too weak, and she needs to go into recluse and train. Sitting on the floor, she also continued to tell that she wanted to leave for the mountains for training, and will no longer return to this world. She leaves the temple of Sanmin on her sisters and wants to see them in 1,000 years, and even if she remains the same, she will train another 1,000. Malashka was very concerned about her sister's condition and tried to calm her down, holding her shoulders. Raising her eyes, she was a student of Mi Yue asked what happened and how possible. The hero understood that he would have to come up with a new lie. Otherwise, with her character, she could really go into recluse. Having taken the hand of the goddess, he said that there was no need to doubt it, and tried to somehow make amends. He also continued that all this was a special protective skill, which was secretly taught by the first mentor. The master was surprised that the older sister made her efforts for the student and helped him master such techniques. He also shared that this skill cannot be used anywhere, and after today's use, it will not work for a very long time. The beauty already began to believe that he was just a student of the Yuanhai level and actually could not catch her blows. The young man, even with a cry, confirmed all his words in order to convince the girl 100%. Realizing everything, she laughed and exhaled, because she did not understand how he could surpass her in 2 days, because last time she lay at her feet. The goddess laughed, repeating that it was very logical, a protective skill from the older sister, who was able to block her sword. With a good mood and a smile on her face, the girl stated that she would go and sleep more while the second sister would teach his illusions. In the end, she also noted that he should remember how to properly remember the foundation that she taught him today. The young man shook his hands into his fist without any doubt and added that he would teach and remember everything forever. As soon as Yan Wei left, the cutie came behind and asked his words about the new technique from the older sister. The handsome began to realize that the second mentor could not be so simple and tried to assent her. He also said that when they were in the temple of Sanmin, she was afraid that they would offend him, and therefore taught him. All this time, she looked intently in her eyes as if trying to find out the truth and what was hiding from her. Approaching closer, she shared that she did not like monkeys who tell a lie, with a hint of her student. After these words, she added that if she finds out that he is deceiving her, then he will be very bad for such actions. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face, and she said that men with secrets, this is quite attractive. It was time to go to train because the girl prepared many interesting elixirs for him. On the way, she said that today she will teach him the spell of seduction, which she used before. Hearing this, the young man began to suspect something and was a little surprised, as this magic is interesting. Without waiting for any answer from her student, the goddess took his hand and pulled to the most beautiful building. The hero did not understand whether he needed to study because he thought that male spells were not applicable. Malashka denied this and added that if one day his spells can charm her, then he reached skill. Inside, the hero studied all the jars that are on the shelves, recalling the words about their colors and looking at everything in detail. He also decided to ask the girl whether he could choose 2 bottles with elixirs for himself. Without even turning around, the beauty coldly replied that she could take anyone that she only wanted. All that was there is tonic products that help restore the original ki, and there is no particular difference between them. Mi Yu shared that usually for learning illusions I need innate talent, and the richer the imagination and faster observation, the better. These skills turn very much to the creation of illusions with the help of images and sounds, which is very important. Rasavostic foxes from birth have the ability to illusions, and it is easier and faster to do it than for people. Opening the box, Malashka said that this was a gift that the Empress Lisa handed her when she left Xinzi. This is a piece of her hair, originally designed as a dowry, so that on the wedding day she handed it to her husband. But today, the girl decided to give it to the student because if you connect it with her hair, you can conclude an agreement with the race of 9 tower foxes. The hero said that he could not accept such a valuable thing, because besides, these hair is very simplified and make the study of illusions naturally. Malashka shared that she had long abandoned the thought of marriage, and simply keeping him is already pointless. With a smile on her face, she asked him to sit down to be able to conduct a ritual of hair weaving. Shachi said that with the beauty of the mentor and the ability to find a worthy husband, this is a couple of trifles. Miyu, coming closer, shared that this was a long story, but since he became her direct student, sooner or later he will inherit all her knowledge, and all that will happen now is only a small part, so you need to be prepared for everything. The hero understood that by the appearance of the mentor, it was clear that she had secrets, but since she did not want to speak, then he was not going to force her. Approaching closer, the cutie noted that she had never combed her hair to a man, and if it was uncomfortable, she asked to say this. With the first touch, the handsome man shouted a little, but quickly said that everything was fine. Teaching illusions requires a strong psyche. Creating illusions consumes a lot of mental energy, and for this they use various methods of strengthening. The young man in truth was interested in this, but the girl said that he would learn about them a little later. The Empress's hair shone with an incredibly pleasant pink color that saturated the whole room with energy. As soon as they contacted the student's hair, magic began to envelop everything around and create a favorable atmosphere. Now, after the ritual made in comparison with ordinary people, the progress of the student in illusions will be more rapid. Handsome thanked his mentor for his assistance because this was really incredible. Handing out a hand forward, the girl said that now she would begin to officially teach him to various techniques. With the help of magic at the same moment, the guys found themselves in an unknown forest directly in the depths between the trees. The illusion is a very complex reality created by the power of the mind, and in order to control it, you need to succeed. First of all, its meaning to cause a delusion in people, which Malashka really liked. They affect thinking, emotions, behavior, are manipulated by knowledge and perception, which surprised. The beauty explained that this also makes the enemies of themselves fall into their traps and simplify the task. Miyu, she asked to close her eyes and imagine with her azure coast and hear the noise of the surf. The young man was sitting on a chair right on the sand with his eyes closed and tried to visualize it. As soon as he tuned to look around, he really saw the sea and palm trees that stood nearby. Having created the image in the mind, you can create an illusion. And the young man was interested in whether it was possible to represent something piquant. Such a skill was really very amazing, because turning your dreams into real dreams, at least for a moment, is amazing. Turning back, the guy began to worry because nowhere did he see the second mentor. As with his hands, his attention was attracted by something else, and he decided to take a closer look at the silhouette. In the distance, there was something like a cutie, but she looked a little different, and it was interesting. A young man without unnecessary thoughts called out the girl to get to know her and find out about this area. Turning, it was possible to see Miyu, not in the habitual image for her, but as if a child. The handsome man had not yet managed to consider everything and understand, and the delivery asked if she had seen the master. As soon as the guys began to approach each other, thousands of thoughts penetrated the student's head. He looked closely and reassured himself that this was just an illusion, and a stranger is part of the illusion. But the only thing he did not understand was why the mentor created this girl with pink hair. Suddenly, someone's voice called out the guy and put his hand on his shoulder, from which he even flinched a little. Having cut off, he was scared, because it was impossible to assume that you could meet in the invented world. Taking a closer look, he was able to recognize his second mentor and breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he met her. The hero decided to ask where she was all this time and why he opened his eyes and was alone. Milash, in turn, wanted to ask if he felt how to apply illusions in life. After such a question, the handsome thought, because he did not understand why she deliberately changed the subject of the conversation. The goddess said that she was not included in that illusion, but this is not important, because now their consciousness is connected, and this is enough for training. In response, the young man thought and said that he felt all the changes that happened to him. Hearing this, the beauty was delighted, and coming closer, said that now she would teach him to calm his mind. To do this, you need to close your eyes and feel a stream of spiritual energy in order to delve into the best as possible. Shachu did everything that the girl told him. and tried to enter into consciousness in order to feel all the subtleties of this skill. All this time, the mentor put her hands for a more clear effect. But sometimes it was even tickling. The beauty shared that when you realize that I came under the illusion or absorbed in it, you need to remember today's sensations. Having finished the lesson, the young man left the building and was already ready to go about his business. Inside the room, the girl sat at the table and was very tired after such tense lessons. Left alone with herself, she was able to exhale because all these trials were quite difficult. The only thing she could experience then was what he saw during the illusion of what he should not. In his room, Zhe trained using magic, which could raise all the items easily. The young man was completely concentrated on the absorption of energy and the development of his techniques and strength. The hero began to recall the whole incident for today and think about what bothered him. The object fell right in front of him, because of which he had to open his eyes and carefully examine him. Going out of the bed, the guy pondered that if there were such teaching methods at the school, he would have had to imitate between Tsinghua and Lanxian. Having exhaled, he said loudly to himself that now his brain absorbed his brain and remained only to train his hands. Gathering his thoughts, he encouraged himself with words and left his room to continue to study. Suddenly, his consciousness came that he seemed to miss something, and now it did not give him rest. Even if he starts training now, then he will only be left for half a month. And if Kindis begins to pack, there will be even less time. The young man was strange that 4 mentors should understand everything, but they still brought him to train in the Zan space. The only assumption was that there was a favorable aura for improvement. But then it would have long been a tourist mark. Suddenly, from where the older sister came from, and all this time watched the student's thoughts, she sincerely did not want to respond to him, but was forced to click so that he finally noticed her presence. Turning, the guy was delighted and greeted her, and decided to ask how the third mentor was doing. The beauty said that the girl is resting in East Tanga and will later be able to visit her again. The student was amazed that today his masters taught him the basics, but even for this almost gone all day, he said that a little more than a month and a half remained before the internal test, and even the genius during this time not to achieve progress. Suddenly, the goddess took out an unknown jar, with the help of magic began to scroll it in front of the student. The beauty understood everything that time was expired, and therefore she specially returned to convey something to him. Suili is an artifact of the divine rank. When activated, it creates a space where time flows 5,000 times slower than outside. Raising this in the air in front of him, the young man decided to ask if it is something like a time converter. The Empress, in turn, only watched and was silent. She wanted the guy himself to reach the logical end. The only thing the student did not understand was how he could control this beautiful subject at his low level. The master explained that he differs from other artifacts and even Sia Chi can use it for his own purposes. Hearing this, a handsome man thanked her sincerely for such a gift and promised that he would definitely take first place in the test. After such words, the girl became interested in why he was so sure. Did he really find the secret of victory? The young man decided to answer with a line from the song, namely by the fact that the heart beats, love like a flame. It was embarrassed enough, and as soon as he understood this, he said that he simply wanted to defuse the situation. The older sister simply cold-blooded watched the young man and did not utter a word. Constantly seconds, she silently turned around or finally added that in 2 days she would return and check his progress. In parting, the hero wished his first mentor a happy journey and scrolled the artifact in his hand. Suddenly, a flame that took the master sounded right in front of him, and she went about her business. After the conversation, the guy realized that past hints about atomic bombs and acute Sichuan food, this is just a coincidence. Looking at the new item, Jie was glad, because with this artifact 1 hour is 5,000 hours, and this is very cool. Without unnecessary thought, the handsome man decided to immediately apply it and tried to activate it. 2 days later, something unknown happened in the real world, namely a big explosion that interested many. The handsome man was able to master many techniques because thousands of hours passed in his space. The young man was very pleased with himself. His body became more courageous, and the stubble was even visible on his young face. The system reported that 27 years and 3 days passed in the space of Surei, which is equal to 2 days in reality. Thanks to the spiritual space and the yin-yang body, he was able to reach the 7th stage of the sphere of the separation of the soul. The hero remembered that the first mentor said that he would return in 2 days, and it was time to go out. Suddenly, the series fell silent awkwardly, and it was not clear her such behavior, and the suspicions were also not the best. The system was clearly interference and said that, although in reality only 2 days passed, for them it was 27 years. The handsome man still did not understand why she behaves like that, because he himself knew it very well. And everything is fine. The hero explained that 27 years, this is a significant part of life for an ordinary person. But for those who devoted themselves to cultivation, these are only moments. Shi Chai calls this immersion in the process of finding immortality, and this does not scare him at all, but only motivates. Unknown monsters observed everything that was happening, including immersion in the portal of the young man. The guys were glad that the guy had finally left, because if he had stayed a little more, their appearance simply died out. The portal appeared right in the main building, where 3 mentors were already waiting for him and were eagerly wanted to see. As soon as the young man crossed the threshold, the elder sister greeted him with the return. The hero was really glad to see the goddesses because there was never such a great separation between them. Malashka said that the student had changed a lot because only 2 days passed for them, and this is very unusual. Suddenly, the 4th sister began to walk around him, and it was strange. I suppose that she suspected something wrong. The beauty shared that he had already managed to reach the sphere of the separation of the soul, and this is simply incredible. Ordinary students need at least 40 to 50 years, and he managed to do it so quickly that she explained the story with the heavenly staircase and headlight. Miwi became interested in that world the guy ate, what he dressed, and where he lived all this time. The hero said that there was no one in space except him, so there were no problems with clothes either. He improvised a lot to get his food, because he was enough for one demonic beast for 10 days. He also felt guilty of eating them, but they accelerated the improvement, which helped a lot. Suddenly, magic appeared around the young man, and clothes were literally teleporting his body. All this happened behind the older sister, since she believed that walking in rags was simply unacceptable. She also said that since he reached the separation of the soul, then it would be easier for him. And tomorrow, when the 3rd mentor will return, they will discuss further training. Hearing this, Yanyo noted that it was bad, and began to think about how to properly present her thought. The sisters did not understand what she was talking about now, and what happened literally in a moment. The beauty shared that her teleportation amulet had reacted, and I need to immediately check the Moguna. As soon as she told this news, she said goodbye to other mentors, because time was expired. She decided to take the young man by the jacket that he really did not expect, because she did not even have time to take his breath. Malashka decided to ask how the Empress refers to the fact that the student reached the separation of the soul in more than 20 years. The beauty only looked at her seriously, seeing that she really did not know what to say, since it was marvelous. In the estate, the blonde threatened the master, all the time asking where the student of the immortals is located. The man said that even if he did not say, he would kill him anyway, and offered to pay 10 times more than the customer. Kindis shared that not everything in this world is measured by money, and he is deliberately determined to kill him. Suddenly, the attention was attracted by something else that made him switch and even forget about his plan at the time. A huge explosion scattered everyone around and very shocked. As before that, the situation was quite calm. Looking in the distance, you could notice 2 silhouettes, a guy and a girl who looked straight. Upon learning of these guys, the blonde said that everything is simple, and he would not succeed, and he needs to do something. Xiaoqi and Yanyu looked very spectacular. Their bodies covered the flame, and crazy energy intertwined between them. Approaching closer, they were surprised when they saw the lying master and could only assume that he was already dead. Suddenly, the young man remembered that this was a carcass, the goal of protecting the system assignment. After 27 years, he almost forgot about him. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes and began to scold the guys for being late, adding that they were terribly annoying him. The young man did not endure such disrespect and kicked him with his foot in parallel that he would follow the words. Turning to the master, he also told that she would not be worried, because he did not finish him, but only scared him a little. The handsome came closer to the guys, greeted them, especially the immortal goddess. Kindis also asked where the last guy, suggesting that because of his weakness they took another henchman. These words were very pleasant for the student, and he asked if he would not recognize him after a couple of separation. The blonde was even a little surprised, as less than a week passed, and his opponent became so strong. Having looked closely, he found out that the physique became stronger, and the chest muscles were also impressively pumped up. Suddenly, the master said that if he had immediately cut off this fat man, then they would not have to leave. The handsome man still did not understand why these guys continue to protect him, even though the immortal also hates him. Yanyu quickly refuted what was said and explained that she simply fulfills her assigned task. The hero, looking around, did not understand where the Xiaolinden is and decided to find out from the enemy. The blonde, without any doubt, stated that he did not know who we were talking about, and he could not even assume at all. The student did not understand why he was opening his connection with her, but he was not particularly interested. But he continued that they were taking the Momo. After such words, the enemy said that everyone knows that 4 immortal Tsanin, merciful rulers, and he asks to leave the road for the last time. The beauty got angry and said that if the words do not work, then they will fight, and she would take it on herself. Candace laughed and said that the immortal Yan Yu is not even sincere, and it looks ridiculous. The hero obediently began to follow the orders of his master to take the man as far as possible so as not to injure him. Everything around was burning and sparkled with fire, and somewhere in the middle of everything lay the body of the fat man to whom the student fled. Suddenly, from where not to get, the young lady appeared and said the name of the young man, which is why he froze in place. The beauty said that she would have a little bit, and she would have received what she wanted, and asked to let them go. Shiochi said that they always say riddles, and he does not understand what they need from a man, suggesting that the organs. The girl tried to explain that for them this is something important, and he could never understand this. The system also did not lag behind, and all the time notified that the gun MO was seriously wounded, and without urgent treatment the task would be failed. Having straightened his sword, the handsome said that he wanted to tell the truth. He knocked it out with his strength. Having looked with red and evil eyes at the lady, he loudly stated that he wanted to fight in order to achieve justice. This did not surprise the beauty at all. She only added that she knew that he had become stronger, but was still uneven. The girl understood that there was a good person, and she did not want to harm him. But he himself insists on this. The hero did not even blink an eye, but only stated that they were both in the sphere of the soul department, and she could not restrain himself. This statement was in truth surprised because literally 2 days ago it was only at the level of the sea of energy. The lady could only assume that all this time he hid power in order to find out information from her. The beauty decided on the duel and began to attack, realizing that the same level does not mean victory. The young man was also sure of his winnings and, without unnecessary thought, began to beat off the blows. The situation was tense, and the girl decided to use secret technique when the sky and water merge into a single one. Around her body began, and indeed, different drops of water to appear, and her eyes closed, as if she had plunged into a trance. Incomprehensible cards, illusions, or even holograms circled around, creating even more tension. The young lady flew up with her energy up and was preparing to attack to deal with the young man. The blonde all this time only stood silently, watched what was happening, and he was really surprised by the picture. After what she saw, the master shouted that he was doing the wrong thing, because she trained a lot and should carefully think through everything. In his thoughts, Handsome tried to find peace and concentrate on the fact that this is just an illusion. The hero recalled the lessons of his mentor and tried to completely feel the same energy as then. His thoughts were concentrated on remembering what the goddess taught him and find the real Xiao Linden. The enemy's clones were incredibly a lot, but it was no longer an illusion, but something real. The young lady began to worry a bit when she realized that her tricks and techniques were gradually revealed. Suddenly, she noticed that the enemy suddenly disappeared somewhere, and she was without a concept where he could disappear. For 27 years, a handsome man has mastered many new abilities and tried to use everything for victory. With a loud cry and help of magic, he landed on the ground, starting his attack against enemies. He also knew that one should not always understand the principle of battle, but you can just beat until it works. After a few seconds, he still managed to surround the real girl, and she fell into a trap. Looking at her with a harsh look, he stated that now the advantage was behind him. After these words, the beauty turned slightly and was just in a misunderstanding how he managed to crank up. Having straightened the weapon, the young man swung and tried to concentrate on the blow and his skills to apply them. This is the technique of the sword that 4 mentors taught him, and you need to be very careful when using it. The young lady also did not stand just like that. She tried with all her might, applying her strength and energy. Suddenly, the young man managed to knock the blade out of her hands, after which she fell to the ground. This blow was enough, and after it the beauty received quite a lot of painful injuries. The blonde understood that he suddenly found himself in a disadvantage and would have to beat the weakest place. Shiichi came closer to the opponent and decided to ask how now her new skills were now. Suddenly, the master shouted loudly that now Candace's turn to start the battle, but only with her. Suddenly, something unexpected happened, namely the fact that the enemy dodged the blow that saved him. The beauty did not understand why he was doing this, because of him, she almost did not tear her lower back. The handsome came closer to the lady and asked her to do as he said, because they still have a small chance. Yan Yu said that she was very unlikely to cope with them thanks to her diligent training, although he was even like a moon before her. After these words, the blonde laughed and grabbed his head, because he did not understand how to react to this statement. Suddenly, he raised his eyes that glowed red and stated that he did not understand the situation at all. The student was really shocked after what was said. He looked inquiringly at the enemy and tried to find the answer. The handsome man shared that they just needed to hit the weakest place, which they, in principle, planned to do. Zhao Lindo decided to use the illusory technique when the sky and water merge into a single one. Everything around began to be filled with blue energy and blue sparks, which was incredibly fascinating. Shichi did not understand why the girl used the same technique again, but this did not frighten him. The opponent was in the air, as if afloat. Her magic surrounded her body, and the blade in her hands was incredibly sharp. Having gathered in the meaning, she turned to her Mr. Kendis, reporting that she was ready. The student was shocked, because he did not know what winds could lead to, did not see anything like it. The blonde, raising his weapons, shouted something loudly about the roar of the dragon, and the blue dragon really appeared. Even the master was surprised from what she saw, and she could only assume that this was the girl's military equipment. Yan Yu began to understand that the young man was in danger, and clicked him to be more careful. Again, many holograms and illusions began to spin around him, forcing to cloud at once. In order to somehow try to save the situation, the mentor directed the fiery dome of 9 heavens. The duel was intense enough. The master tried to save her student with all her might, or she watched whether she managed to do it. Having looked better and radiating incredibly purple energy, she began to even worry a little. Suddenly, these guys grabbed in a duel, and there was a bewitching sight to look at how 2 powerful forces fight. Kendis turned to the immortal Yan Yu, reporting that he was her opponent and does not recommend being distracted. The guys hung in the air opposite each other, striking and applying their best abilities. The lady did not understand. Did he really feel sorry for his life? Because he uses the power of his source and burns Danton and the Sea of Qi. But even using such skills and technology, she perfectly understood that he would never win her. The beauty was very serious. Without unnecessary thought, she began to attack. With the help of her fiery sword, in which great power and potential were stored, the girl struck. Suddenly, the enemy turned to a mentor by name, trying to call her either, or to distract a little. He loudly stated that she was able to deceive this fool and Xiao Linden, and hid her heavy wounds. The blonde was sure that she could not conduct it, because her level was no longer a transformation of the spirit, and this is her weakness. After these words, the girl really froze in place. She did not expect someone to know about it. It was already too wrong to retreat late, so she only said that this information would not help him. Kendis said that he does not care for a long time. He will live or not, but he will definitely take the life of the gun MO. The beauty even lost a little balance from a powerful attack, but did not show and gathered her thoughts. The goddess was already ready to attack, but suddenly something interested her, something else, and was a little confused. This time, the enemy had already prepared, and he acted according to his plan to win. Fortunately, not everything went out as he wanted smoothly, so he also managed to get injuries. The young lady was a master of ownership of the sword. She easily applied her skills in the battle. Suddenly, the blonde shouted loudly, turning to Xiao Linden. What to start right now? Suddenly, a hologram appeared right over the young man on which the girl was depicted. It was even more unexpected that the young lady was able to get out of her and literally join the battle. The beauty seemed to sacrifice herself for her mentor, but this was part of their thoughtful plan. Yan Yu said that he sets up someone else's body under blow and considers it very mean as a man. The guys knew how to strike and coped well, because everyone hoped for their own victory. The blonde asked for forgiveness from the immortal, because without the intention to kill her, he simply could not win. Suddenly, it seemed to be trapped on the lady, and trying to somehow close her weapons, she only listened to the fact that the life of the Morales would belong to the young man. Such a statement was quite unexpected, and the girl with a questioning look turned on her enemy. In front of her, she was able to see as many as 2 blondes who rushed at her at great speed. These guys literally pierced the collarbone of the goddess with their weapons, who pierced her body through. Yan Yu screamed in pain, because earlier it was not possible to allow someone to hurt her. At that very moment, the girl began to be covered with blue crystals and froze in place from hopelessness. Looking at this, the blonde said that he realized that inside it was the power of the Ice Soul. And now it is not surprising that its level fell so. The student who saw the message from the system was simply furious, because he did not understand what was happening and how it was possible. The young man began to recall the words of the older sister, who gave her an object and ordered it to use it only if the situation gets out of control. Shika realized that he could not afford to harm the girl and simply must protect her from a bad end. Without unnecessary thoughts, he squeezed an object in his hand, waiting for such either changes or actions from him. At that very moment, everything around began to burn with a blue flame, and magic flew in the air and added strength. The young lady was in shock when she saw that the guy had changed, and now she was not at all like the same, as if another person. After a few seconds, one could notice that the water curtain is gradually destroyed. Suddenly, from where not to get, the ice silhouette of the older sister appeared in the air, as if it was standing in front of all of them. The guys did not understand who it was, because the power was monstrous, and it seemed to be able to destroy the whole world. The beauty silently continued to radiate energy and damage her opponents in this situation. The girl looked simply amazing. Everyone could envy her style, and the skills were at the highest level. Candice was very scared when he saw her, because this meant only one thing that would soon be his failure. The lady tried to somehow protect her mentor, trying to warn him of danger. The hologram, which was created with the help of magic, caused confidence a little, but still it was too weak. At that very moment, the goddess began to start the attack and strike to his opponents in order to deal with them. The blonde understood that only from her only one gaze he was literally shaking with fear, and this destroyed all hopes. Then suddenly, a very nickname appeared, who loudly stated that he would never allow them to harm his mentor. The beauty raised her hand up to apply her magic and collect all her strength and energy together. The lady began to understand that the aura is too frightening, and they most likely could not win because they have no chance of this. The older sister continued to remain calm or showing her enemies with her own appearance, which they should not be expected. The handsome man said loudly that he who wounds his mentor will die immediately, and therefore he does not recommend resisting. The young man without unnecessary thought took his sword in his hands and hit them right on the ground, from which an incredible flame appeared. The goddess also did not lag behind and already began to use force so that the enemies did not have a single chance of victory. The blonde tried to somehow fight off all these strokes using his sword, but he did not succeed at all. He alone against such a huge power looked even funny, because he never reached such a level. After a huge explosion, it all ended. Opening her eyes, the young lady saw only a destroyed city. Tears began to drain through her eyes, because the realization that they had lost in mind began to occur. The beauty did not understand how it was possible, because to overcome such power, they really did not have a single chance. A student became right in front of her, directed his sword directly to his neck and said loudly that it was already over. The blonde sat on the ground, trying to somehow gather his thoughts and overcome all this pain from blows in his body. The face of the eldest sister was still calm and serious, but the enemy was literally exhausted. The young man could not overcome the terrible pain and fell out of lifelessly to the ground, thereby inflicting even more injuries to himself. The student still stood with a sword burning in his hands, threatening the lady and waiting for at least some reaction from her. The girl said that she completely lost, and in the end she could not do anything for him. Her body fell silently to the ground, from which dust rose around and hope for life disappeared completely. Hearing some incomprehensible, the young man was able to assume what the name of the person she defended is actually. Raising her by the sleeve of the dress, he shouted and asked to give an answer to the question about their goal and whether she was worth such huge casualties. With her eyes closed, the young lady shared that it was a dream of returning home and it was the only way out. Looking sharply at the young man, she still repeated the same proposal that they dreamed of getting home. Candice was declared a traitor. The imperial court announced a hunt for him, and he was supposed to become the hero of the sacred capital and was one step from its liberation. The people no longer withstand the Empress's tyrannical rule. When they practically achieved success, Gunmo betrayed the people. After that, the sacred capital closed all teleportation arrays, cutting off the connection with the outside world. And he is one of many who remained an amulet, allowing to move freely between the worlds. She also said that there was very little and another false salvation left. And he would have believed, and she would have found a hidden amulet. Hearing this, the student was shocked and called them idiots, considering this the worst plan that could only be invented. The gentleman at one time was still lying on the ground, only tried to move his fingers because it was all that he could do. The young man noticed that it was a fat man, to whom they once trusted, betrayed them for the sake of wealth and glory because he has a vile nature. Then he shared that even if he had trusted her, he would never have revealed the whereabouts of such an important thing. The lady only sat silently and listened to all the bickering and instructions in her direction. But she was very broken inside. The handsome decided to ask Sira what kind of period of protection of the master, because he could die from old age. The system refuted the words that a young man could only finish him off after the end of the term, because he should not have been killed by his hands. Xiaoqi suggested that after this whole story he knows where the omelet was located, but suddenly he was killed. The master went to Candace and shouted that he always carries poison with him, and such scratches were for him for nothing, because with his money and ties he can buy any magical potions. Getting one of his shirt pockets, he said that he now realized why the blonde showed his acquaintances. The guys turned and saw all this was happening, and literally froze in place, trying to understand what was happening. The man continued to say that the guy was very impoverished, that he did not recognize his greatness, and a little blamed for you for not recognizing him before. Suddenly, the student said loudly that he would let him go, and literally fury with every second. The master said that he knows that he could not harm him, but on the contrary he must defend, but does not know why. He also said that their uprising was simply a delirium of a pile of losers, and he was not going to participate in this riot, but was able to get a reward from the Empress. The young man was just beside himself, he repeated again, but for the last time he would let him go. Gunmo shared that Candace's head is worth a fortune, and he was soon returning to the sacred capital. Suddenly, a handsome man decided to ask Siri to tell him the level of health of the fat man. Seeing that the student was getting closer to him, he even began to worry a little and asked not to do this. The guy really looked frightening. He was completely confident in himself and gained speed with every second. Such impudence and rudeness were simply unacceptable towards the young man. He swung his hand right above the head of the master. He had already tried to somehow close and preserve his face and health, because the blow would definitely be very strong. Suddenly, Malashka's voice was heard, who asked to wait a bit and appeared literally behind her. The young lady came closer and gave a sloban to the man, from which everyone was surprised and did not understand what was happening. At that very moment, he flew into a cliff, which was filled with pink magic, with great speed and strength. Xiaoqi decided to ask what the second mentor is doing here and why she decided to join them. Malashka shared that there is no need to be so confident that they only received this task. Miyu went with a bound man and a student into the courtyard of the palace and told her elder sister that they had returned. The gentleman was in truth very strangely connected, which was even a little scared by the young man, but he tried not to show the mind. The Empress came closer and said that they would do the old way, and you need to get all the information for this. Milash, hearing this, was even delighted, because she could not remember who was not lucky for the last time. Xiaoqi only silently watched and pondered that all this sounds somehow worse than even death, but did not intervene. The older sister said that those two are already placed by the second mentor, and the guy must later go to the Eastern Court to talk. The girl also shared that Yan Yue had fiery nature, and the third goddess often punished her with freezing earlier, so everything is fine. Half an hour later, a handsome man, as promised, went to the Eastern Court to meet his mentors. A lady was sitting inside, who leaned on a wooden fence and closed her eyes for complete peace. As soon as the young man began to come closer, she was able to recognize him, and was a little even happy that he had come. After an apology for the anxiety, she said that she was just a little tired. Because of this, she did not doze off while she was waiting. The girl asked to come closer to her so that they could talk normally in a pleasant environment. She also went to say that the older sister is now meditating inside, and a little more time was needed for this. To wait for her, you could sit together on a bench, to which the student kindly agreed. The lady shared that she heard how he reached the sphere of the Department of the Soul, and so changed in just a few days, and she had not even taught him anything. The hero suggested that she did not need to worry about it, because she is now not in the best condition, especially since restoration is no longer possible. It was sad to hear this, and he promised that he would try to help her, although he did not know what happened to her. After these words, the beauty kissed him on the cheek, from which his heart began to fight even faster. Qin Han was a little even embarrassed after this action, but even more embarrassed the guy at that moment. The handsome began to think about that for a moment. It seemed to him that the third mentor was teasing him all the time. But at the same moment, he threw all these thoughts from his head and tried to concentrate on another. The beauty said that, in fact, the older sister has already drawn up a plan for his training, and she would be instructed. Rising from the bench, the girl asked him to follow her in the room so that she could show something. Entering inside, there were steam everywhere, which was very hot, and it was quite uncomfortable. The goddess said that recently the body is cold like ice, and you need to be in the sun or in warm places. and this room is specifically for it. She also shared that if he was too hot, then he can take off his outer clothing, because they are a teacher, a student, and should not be shy. After the words that difficult conditions will only help training, the beauty showed where to go further. The guys sat close opposite each other, looking directly into the eyes and concentrated on the atmosphere. Suddenly, the lady extended her hand to the young man with complete indifference in her eyes, as if this happens every day. The handsome man even began to panic because he did not understand that the third mentor was going to do. Applying a hand to the torso, she noticed that his heart beats too quickly, and this interferes with practice. She also added that after this action, it clogged even faster, and in battle it would only harm, and felt that the Kilodoni was pleasing warmly. Looking at her hand, she could only mentally assume that this is all because of the contact of chi. The young man still did not understand what was happening, and decided to ask the goddess. The girl leaned toward him even closer and asked if there is something else with him, which should not be. She shared that when it concerns his torso, the cold is retreating inside her, and perhaps he holds some kind of artifact. After the refusals heard and without unnecessary thoughts, the beauty put her head to him on the collarbone to feel. Now she began to understand that heat comes definitely from him, and in his chest seemed to be restless fire. The student was completely dumbfounded. He still could not understand what was happening to him, and what kind of feeling was caused. All these actions were shocked by the fact that everything happened too suddenly, and he simply did not expect it. The voice of the third mentor sounded somehow strange, and he considered it very bad, even too much. The young man shared that the last 2 days he simply studied the technique of the fourth and second mentor, and then the first gave an artifact of time. The beauty said that before she did not notice anything special in him, but now after several days of separation it becomes easier nearby. The young man did not even know what to answer. He was only silent, watching everything that was happening. Having gathered thoughts, he said that she had previously said that her body was cold like ice and needed warmth. The only assumption was that this was somehow connected with the technique of the 9-line blade that was taught, because this applies to the fiery elements. Having moved, the beauty shook her head negatively. Apparently, she really did not know. But she noticed that she was comfortable with him. She also said that there is one thing that she should not tell the young man according to the rules. Hearing this, the guy said that if it was really some kind of secret, he would not ask. Feeling the mentor's hand on his head, he again thought that she was treating him like a pet. Having gathered thoughts, she stated that it would remain a mystery for a while, because when her life energy is not there, and the whole world knows about it, Chi is now their only student, and in the future he will have to protect the temple, and he must know about everything because she did not stay long. After these words, the handsome was simply shocked, because he did not expect to hear such sad news. All this time, the sisters were looking for a way to cure the girl. It was because of her that the 4 of them decided to take the student. After all, if one day she cannot restrain the cold inside herself, and this will lead to a disaster, and not 3 to sacrifice herself to protect the Temple of Mind's Minds, and then it is their student who will become the new guardian of the temple, and therefore today, she must engage in his training. Suddenly, the beauty again laid her hand on the young man's torso, which again became very unexpected for him. He did not understand what was happening, and turning to her, he heard silence back. With the help of magic, the girl called on a blue spiritual sword weapon Kan Jinhan, after which he appeared. Everything around began to fill in the crazy energy of blue, and literally sparkle in the air. The lady tried to concentrate on her feelings and carefully think over everything to work out. Raising 2 fingers up, she spoke something about the ice sky, and her eyes at the same second became sky blue. The room was literally charged with fragments or even sparks of magic. All this looked just bewitching. The mentor began to approach even closer to her student that he, in turn, was very scared. In the eyes of the beauty there was not the slightest doubt and some kind of awkwardness. She did everything as it should. The hero was worried due to the fact that all this was completely unknown to him and was alarming every extra movement. The girl looked intently into his eyes, as if she tried to calculate some truth. But all this was not done for that. With 2 fingers, she easily grabbed an ice fragment and brought directly to the young man's face. From this moment, if his thoughts are restless, the blue spiritual sword will feel his energy, attacks him, and he is never mistaken. The mentor continued to say that she took this blow instead of him, so that he just looked at how it works. The handsome simply did not believe his eyes. All this was incredibly surprised and was simply amazing. Then the lady asked her to put her head on her knees so that he could feel even more techniques. Having made this action, The young man noticed in his head that the hands of the beauty were very cold. The girl began to drive with her own hands on the head. But all this was as if a mockery or torture for a guy. The guys continued to lie in complete silence and feel all the energy and magic which owned the goddess. Now the young man realized why Yan Yue said to stay away from the third sister, because life has now lost its meaning. The young man realized that when a woman puts your head on her knees and at the same time requires complete peace of mind, this is the longest expectation. The girl continued to lie, leaning on her student, as this was the only thing that warmed her. Opening her eyes, she was able to understand that she had already passed the whole night, and it was time to finish with these experiments. Turning to Xia Qi, she noticed that he could survive and he was a real well done that he decided on such. At this moment, the guy's body sparkled with yellow light. He literally illuminated and looked irresistible. The light was so bright that it was impossible to look without squinting his eyes at him. The hero was completely calm. He meditated, studied rainbow energy, which was fascinating. Opening his eyes, he stated that he was able to achieve enlightenment. His gaze was quite serious and confident. The mentor was very pleased and flattered that he was able to learn everything so quickly and now knows new techniques. She also said that when he completely masters the flame of 9 heavens, she will teach him the art of a frost sword. Otherwise, at the same time, the development of ice and fiery techniques with a lack of qi can lead to obsession with demons. In battle, the main thing is not to be nervous. The more dangerous the enemy, the more calm the warrior should remain to win. From yesterday evening to this day, he had to understand how to control his emotions. Raising his eyes, the young man said loudly that he understood everything and was able to feel every energy. Approaching closer, the lady said that she felt his warmth at night. She was able to restore qi and asked to come to her more often. The guys smiled and discussed that in this case, the mentor would no longer direct the blue spiritual sword to him. And that was true. Lastly, the beauty again stroked his head, which very much surprised and even embarrassed the young man. Looking in the distance, she did the same, but only with a white, soft, fluffy dog. Seeing this, the handsome man was even angry a little, because she did the same with him as a pet. Approaching closer, the older sister turned to Qin Han, reporting that today she looks much better. Looking directly into the eyes of the Empress, one could notice that for some reason it was she who today seems very tired. The girl denied these doubts that yesterday she had a lot of things to do and did not have time to properly relax after that. The handsome decided to tell that the third mentor taught him to control emotions. And after a night of training, he, it seems, still could understand everything, although he was even a little embarrassed after he answered. Qin Han is the goddess of the frosty sword. Her blows are invisible and fatal if he can master her art. It will be very useful in battles. Suddenly, the older mentor became very bad. She grabbed her head and began to lose balance. They picked up the girl and asked if everything was in order, as she was very pale and looked bad. The beauty said that the test of the inner sect is close and the guy needs to return to training. There are still something to do. The mentor refused to help all the proposals for help from Xi because he will not be able to help her with current forces. Qin Han added that since the older sister said so, he could calmly return and prepare for the test. The hero understood that he was still far from their level. But even if the first sister could hardly cope, then he definitely could not do it. He recalled her words that he needed to become stronger even of the Empress, and only then he would be able to help her all. On the day of the test, the guys gathered in the yard, and Malashka noted that the guy's costume sits perfectly and emphasizes him to become. Malashka began to whisper in his ear that she was not sewing his suit, despite the fact that it was better in needlework. The beauty shared that she was busy with the business of the Mo gun and would not have time to do it at all. Having thought a little, the sister pointed to Yan Yue, thereby making it clear that she sewed him. Hearing this, the girl asked why he was screaming, because the tests of the inner sect were about to begin. Miyu shared that the younger sister did not sleep for several nights and sewed this outfit for him. And if he fails the test, she would be very upset. The handsome did not understand why this happened, because she always did not like him. But the cutie checked his words. Dialing his hands, he began to explain that he had previously concluded a bet with her, that if a test in the inner sect passed, he would marry. But not having time to say this, the goddess closed her sister's mouth with her hands and began to ask something about the master. Taking her to the side, she said something about their urgent affairs and tried to take her away as soon as possible. As soon as the girls moved away, the young man began to realize that all this is happening because of a bet that was not concluded earlier. Suddenly, someone called to the guy. Turning around, one could see Zhao Linden, which was quite unexpected. The beauty extended her hands forward and stated that Candace asked to convey it because it might come in handy. Shachi smiled and did not refuse a gift, but decided to ask how the blonde felt. The young lady said that he could already get out of bed, but did not give Rest the idea that students were really going to go to the sacred capital with them. After such a question, the handsome said that he hates the traitors and as soon as he got the pass, he will personally accompany them back home. The situation was awkward, and the girl shared that it was not necessary for him to intercede for them, because he is not very immortal to the four immortal, and they already provide the Sanmin temple. In addition, if he does something rash, this can affect the relationship between the temple and the sacred capital. The hero said that he should not worry about it, and it is better to just wait for his return from the test of the inner sect. Young people stood at the entrance and discussed what was happening because they were interested in whether they would be able to once participate in this. One of them stated that there were only 2 ways to go from external students to the internal. The first is to become one of the 3 best on the annual test of external students, and the second to register for internal tests and score passing points. Some say that the latter in the examination of the exam will be expelled from the students, but over all these years, none of the internal has occupied the last place. He shared that today Xiaoqi will also participate, and if he is the last, then 4 immortals will not be able to survive this shame. Suddenly, someone pushed the young man who spread these gossip, from which he lost his balance. A guy with a girl who looked quite confident and menacingly appeared right in front of him. These guys were from Earthen Enemies. They are students put forward by the foreman of Pooh to participate in internal trials. The handsome man raised the loser by the jacket, at the same time apologizing for being inattentive and knocked him down. Looking directly into his eyes, he also asked if he wanted that compensation for the treatment that he refused. The beauty, who was standing behind, asked Chin to let him go. Now is definitely not the time for a showdown. Having hung up with his hand and thereby leaning the young man, he agreed, so to speak, to her request. The student landed on the ground quite traumatic, but it was amazing that he fell right with something. Having looked closely, the guys were able to find out Shachi, who was standing and all this time watched what was happening. He did not say a word, but simply turned around and began to leave, from which everyone found in place. The young man did not understand that he was a student of 4 immortals, because he considered him the same garbage from the outer sect. The handsome caught up with the brunette and asked if he was the same student of 4 sisters. He also said that he heard how he was preparing. He had only the first stage of elevation of blood, and it was interesting how the check passed. Shachi turned and calmly said that he had entered the steps and destroyed the formation with his own hands. The guys began to discuss each other violently. With every word, the tension grew between them, and the jokes were more and more acute. Suddenly, the young man realized that the girl who was with him took the side of the enemy, that he did not like. The young man no longer wanted to continue this meaningless conversation and turned around. He said that he was leaving. Handsome. All these words were incredibly angry. He literally began to use his magic to take revenge. His power was incredible, and the techniques were perfectly honed, which is why the stones rose up from only one wave with his hand. Having jumped over the student, he asked if he allowed him to leave, and applied his abilities. After the words he heard and different explosions behind him, he was not at all surprised and not even scared. He turned around calmly and, raising his hand, easily scattered all the blows that were inflicted in his direction. The young man said that if he wants to measure his strength, then you need to wait for the exam and not rush. The guy does not receive anything from external students already, but he was wondering how this quick-tempered inner student would behave. He also said that he was still playing in the sandbox, assuming that in Earthen Gates they teach only to plastering and sculpt on pots. These words were even more angry with the guy. He did not understand what he had in mind, and looked anger directly into his eyes. Shachi said that, apparently with his own development, not everything is in order, because only a person with an unclean head would ask for such a thing. For these words, it was possible to angry only 500 points, and it was interesting what the level of perfection is kin in. The handsome man laughed and said that his victory shines only in a dream, because the 5th stage of the thickening of the original key against his 3rd stage of the separation of the soul is nothing. The young man experienced even more anger, from which 3,000 points were received, and believed that it was impossible to achieve this level. Seeing this, the hero realized that his colleague is of those who are angry when he loses in skill. In the end, the young man noticed that in the Temple of Sanmin, fights between students were clearly forbidden, and as a law-abiding student, out of respect for his comrades, he would not complain to the elders. Anger began to penetrate the guy's body because he believed that some external student had no right to talk like that. The beauty, as soon as she saw that her friend was furious, said that he crosses the border and should immediately stop. Suddenly, behind a voice was heard behind, who was interested in Chin-in, whether he was not yet humiliated. Shachi did not fully understand who he was saying, and turning around he was a little surprised to see this person. The young lady was just excellent. She easily controlled magic and looked amazing. The young man was a little scared when he saw her, because he thought that she was already at the ceremony and could not find out about this incident. Approaching closer, the beauty noticed that because of such a trifle, he would lose his temper and he would not be able to pass an internal test. In his excuse, the guy said that Xiachi behaves arrogantly, and he just wanted to teach him how to teach him because he was just an external student. After these words, he also arrived at the beauty for a second, from which everyone froze in place. The girl said that external or internal, they are still a student of Zanmin, and this is unacceptable. A friend turned to Shen Bei, stating that Chin-in is always this and did not need to be angry, but she asked to apologize. The young man clearly did not like what he would have to do this in front of an external student. But it was necessary to follow the words. The beauty turned with evil, cold eyes, making it clear that he just needs to do this. The hero came closer to the brunette, and lowering his head, really apologized because he had no other way out. Jikai was worried that these guys were from the gate, but for some reason they are all afraid of Sheng Bei. But just power is not a reason to be so scared. The young lady also came up and asked for forgiveness, adding that her brother, a mentor by nature, hot-tempered, but in his soul he is a good person. She also decided to turn to her friend and asked him to be a little more polite with others, but to all these words, he replied that they were all students of Zanmin, and this was only a small misunderstanding. Studying and analyzing the situation, one could understand that these guys were no longer just fear. And you must definitely remember this girl. The beauty said that since the misunderstanding was allowed, it was time for them to go, and wished good luck. She also finally added that she is looking forward to their meeting in internal tests. Shachi, in turn, only nodded positively and promised that he would try to give up the full. One could hear how young people are talking, assuming that this test is not a massacre and not a competition for first place. As soon as the young man turned to them, the guys quickly translated the topic, pronouncing about the noisy wind and the blue sky. The handsome man tried to stop them, assuming that according to them they knew something approaching, but they began to deny. The student finally decided to suggest that the internal exam is something like a royal battle, and this surprised everyone. The hero shared that in recent years he was like a delicate worm in the library and did not follow external events at all, and without the idea of what would happen there, one of them decided to report that this is a royal battle, and who will last the longest. He will receive more points and an artifact of the holy rank. Xiacha knew all this very well but had to collect gossip, so he asked if anyone had the favorites this year. The young man shared that Shen Bei is one of them, because she should be followed, since she is strange, and listed a few more. The handsome handed out the drinks, stating that it was a hotel from his homeland, namely the water of a happy attack to quench their thirst. Turning to the system, the guy noticed that among the external students there was nothing to collect, and thought that it was better to turn enemies into friends. Having given his gifts to young people, he turned and said goodbye to the end, saying that all the news would tell him. The guys were indeed surprised and discussed among themselves that Xiachi became more pretty and had transformed inside. One of them looked at the hotel which he was handed over, but did not know how to drink it and why it says that it was an acute noodles. The hero knew that where there are people, there are not necessarily tracks and lakes, but there are always speculators who sell tickets. Hearing the price, one could understand that again stones for the entrance ticket are a robbery from scratch. The young lady peered at the young man when she suddenly heard her sister's voice, who was interested in, did she really stalk her? The girl was a little scared because she did not understand how she could be right behind her, but she continued to ask. Yan Yue shared that she was afraid that the student would get lost, and yet, if he misses the draw, she would automatically lose. Malashka noticed that the sister also had to be on the rostrum, and it seems that she completely forgot about it. Hearing this, the lady was a little angry, but the cutie asked her no longer stubborn, but simply to listen. Young people at the entrance traded for the price of the input ticket, and everyone wanted to get a discount or vice versa to earn. The blonde grabbed one of the sellers and loudly stated that he would take in 4, adding that the elders of 6 brotherhoods did not like speculators. Having examined the young man a bit, he remembered that he was a participant in the internal test and did not understand why he had tickets. The handsome man spread his hands and said that he wants to buy them specifically for his younger sisters, who were just behind. The hero needed 4 tickets because he planned to join them after the competition. Turning, the blonde turned to Vanner to take his sister to places, and he would be approaching them later. The young man also encouraged her so that she would not be worried, because her brother is the strongest, and he will definitely win. Suddenly, the guy ran to Jiaqi and began to ask if he was true, what he began to discourage. The lady behind them said that they have a drawing of a real student, and they can see so as not to confuse people. The handsome, as soon as he saw his distorted portrait, said that to see the similarity there clearly needed talent. Having looked a bit, the blonde nevertheless cried out that it was definitely him, but the artist clearly embellished, making him too beautiful. Without unnecessary thought, he also suggested that the young man fight without the use of spiritual power. The student was clearly surprised when he heard this, because he did not understand why he wanted to fight right now. In order to somehow settle the situation, he still repeated that he was not, but simply a passerby viewer. Suddenly, the sister rushed into his arms, saying that she would have recognized him, even if someone had turned to the ashes. Suddenly, the little girls began to attack him and stirred strictly so that he would fight with their older brother. Having reached out, the blonde said that after the start of the contest of a chance to fight him, he might not be, so he wants to measure his strength to him. Even the proposal for comradely sparing without excesses put a young man in a stupor a little, because the enemy was clearly not without problems with his head. The guys stood opposite each other, as if preparing for an attack, because they had no other way out and a calm outcome. Young people, as soon as they saw what was happening, began to come closer, because they were very interested. Handsome knew that Jing Tichich, like him, at the 3rd stage of the soul department, but clearly older, and therefore he had much more experience. From thoughts about who had any advantages and skills, pulled out the voice of the sister, who loudly stated that it was time to start. At that very moment, the guys ran opposite each other, prepared to apply each other and attack each other. The first blow from the student of the immortals was by, and the blonde easily was able to dodge him, after which he caused damage with the help of his leg, pushing the enemy, from which he began to lose his balance. Shachi did not understand why he would attack so vilely, so also very quickly, from which there is no time to react. The blonde, lowering his eyes a little and smiling softly, said that he allowed him to win, and was happy. In response, the young man said that a strong opponent inspires to become stronger, and now he remembered all movements and will be able to resist. Having joined his palm to his fist, the young man shouted that he wished another round of battle. In this battle, his movements were clumsy, without any order, and after such a blow, the enemy usually loses its will to battle. At first glance, he has no real fighting experience at all, but only rumors do not subside around, and no one understood which one. The blonde decided that now he would use his most powerful equipment against him, which no one has yet stood more than the round. The handsome man, in turn, recalled the lessons along with the mentor who taught him to calm down, restore his breath, and not give the enemy to lead. Having climbed into thoughts, the student of the immortals flew into the air to deliver the first blow to this round. The young man was not at all surprised. He shouted something about the blow in the flight and zhuang and raised his leg. As soon as a handsome man tried to intercept this attack, he saw a rushing fist right into his face. The hero was beside himself because he considered this one of the types of fraud, because this is a simple deception with the name of techniques. Suddenly, he realized that he had again been distracted from the battle and too much vulnerability. He would have to block in the forehead. Having tuned in, he was already ready to attack. But something stopped him, as if some invisible shield. All this was very strange. The only thing he could see was the enemy's hand right at his face. The young man gave him a click, after which he flew far and fell directly to the ground. The immortal goddess, who watched in the crowd, was very scared by her student and even cried out his name. As soon as she realized what she had done, she realized that the matter was bad, and she could not restrain herself and cried out, thereby revealing herself. Suddenly, a cutie appeared, who stated that the sister was again following Xia instead of important things. The enemy's combat intuition was simply excellent. He instantly changed the tactics, predicting the block, and this meant only that the appearance is deceiving. It was difficult for a handsome man to realize that he was still very weak, but this also motivated to train and study more. The sisters were not in his senses because they believed that he had disgraced them, since he had not yet changed the name of the tricks, and this should not be screamed at all. Suddenly, the young man came closer and called him to attract attention, and he turned around. As a friend, he saw that his brother Jing was talking to his sisters and stroking one on the head. just like his mentor. Turning around, the guy said that they would have to stop there because the girls are in a hurry to take places in the stands. Also, the older sister turned to the young man and, smiling softly, she was already ready to tell something. Closing her eyes, the beauty said that her brother, fanatic of martial arts, and asks that he would not hold evil on him. The young lady handed him a napkin so that he could wipe, and also noticed that she would cheer for him in the stands. The guys began to go inside the building and said goodbye along the way, wishing the victory to everyone and the further meeting on the battlefield. The hero pondered that Jin's hands were all in the corns, and he must have been training daily. And now it could be understood that his improvement is clearly not enough. Having clenched his fist, he realized that now he needed to fight with strong opponents, and he can no longer wait for it. While the handsome man passed by young people, they still discussed, and suddenly one of them was able to recognize him. Xiaoshai was very happy, believed, already anticipated that the competition of the inner sect would be very interesting for him. The guys who stood nearby pressed against each other, because they heard the laughter of the student of the immortal and counted him quite terrible. At the same second after the ominous performance, the guys smiled softly and, screaming the words of support, went forward. Walking along the streets, he heard someone calling him, and his voice looked like an older mentor who asked to find a place where there were no people. The young man did this, and at the same second was able to see the goddess, who stated that she was busy with some kind of business and still could not return. She also shared that she received reliable information that a spy had started among the participants in the internal test. His personality and intentions are unknown, but you need to be more careful, and if necessary, he can contact the Empress through the Songs of the Illusion. The beauty continued to say that she would expect good results from him in this test. And there was another nuance. If he fails, being a student of 4 immortals, he will die. After which the young man was even more scared. Having agreed, the lady nodded positively and said that she would return soon, after which she began to disappear gradually. As soon as she disappeared, the guy was finally able to exhale, because even her projections emit a frightening aura. The handsome man had already run to first to take his mentors about the spy, when he suddenly saw a lot of people. This year, the internal test is a record number of participants, and this was even a little scared. Suddenly, someone's hand touched the student's shoulder, and turning, he was able to see his third mentor. The lady said that there was still time at the ceremony, and she wants him to go to the restroom because she needs his help. How suddenly the cries of people were heard that the princess of the palace of Asura Lianhua came. Indeed, the girl came with her toys and already came closer to a huge crowd of people. The guys were incredibly happy to see her and considered her outfit very beautiful and unusual. Suddenly, the beauty saw Xiaoqi and at a great speed ran to his arms because she was very glad to see him. Along the way, she said that she had come to specially cheer for him. But the guys stood as if they were dead because she did not expect this. The beauty also stated that he should win because she has a special reward for him for this. The hero understood that he was now in the best position, at least due to the fact that the third mentor was still behind. The girl did not want to observe this anymore, and turning around in the end, said that she was busy and she would not interfere with him. Xiaoqi knew very well that it was impossible to leave it like that, and he was already ready to catch up with his mentor so that she waited for him. The young lady, who still held the young man by the hand, said that the ceremony would begin soon, and the immortal Jin Han was time for the stands. The student, turning to Lianhua, noticed that the third mentor should have an urgent business since she was in such a hurry to find him, and he would return as soon as he solves the issue with her. The beauty agreed, but also said that then she wanted to exchange spiritual stones for several new outfits. But for this she needs the latest models because she wants to look beautiful, which the young man agreed to. The young people who watched this were outraged because they believed that such a beauty got a pig, and you need to stay away from it. The system has stung that the growing level of anger was discovered, and it was necessary to continue in the same spirit. But this is clearly not what it was necessary now. Suddenly, Jin Han appeared literally out of nowhere and ran closer to the student. She said that she was in a hurry. The handsome was surprised when he saw her so close and so excited. He began to understand all the seriousness. He also reassured himself that it could not be that she began to compete for him with Lianhua. It is unlikely that she generally understands the meaning of proximity to a man. The guys were still very evil, and they literally shouted all the nasty things that could be towards the student. Siri decided to calculate all the points of anger, and in general, it exceeded 200,000, for which the system gave the first level of the spell of 9 trigrams. The young man only hoped that the third sister would not kill him until this peak was reached. and it was possible to suspect that Siri was now more like a financial pyramid. The beauty still continued to fit the chi, because it was all the time and there was already very little. After stroking the lady finally, he began to understand what it was like the third mentor when she did the same with him, because it is pretty nice. After this gesture, young people fell even more. They considered it unacceptable and rudeness. The handsome man really liked that his anger was given so easily to him, and these guys could be angry in a moment. In the crowd, one stranger watched what was happening all the time and was a little in bewilderment, but did not show it. She was able to find out that the young man was a new student of 4 immortals, and even Princess Manhwa from the Asura Palace became interested in them. Having watched a little more, she realized that she should follow him, but suddenly her attention was attracted by something else. Turning, right in front of her, stood the Empress with her subordinates, who looked directly into her eyes. These 2 girls were simply magnificent. They were elegant and confident that they emphasized the dignity of each. The views crossed, and it even alarmed a little, as 2 powerful energies were incompatible. Entering the room, the handsome man asked if she was right now, but she did not understand what was being discussed. Smiling, the student stated that he means that his breasts were at her service, but only so that she would not direct a blue spiritual sword at him. Looking at the guy, she stated that she would not need his breasts, and now she needed his blood. Hearing this, the young man was just in shock. He held his breath. His heart began to beat even more. The handsome man clearly did not understand why the mentor needed his blood and what she was going to do with him. The lady tried to explain that when she is next to him, the cold inside her weakens, but the effect lasts only a few hours. She also thinks that if you use the method of merging of the blood, the duration can increase significantly. Without unnecessary thoughts, the girl bit him by the finger, from which he even cried out a little, because it was unpleasant. It was strange to observe how the goddess sucks blood from the finger, and it was a tense sensation. The handsome man tried not to show that he was very embarrassed, and besides, he was even a little scary. Having finished this action, he decided to ask if this helped and how she feels, but there were no changes. Getting exhaled, she said that, apparently, the method of merging blood was useless, and asked him to return to the ceremony. The beauty was very upset, because she fucked great hopes for this. But now she will have to continue to drink elixirs. Also, turning around and exhaling, she finally said that everything that was happening was not at all impressed. Hearing this, the student was just in shock. He did not understand how this could not impress, because it literally did not come out of his head. Approaching closer, the student asked if he could help something else, after which she thought. The young lady looked at the floor, as if trying to remember that she could still ask the guy. The hero did not understand why she was not careful, or perhaps this is a trap. And dozens of blue spiritual swords were again exhibited outside. The lady understood that if the ice does not retreat now, it would be even worse in half an hour. And even if you urgently go to East Tanga, it would be too late. Turning to her student, she stated that she wanted to see what he could do in this situation. The beauty began to take off her outer clothing and look directly into the eyes of the young man, waiting for his reaction. Shachi, seeing this, began to panic because now he definitely suspected that there were swords everywhere. And for sure they were too. A cold-blooded voice and with seriousness in his eyes, the mentor asked him to come closer to her. The handsome man tried to exhale and gather his thoughts, but he understood that the truth could not withstand the second atmosphere. The goddess also reported that he quickly hugged her, assuming that he could dare to listen to her orders. A little embarrassed, the hero nevertheless agreed to this, because he could not resist the words of the girl. The young man came behind her and asked if the cold was back, but she asked to turn her face. These words put him even more in a stupor, and he literally struck in place, not knowing what to do. Nevertheless, there was no point in unlocking, and, having performed this action, the girl really became much better. Standing in the arms, she only asked to support her so, because she felt warm, and the cold retreated. Standing in complete silence, the guy decided to ask how she could get sick, that this led to such consequences. The words that this is not a disease, but she was mistaken during the transformation, very shocked the student. Having moved away from him, she only asked to finally help get dressed, but thoughts about what was said haunted the guy. Nevertheless, without unnecessary questions, he raised her outer clothing and presented her closer to her. During the process, the mentor said that in the internal exam he should take first place, otherwise she would not forgive it. After hearing, the young man began to be afraid of the test even more. But, as he understood, he had no other option. The only thing he could do in this situation is only to agree, and at all arise. Suddenly, the system struck that the hidden task of unshakability is 100%. and now he has a ticket to his native world for 48 hours. Seeing this, the handsome man was delighted but was also confused, because he still did not know that there were such tasks. After all what happened, he went to the gate where his test would take place and was already ready to compete. Remembering what happened, he still felt like some experimental rabbit, could not do anything about it. Suddenly, behind the guy appeared a hand in black gloves, which stretched straight to him. The hero was a little scared when he felt that someone had pulled him right by the shoulder and stopped him right in front of the entrance. Turning, the stranger introduced himself that his name was Jue, and he was from the Wooden Gate, after which he specified whether that student of the Immortals was true. The handsome confirmed these words, after which he heard him laughed in response to him, which was strange. Having looked better, you could see strange cards, and it was very interesting what it was. The hero said that he was just studying the data of the participants, and now he came across one of them personally, namely Madame Gunyao. Hearing all the facts about her, Shachi suggested that he was not studying the data, but only collects different gossip. Then he said that Miss Gong is the strongest among women, and below the 5th stage of the stage, if I am not with Tao. The handsome man no longer wanted to continue this conversation and, dodging, thanked for the information. But he should have time for the ceremony. For some reason, these words very touched the young man, and he loudly stated that the student of the Immortals would come to an end. Jiache clearly did not understand what all this was said to, but somehow he also did not want to argue, and therefore only asked. Having pushed the brunette, he said that Immortal is the purest, inaccessible stars, which can only be behind Thaser from afar. The hero looked obviously as if something suspected of something, not that, and anger overwhelmed his body. He also said that he suspects him of very dirty affairs, and now he is a target in the competition, and he will be the end. Suddenly, he stated that if he bought information from him for 5 spiritual stones, he will become his ally. After all, the forces that united them together, they will simply become invincible. But the handsome man refused such a proposal. In the end, he said that General MacArthur claimed that if he did not cross, he was waiting for only 1st place, and he did not need allies. At the center of events, it was reported that the exam is ordinary. The rules are known to everyone, and no one wants to delay the introduction. The man said that this year 30 participants, and this is less than in the past, but he sees many talents and expects impressive performances. Having risen, he loudly ordered to stand in a circle in the square, and 6 elders would send them to the dark forest to the test site. Suddenly, one of the ladies slipped a little, and the student managed to catch her, after which he asked to be careful. Looking out, she thanked him, and one could recognize the same Gong Yao, who looked even more beautiful than on the portrait. The student asked her not to forget to look at her feet, for which she thanked for such concern and named him by name. Mentors have already begun to apply their magic to the participants so that they could teleport to the epicenter of testing. The elder looked very serious and, as always, angry. He treated this very well with contempt. He also stated that the image from the internal exam will be transmitted in real time, and the broadcast will continue without a break until the end of the competition. All the guys who watched what was happening were very happy to begin, and had fallen for their beloved students. For some reason, Yan Yue looked very broken and looked at the floor, without giving out any emotions. Malashka decided to ask if everything was fine with her, and invited her to leave if there were any urgent matters. Hearing that she was all right, Mi Yue did not believe and asked her only to tell her the truth. Having gathered her thoughts, she said that she was simply afraid that Jiaqi will fail and disgrace them. The second mentor noted that she was not worried about the exam itself, but about the student, because she was able to scan her with the technique of the only thought. The sister also understood that Jin Han has the true form of the Ice Lotus, and she has endless forces and also an excess. With a sigh, she said that since all the sisters understood everything, then let them think that she just has a stomach disorder. And if someone asked them to say that she returned to the temple to rest, in the end, the cutie said that she would not be worried because the student did not forget their bet, but simply pretends, and you need to wait a bit. The beauty shouted that she didn't think about it at all, and turning around, she said loudly that she was already leaving. A very huge flame landed right near the guys, thereby being able to pick up the mentor and teleport her. Mi Yu turned to her third sister that their baby no longer even tries to hide her feelings. And when she is sincere, it was 100 times nicer than in the center regime. Also, having thought a little, she was able to notice that their students were really funny, so you should not worry. The guys who took the tests ended up in an unknown dark forest. All together, in one moment. The Empress said that this year the place in the southeast of the sacred area of Tsanmen, and the entrance will close after the entrance, and will open again after 36 hours. Looking around, the handsome realized that it looked like an ordinary forest, and he should find a safe place where he could calmly practice. But he was also worried that the elder Lin mentioned that she needed to survive, which means that there are demonic animals or other traps in the forest. Approaching the quarter, the girl said that the test is taking place along the point system, and she opens the entrance. She also said that can mine crystals are hidden in the forest, and each gives 1 point. You can use any methods to search and retain them, but we must not forget that they should get to the exit to the expiration of the term. And in general, all rules are extremely simple. Smiling, the beauty wished everyone good luck, and she sincerely hopes that everyone would be able to survive in this test. The guys were seriously tuned. Everyone wanted victory only to himself and was looking forward to what awaited them. As soon as one could hear a voice that the test had begun, everyone went on different sides in search of crystals. The last words of the Empress were addressed precisely by Xia. She spoke with a whisper to survive. The handsome was surprised, because he certainly did not hear what she said, but he was struck by the fact that it was to him. The hero began to reassure himself that it may seem to him and continued his way of survival. Suddenly, screams listened. Turning around, one could see a young lady who pushed everyone and asked her to miss. The beauty ran closer to Xia, clicked him that he was shocked a little because he did not expect to see her. Having gathered her thoughts, she said that she wanted to offer him one option that might seem strange to him, but decides him. The lady continued to say that her mentor told her to create an alliance at an early stage, and although formally everyone for himself, the temporary union is beneficial. The guy thought about the words that she wanted to unite with him, and recalled her conversation with a stranger. Judging by his expressions, she is very strong and is one of the favorites, and since he is with her, this is a good choice. It was only unknown what would happen in the later stages. The blonde, looking into her eyes, also stated that she understood what he was worried about. But she really does not need first place, only the second. She brought her arguments that the artifact for the first place for her is useless, and she needs an elixir of the divine rank, which is given for the second. This subject is critically necessary for her for the cultivation technique, and she insisted that they unite together. The handsome man did not understand why she was so sure that he could win, because she knows very well that before the disciple, he had only the first stage of elevation of blood. The lady explained that this is a female intuition, and she was never mistaken. And she also recalled that he uses the technique of hiding the aura that interests her. Without any doubt, she continued to persuade him, looking complainfully, looking directly into his eyes and holding his shoulder. In the end, the guy still could not resist such pressure and, smiling, agreed to unite. After such an answer, the young lady kissed his ear in gratitude to show her joy. She also hugged him with all his strength, saying that he would definitely help him win, because this is in her interests. Suddenly a flame appeared, and turning to me, Yan Yue reported that she considered herself a fool, because she was worried about such a womanizer. All the guys who participated in the test tried to find some tips as soon as possible and achieve the goal. Having run a little, the young people began to rejoice because they found a crystal almost immediately. And maybe this year they would make a miracle on the test. As soon as one of them wanted to pick him up, the other grabbed his hand and asked to wait, because there was someone there. The handsome, along with the lady, walked through the paths of the forest, carefully examining and studying each twig. The hero was worried that they were going too slowly, and the fact that his partner was not at all sure in the direction that they chose. Suddenly she stopped and raised his head with her own hands, and then you could see a wonderful light. The crystal really flew into the air, which was simply flawless and shimmered in the sun. Turning to Xia, she asked if he could now believe in her intuition and rely on her, and he nodded in response. The guys began to shut up, as they saw two curious squirrels on the trees, and it was necessary to understand what was interesting to them, observation or crystals. The handsome knew that with the help of such a check, he could find out not only about animals but also about his partner. Without unnecessary thought, the young man jumped and was already trying to capture the crystal that he succeeded. Excellently, he began to discuss his beauty, and the fact that he is very huge, and his nose right in front of his nose. Suddenly, from nowhere, the guys appeared and were already ready to attack him to pick up the subject. Xia was very clever, and he perfectly understood what would happen, so he could easily dodge. The next step in the plan was to throw him directly into the hands of another opponent, which he succeeded. The young man caught him and asked if he really called the fact that he threw him, slipped in a word, Suddenly, from nowhere, a lady appeared and asked for whether he dared to steal their crystal. The young man began to worry, because he could not help but catch her, because he literally flew into his face and suggested that he was framed. The hero shouted to his partner to take the crystal and run, because the student of Xia Che set them. The beauty, without any thought, applied her magic and neutralized the enemies, which was surprising because she was very fragile. The blonde was already ready to catch his booty, which flew right in his hands and was about to fall. Suddenly, some actions were heard behind, namely the brunette, who had already spread his weapon and swung at the guys. The fiery sword flashed at the same second, and the blow was strong enough to throw the guy aside. The young man was clearly not happy with this outcome of events and only sentenced to pay for it. But not having time to finish, a huge force rushed into it and literally neutralized him in a fraction of a second. This amazing blow was from a young lady who used her best techniques and was able to succeed. As soon as she completed the attack, she stopped on the spot. She finally exhaled because the situation was tense. Approaching her partner, she was glad that they had finally figured it out, and added that these two were strong. Picking up the crystal, she gave it to Chi with the words that he accidentally dropped him, and heard that it was just her hand jerked. All these events were very excited by the handsome man, because his partner is really strong, modest, but if you look at the whole situation, then the young man really remained guilty, which was unpleasant. The hero shared that Madame Gong had an impressive power, but to tell the girl about this impolite, the beauty rested on his shoulder and asked to protect her further so that she could help him win the competition. The young man lay on the ground when suddenly one could hear someone's words about the start from a campaign to the next world. The young lady, turning to her friend, asked not to stare around, but to quickly do her job. The blonde was very worried because she was afraid that something had happened and tried to justify herself and her actions. The goddess did not like that Van Von is stronger than her, but forever trembled like a hare and worries about everything. It was terrible that this exam encourages a mutual massacre, but the girls just came for this because they were disguised as external students for a year. The lady continued to worry that it was very dangerous there, and for her character, her friend completely hates her. In response, she stated that she could not be angry, but she needs to get together, because otherwise, when the leader appears, she will be overwhelmed again. The blonde did not want this to happen, and it was necessary to act as quickly as possible to fulfill her action plan. The sister handed her a sword to whom she must make the plan as accurately as possible, using her ability. Approaching his new victim, it was unpleasant to realize what would happen, but she was literally forced. The beauty, gathering her thoughts, squatted down and stuck the sword through the young man in the chest. The brunette smiled at the fact that even though she was talking a lot, but she herself does not doubt a drop of actions. Turning to her sister, she noticed that she had erased to do this, and in response, she heard that she was worried so that she would not starve. Indeed, in the external gates of blood, it was severely given. But here the murder is a common thing, so you do not need to miss a chance. Raising the girl's head with the help of her hand, she noticed that she was all in the blood and looks like a dirty kitten. At that very moment, she kissed her, which is why she was very surprised because she did not expect such an action at all. Looking at her blue eyes again at her, she added that she loves clean cats. The guys still walked through the forest, in which there was a dense canopy, and the sunlight did not penetrate at all. Even during the day, it was visible how fireflies shone. Earlier, the young man pondered that this girl had great power, and at all without him would achieve her goal, and considered it very suspicious that she chose him. Passing along the path, the beauty stepped onto the twig and shouted loudly that she was falling. But it was just the art of acting. In order to somehow stand on her feet, she joined directly to her partner, to which she heard in response that she needed to be careful. Then she asked if she could call him Chi, and he, in turn, contact her as Yao. Having discussed their new names, the young man shared that the meaning of this collection of crystals to provoke conflicts. The beauty was very involved in the guy, as if she was in love with him or a fan, and agreed with his every word. She also said that if in the competition in which the battles are inevitable, the one who retains more strength to the end wins, then you need to not spend ki ahead of time. The best solution was to take away the crystals from others at the end, and the victory would prove their superiority. And if they lose, this means that they still could not hold objects. The hero was worried that they could guess before that, which means that others could also come to this conclusion. Having removed the shoes, the lady shared that for dozens of tests of past years, few people were able to successfully hide, because there were always people who were drawn into clashes. After hearing all the theories, Jiaqi realized that they have time to relax. and then he will be able to go to Suichin and practice for several years. The beauty asked the crystal, and as soon as she received it, she threw it into the water the same second, which was very strange. The girl explained this by the fact that they were a target with a crystal, and without him there is no reason to fight them, because the purpose of the enemy is only these objects. Turning to her partner, she also offered him a little rest, and he kindly agreed. The fire that burned nearby thought that the guys had turned the test into a farce, and from their new names, it was already pulling. A spin in the forest was actually Yan Yue, but suddenly she heard steps behind herself and was a little scared. It was a third sister, but it was not clear how she was there. And at such a time and during the competition, the beauty shared that she actively led the technique of silence, and the guys now do not see them or hear them. The only thing that was not clear why she came, and to explain her appearance, showed a hand that was cold. The sister was furious when she found out that her body reached the limit of resistance to medicines, and they no longer act. At that very moment, the mentor turned back into herself and sat on a stump to think about what was happening. She was very sorry that even treatment in East Tanga is already ineffective, and suggested rather to return to the Sanmin temple to her older sister. Qin Han explained that the empress is busy with urgent matters and do not need to disturb her. Besides, there is another reason why she came. The mentor's gaze became very serious, and she said that something was wrong with internal trials. Remembering the moments when they practiced, the student wanted to tell her something important then. The young man gathered his thoughts for a long time to voice and correctly formulate his assumption. Handsome shared that the first mentor contacted him through the Songs of the Illusion and warned of spies among the participants. Unfortunately, there was no more information, but the goddess told me to warn the sisters about this. The guys in turn sat and chatted sweetly at the cliff over the lake, lowering their legs into the water. The master did not understand why the young man does not look worried at all, and why he so skillfully hides his emotions. Seeing that the third sister was leaving somewhere, excitement attacked the girl because it was clear that she had planned something. The beauty came closer without any doubt, and clicking her finger, used her magical ability. With a strong blow, he flew right in the back of the girl who sat and chatted with the student of the Immortals. At that very moment, she fell to the ground, as if losing consciousness, which the young man was very scared. He began to suspect that someone was hiding nearby, and they were definitely discovered, opened a plan. Suddenly, turning, he noticed his third mentor and was finally able to exhale. At that very moment, Yan Yue, who looked clearly upset and displeased, came closer. The goddess shared that she surrounded her with a barrier of the art of silence, and now no one sees or hears her. She is safe. Leaning over her student, the girl asked him to open the Suchin space. The handsome man even did not understand what was being discussed, and looked inquiringly at Qin Han. The master, being in a bad mood, began to rush the student to open the space for Han Han and Yue faster. Hearing this, the young man finally realized why the girl from the very beginning followed him on his heels, and is now so unhappy. Smiling and using his subject, he obediently fulfilled their request and activated the portal. At the same moment, the guys were in the forest, as they should have been, but they were noticed by local animals. These kids were clearly unhappy with the presence of people, because they will again have to pretend to be cute and be sure to notify everyone. The master shared that everyone hid for so long and chose this particular moment of the test to start actions. And it seems that their goal is, Qin Han and Yan Yue will spend 4 years with him in the spiritual space until he reaches the 5th stage of the merger with Tao. Bowing, the guy promised that he would live up to all expectations and would let any enemy into meat and skins. Having lost his eyes, he asked his mentor what they would study right now. With a smile on her face, the girl said that for a start they would build a house, and heard a positive answer. Suddenly, the young man realized what he agreed to, and was very surprised that they had to do it. Yanwei decided to ask if he was going to eat and sleep in the open air for all 4 years. She also said that he should start with the cutting of trees, but use combat skills and rely only on the basic technique of the body. The beauty sat and watched what was happening, but the red-haired master was still sulking on the young man. The sister did not understand how he dares to call the girl Yao, and allows himself to call Qi. She shared her argument that he is their student and belongs only to them, and she does not like that he is coming closer to others. The pretty goddess laid the lady's hand on her head and asked if she liked her as a young man. Sighing, she shattered that he had offered a bet, and if she won, she would marry, and she lost and honestly recognized the defeat. Qin Han said that if he does not marry, then she will turn his arms and legs and put him in the center of formation, so that she always knew where to find him. To great surprise, The master, instead of rejoicing, on the contrary, attacked his sister with requests not to do this because it is cruel. She also said that he was funny, and when she became one of the 4 immortal friends, she had no left at all, although there was a lot of before. In the Sanmin temple is very empty, and with intrigues the 6 gates have to be bored. But with the advent of the student, the sister began to smile more often. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a young man who stated that he had cut off 29 trees with his hand and really hoped that this would be enough for them. Chin-han smiled softly and asked him to show his hands, suspecting that they were all in the cities. It seems that it was true, since at that very moment he led them behind his back and denied that there was nothing special there. Rising to her feet, she stated that the mentor should not disobey very much and began to come closer. Taking his hand, it was possible to see that the skin was torn off, but he still continued to tell that everything was in order and there was no pain. The young lady decided to translate the words of the 3rd sister, and they meant that if the skin is ripped off when cutting, then the technique is not good enough. The goddess shared that his process in cultivation is really abnormally fast, but it is extremely important to lay a firm foundation. Hearing various examples on the foundation and the fact that it is very important, the handsome man dodged and said that he would continue to love further. The girls had no choice but to silently watch him and think about everything that was happening. The beauty sincerely did not understand his behavior, but she liked that he was listening to her instructions. During the way they contacted their hands, she was able to feel warm and relief and looked at her palm. 5 hours later, the young man still continued to train and chop trees to learn and improve his equipment. The understanding that the 3rd mentor would be satisfied with his work, motivated and forced to do even better. Thanks to the comprehension of the sacred body, Qian-kun, his physical condition was to reach the maximum. As happened, the guys met, and Chin-han noted that the student has high potential and learns too quickly. The hero was pleased to receive such praise in his direction, and he only thanked the goddesses for it. Looking at the fact that the sister was in her hands and what was interesting why, he heard that she was planning to wash. She also added that at night she will need treatment, feels that the forces begin to leave her and the cold is acting. In the end, Yan Yue invited the young man to cook something to eat while she would make a company to her sister. Without waiting for an answer, she ran after her. I'm naughty after her so that she had still waited for her. As soon as the young man was alone with him, he was able to exhale and decided to think about everything that was happening. Suddenly, a brilliant plan came into his head, and he decided to run after his mentors and join them. The young lady asked Zia to help the master undress so that she felt more convenient. The hero nodded his head without any doubt and added that he would follow all the instructions. Having done the plan, the girl went to the water and began to wash under running water from the waterfall. The handsome said that he plans to cook fried fish because he saw that it is found in the water. But before that, I would like to ask one question. This was addressed precisely to Yan Yue, and she was quite surprised that someone wanted to find out from her. Remembering the past words, he shared that he heard the 3rd mentor, Terrace, froze her into the ice. How to say the following, he decided to turn around and check if someone hears him, namely Chin-han. After making sure of this, he asked, was the 3rd goddess with an unpredictable character? The lady shared that everything changed after her illness, and it is difficult for her to control the symptoms, and emotions provoke attacks. Therefore, she is always cold and impregnable, and therefore the beauty warned him so that he would not angry her. Hearing such an answer, the young man was a little surprised, but finally he realized what the essence is. Yanya said that her strength also recently weakened due to the fact that she treated the 3rd sister of Eastern Tanga. And all this is very difficult. The young man decided to ask how it is felt, because now he realized why she looked so unimportant. The sister shared that in addition to the cold, there is a feeling that it sucks all the energy, and Dantan falls into the abyss, and it is better to never experience it. Realizing that she had already said too much, turned to the student and asked again when the food was ready. At that very moment, he jumped into the water with the words that he would catch the fish and go to cook it. Seeing that the clothes fell into the water, the master noticed, something must understand something, because he probably has in stock after Lianhua gifts. After these words, the young man seemed to illuminate, because he could not think about it at all, and now everything is under control. Realizing that he could buy something in his series store, this thought pleased him. Besides, there were new products on sale. The handsome man had already represented his mentors in new images, which he personally selected specifically for them. The young man loved open clothes very much and therefore was already ready to buy several outfits for them. He was even more pleased with the fact that only he could see these images of the immortals, and this plunged him. In a good mood, the guy quickly ran to catch fish to finally cook to eat and feed everyone. Fortunately, it easily cheered him up even more, since he considered it his ingenious talent. Suddenly, during the fishing, he heard someone's voice, who called him by name, and even scared him a little. Turning, he saw a master who stood all wet from the water from the lake while fishing. The handsome man was just too carried away by the whole process and did not calculate his strength, which the girl clearly did not like. The young man tried to somehow justify himself, but he even began to stutter and realized that he would not work out at all. Suddenly, the third sister said that she had previously said that she was going to wash and was clearly unhappy. Hearing this, the student quickly ran to her because he was afraid that her reaction and discontent would be deplorable. Throwing his shirt right on her shoulders, he stated that he would bring her water and so that she would not be upset. Suddenly, at the same moment, dozens of ice swords were aimed at the guy, and she added that it was necessary to pay for mistakes. In parallel, Yanyue was interested in when the fish would be ready and how long they will be expected. Turning, Shachi asked the fourth mentor to wait. Not so important at that moment. He was very worried about the condition of the girls and asked all the time how they were, the temperature of the water, and whether everything was in order. Suddenly, Chinhan saw that her hands were covered with ice, and then she already realized that the night would be sleepless. The master was scared for his sister because she did not know what to do with it, but she reassured her, reporting that Jiaqi would help her stabilize. The student, in turn, added that when the third mentor needs him, he will always be there. He also stated that their new outfits were stacked neatly on the shelf and wait for the girls while they change clothes outside. The young man thought, and was interested in Siri why the task was to defend the Mogun, but she did not want to give him an answer. Not hearing what I wanted, the young man lay down with the understanding that he immediately knew everything later with the goddess, because she tried to find out something there. Suddenly, a very loud scream was heard. Blown up, it was possible to suspect. Something was shaking with Chinhan. The handsome man quickly ran into the room, asked what happened, because he was very worried about the mentors. Yanyue tried to hide behind her hands. Believing counted this clothes very strange and not at all suitable for her. Without unnecessary thoughts, he said that since it was already so late, then in some way it would be more comfortable to sleep, and also added that it was everyday clothes at his homeland. The beauty was still embarrassed and asked her to give another set, because she considered that it was better to change clothes. Suddenly, the second lady who clicked her student came out, and it was difficult to understand if it was difficult to understand whether or not. The lady looked simply amazing. It was difficult to look away from her, because the outfit emphasized the color of her hair and eyes. The student also noticed that it was very beautiful, and he almost failed because she was incredibly suitable for the image. Suddenly, Chinhan asked if there was something shorter, because this dress interfered with her a little. The young man was really surprised after such a question, because he did not expect to hear this from her at all. Look straight, we are Chi. She suggested that there was nothing more, and even upset a little, but he, as soon as he realized that the silence was too awkward, was blown up and said that he had everything. Holding two outfits in his hands, he asked his mentors to accept this gift from their humble student. Yanyue was clearly not enthusiastic about everything that was happening, since everything seemed to her uncomfortable enough. Approaching the young man, the goddess asked him to come to her at night when her sister would fall asleep, and he agreed. Thinking, he realized that during washing the girl had already appeared, and probably the night today would be difficult. The next image that the master measured, she already liked more than the past, but still surprised the thought that they were worn in their homeland. Also, the idea came into her head that if something was tied between them, then she would have to get used to this. Going closer to the guy, she decided to ask how she looks in his opinion, and whether everything was in order. Looking at the mentor, the young man literally froze on the spot, because for the first time I saw such Yan Yue. The beauty felt embarrassed enough and waited for an answer, because she was not sure that she was to face. Without unnecessary doubts, the hero looked away from hesitation and said that this clothing was very suitable for her. Suddenly, a sister's voice sounded, who stated that it was all quite unusual for her. Seeing this, the guy realized that in the future, the third mentor cannot be dressed like that. And this is categorically because it is too dangerous. Chinhan looked simply amazing, and for her it was enough to wear something like that. The guy sat down to dinner and added elixirs to their soup, but something clearly disturbed the guy at that moment. Pouring it to himself, he reassured himself that the second would not use a dangerous elixir, but the lighting was a little scared. Suddenly, the sister's voice distracted. Going closer, she asked what she had prepared here, because it smelled quite tasty. The young man said that day fishing failed, so he made noodles from the manioca, which he found time after the cutting of the trees. He also thought that more acute hot food would be more effective in dispelling the cold of the third sister. The young lady was quite glad when the young man presented her plate, because she was very hungry for a day. Having started eating, she all the time said that it was very tasty, and her mood really rose. The hero also decided to bring Chin-han to eat, believing that the warm soup would warm her. But she felt unimportant. The young man was very worried about the girl and tried to somehow help her, asking if everything was all right with her. He also recalled that she asked him to come at night and suggested that she wanted him to help dispel the cold. The beauty raised a little and asked him to sit next to her so that she could tell everything as it is. The lady shared that fortunately there is still warmth, but this is not for long and something needs to be done. Having collected thoughts, she said that she came here not only because of the traders and also wants to check something. All these words a little alerted the student, and he looked inquiringly because he was interested. The young man sincerely did not understand all these actions and mysterious words from the master and why she stood up abruptly. As soon as the guys were opposite each other, the girl extended her hand, from which the guy was even more scared. The goddess said that before she came here, her second sister said that his essence and blood could help her. But earlier, she had already tried to use his blood. But this did not have any effect. And that means you need to try the second. Through paired improvement, you can exchange ki, use each other's strength, and achieve new peaks in cultivation. Hearing this, the student said that if this really helps her, he agrees. But only for the sake of treatment and without unnecessary. The guys looked into each other's eyes in complete silence, as if exchanging spiritual energy. The young lady decided to ask what he got, what she would withstand, because her cold is very superior to what a person can imagine. In response, the young man said that he passed the heavenly staircase and destroyed the formation of 9 heavens, and his confidence is not groundless. The guys sat and were silent, as if the constraint covered them a little. But most likely it was more fear. The goddess asked again if she should take the initiative into her own hands. But he may change her mind until it was too late. The handsome man, without unnecessary thoughts, said that the coward was not worthy to be their student. And although he was in truth, he tried not to show him. The young man agreed to all this without even thinking. But now, having understood well over this, he realized that he could really die. Suddenly, a very loud noise was heard on the street, which knocked all out of his thoughts and forced him to return. The guys began to understand that they needed to check. Something bad could happen to Yan Yue. Going out into the street and holding his mentor, the guy was shocked when he saw the following. The sister lay on the ground and reported that she was very bad, and she really looked unimportant. Around her body was a flame, from which she seemed to suffocate and screamed in pain every second. The girl hugged Yan Yue to try to feel all her pain and understand how she could help her. The goddess said that she is very hot now, and her whole body is burning, which meant an abnormal leakage of the energy of the flame of 9 heavens. It turns out that the pill that was in it brings fire in the ocean of the heart, awakening deep feelings and instantly igniting endless passion. Hearing this, the handsome was shocked, because he confused everything, but did not understand how to keep such a strong poison so casually. He also said that he took Elixir's second mentor, thinking that he could help the goddesses to recover, but apparently mixed up the bottles. Shichi was very afraid that he had done something bad, and blamed himself for this. And besides, he did not know what to do now. Qinhan said that she uses the power of a brilliant icy spirit to suppress the fire from the pill. The sister felt unimportant, and the only way out to bring her to the house so that she could relax. The sparkling that watched all this was clearly unhappy with such guests, and came up with a plan for how to expel them from there. Put Yan Yue on the bed, she still felt bad, because the fire literally burned her body from the inside. The beauty said that her current state is fragile, and she needs a balance to suppress her storm and do not harm her in any way, because one small mistake will be made by chaos. Gathering her thoughts, she turned to the student and stated that only he could save her and her younger sister. The girls sat near each other and each felt bad enough, but tried to restrain their experiences. Sparks of fiery flame and also fragments of ice flew from all sides, which looked terribly enough. Their energies were mixed into one, thereby allowing each other to cool, then warm, which was just necessary. Suddenly, Qinhan felt something was amiss and realized that her strength was running out and she could no longer continue it. Quickly picking up the mentor, he asked what happened to her and how he could fix it. The goddess asked her to be hugged immediately and also added that she did not know where the very strange force came from. Yan Yue was still lying on the bed and trying to control his body, but it was difficult to manage. The sister could not observe how she was tormented, and with the help of her magic already tried to help her somehow. At that very moment, the girl turned into an ice sculpture, and she was completely covered with ice. After that, she said that all this is only temporarily, and then the guy needs to act, because the one who tied it should cut the Gordian knot. The beauty also confirmed that she will be able to control the fourth mentor after she restores her strength. Hearing this, the young man loudly asked to forgive the impudence of the student and began to fulfill his plan. The guys lay together on the bed, hugging each other, so that Chin-han could thaw and the cold retreated from her body. In the morning, the master woke up and, opening her eyes, felt something strange because she did not remember what happened. She tried to regain consciousness to restore some memories, but it was difficult to manage. Suddenly turning, she saw a student with her sister who lay in an embrace next to her. The beauty did not understand what was happening and how she was in this position with the guys. Yanhui began to worry that something unacceptable and a young man did something with her during the treatment of her sister. The experiences grabbed her, and she could not cope with this, so she began to worry very much. The master could not cope with his emotions, and the only option in her situation was to leave the room. The goddess did not understand what to do now and what to do, but the only thing she wanted to be alone. Suddenly, Chin-han woke up from a little noise, opening her eyes, began to analyze her condition. Turning to her student, the girl said that the cold really retreated and she gained strength. Suddenly, she noticed that during her thoughts she accidentally woke up Jiaqi. The brunette said that he also received a lot and be a medicinal catalyst for a mentor is his duty. Having fastened a little, the young lady confirmed his words and also added that he deserved gratitude. In response, the guy said that she could simply consider him a divine elixir or a precious medicine that can be used at any time. Looking around, one could notice that the fourth mentor disappeared somewhere, and they do not know where. The lady was only able to assume that she woke up early and went out to practice, so the young man wanted to go and check her. The young man quickly got dressed and left the building to find the master and make sure that everything is fine with her. Walking through the forest, he was observed and looked closely at every detail, since the forest was quite deep and strange. In order to somehow facilitate his searches, he decided to feel the energy that was very recognizable in Yan Yue. At night, when he treated the fourth sister, he unconsciously comprehended the additional property of the art of the flame of the nine heavens, search for the soul. Taking advantage of this new opportunity, he was still able to find a master who was sitting on a pebble. The goddess spoke to herself, trying to restore the memories of the past evening and put everything in the shelves. Suddenly, it came into her head that she did not remember anything at all, and the only way out to ask how everything was with Jiaqi. But then emotions prevailed, because she did not understand how to ask such a question at all, because everything is already obvious. The girl suggested that the third sister decided to practice paired improvement with the student, and it so happened that the body was also in that state. Suddenly, the young man's voice invaded her thoughts, who was interested in what she was doing alone in the forest. Her voice was very frightened, and turning, she did not understand how he found out that she was there. Shi-Chi shared that he had reached the third stage of the fifth level of merging with Tao, and mastered the technique of searching for the soul from the flame of nine heavens. Hearing this, the beauty was shocked, since it was quite difficult to achieve this in one night. The guy was embarrassed by the fact that the mentor's face blushed greatly, and he suggested that the action from the pill of the glowing heart was not completely. After these words, the young lady was even more surprised and even scared a little, and did not understand what he wanted to do there. The handsome was a little bewilderment, but suggested that it is also possible to do it there, because it all depends only on it. Suddenly, she said that such things require mutual consent, and if at least one side does not do it voluntarily, there is a risk of losing control of Qi. Turning into a flame, she finally said that she remembered that she was still his mentor and wants to figure out what was yesterday, later. The young man did not understand how to perceive it, especially the fact that even the treatment of energy requires mutual consent. Otherwise, you can lose control. Suddenly, the system noted that it seems to her that the goddess spoke about completely different. But Yan Yue's thoughts are always difficult to predict. Yesterday he spent too much effort, and today you need to eat well to recover. In any case, he will try to achieve the maximum possible level in this space in the allotted time. Standing opposite each other, the girl said that she would teach him how to use her flame of nine heavens, and after that he will master the radiant icy spirit. It was strange that the master does not behave all day as always and did not even look at the student. He could only assume that he had done something unforgivable. She also said that she was the spiritual body of fire, and the third sister by the embodiment of the snowy lotus, and these are the forces that arose naturally. With his abilities, the master thought that he would need about 70 to 80 years to fully master these abilities. Also, lifting herself into the air with the help of magic, she stated that in order to save fire, he must first become a fire himself. The beauty closed her eyes the same second and began to feel all her energy and ability. The young man only now realized that Manhwa was the spiritual body of water. And now it is not surprising that the girls do not get along with each other. Yanyu shared that fire is the power of destruction, the source of life, endless passion and fearless courage, and he must learn to respect this. Suddenly, the master ran straight to her student and hugged him, which was very surprising and unpredictable. At the same moment, the guys merged into one whole, and the flame around was wrapped in their bodies, as if in a hurricane. The sensations were unpleasant. The pain and heat pierced the young man, from which he even began to scream. The girl said that the fire is wild and free. It cannot be controlled, but it can be directed, and he must learn to dance with him, feel his rhythm, and understand intentions. To try to do this, first you need to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and immerse your heart into the flame. The master's voice instructed him so that he felt how warmly rising from the inside of his body and plunges deeper. The fire flows along his hands to the tips of the fingers, and this power is not only the elements, but first of all, and he must understand this. The young man is simply obliged to learn how to control fire, and his will become his guide when he wants the flame to burn. He should simply light the torch with his heart, also allowing flame to burn with his desires, and learn to lower the fire, creating a ball in his hand and throwing to where he wants to bring the light. The master told all this with great inspiration, because this element is the literal meaning of life, and she hoped that he understood everything. The student must literally feel all the power, energy that comes from fire and take it on himself. The handsome man shared that when Yan Yue teaches seriously, she is definitely one of the best teachers, because he completely mastered it. The words touched the girl a little, and she added that now he learned only the foundations. But this does not mean that he completely took possession of her art. The young man had no choice but to nod his head awkward and accept what he heard. Chin Han added that there are things outside, and although time flows differently, they need to return to his second sister as soon as possible to prevent chaos from the penetration of traitors. She also said that yesterday he felt a shining icy spirit. So there is no need to say much because he remembers this feeling. Suddenly, the young lady put her hand to the collarbone of the guy, which is why he started a little, as the cold emanated from her. The beauty shared that she had just reached the flame of 9 heavens and will now experience the invasion of the ice spirit. And the pain is quite normal. Xiaqi literally froze before his eyes, but was very confident in his abilities and asked not to stop, because he wanted to fully pass everything. All things in the world have their own nature. The power of frost originates in a cold and silent universe, and he must unite his mind. The path of cultivation lies in consent with heaven and earth, and not in violent subscription. Its heart should be pure as ice and sharp as horror. Only in this case, he will be able to truly master the power of frost, and not be controlled by it. Now he must feel how the power of the shining, icy spirit enters his body, flows through his meridians and forms his ice key. Hugging the student, she also asked him to once again feel the cold power, which is not his enemy. Now she is his partner and weapons, and at his request, she can freeze everything or protect what he loves. Cultivation is the journey of the whole life, and it has no end. But if it is persistent, one day it will be at the top of frost and will look at the world from above. At that moment, he will be able to become a true Lord of Frost, and all these words were incredibly surprised. Hugging the mentor behind, he thanked her and stated that he understood and mastered everything, since it was interesting for him. Arriving home, Chin Han explained that she had already given key instructions, and now it all depends on her own comprehension of the student. Malashka was still interested in why they returned so quickly and did not stay a little with the young man. Miyu lay and looked directly into the eyes of her sisters, decided to find out how their common student was doing. The sister shared that he had an exceptional ability to achieve. He is only a small instruction to achieve perfection. All these words really did not like Yan Yu, because she sincerely did not understand how he could achieve this in such a short period of time. The girl also said that her body was a little stabilized, but she knows that it was not enough for a short while. Malashka shared that one day as a teacher's whole life is like a father, and let him fulfill his son's duty properly. This business really cannot be rushed, and there is still a lot of time ahead. In the end, it is not such a hot nature as Yan Yu, because its stormy character cannot be hidden. Hearing this, the lady got angry because she did not understand why they were talking about her in such a vein, and considered it completely untrue. After all the references, the beauty laughed and agreed with her, adding she does not love him, but considers it simply a student. Having grimaced, she confirmed, believed that he did not even remember about the bet, and she had nothing to talk about with such a person. Kinhan felt all the emotions of her sister, asked her to come closer to reassure a little. Hugging her, she said that 4 immortals could not lie, and she completely forgot what she said in that space. The young lady began to recall the whole incident and really does not remember what was talking about and the fact that she was talking at all. Realizing that she was in a hopeless situation, the girl rose and cried out that now the most important traitors who penetrated the exam in the inner sect. Malashka noticed that these were not just problems, because these guys clearly came to do something grandiose. Hearing this, Yan Yu suspended that the second sister already knew something, and you need to somehow find out the information. Miyu, she went up and began to leave with the words that the thick pig has many secrets, and she offers to go to check it. Entering the building, the girl said that she entered his inner world, but found that he was imposed on a restriction. All this seemed to the immortals very strange and interesting, since they needed to find out everything. Malashka began to analyze the situation, since she was confused by the student. And all this was like blows on an empty bag. This whole situation was unnatural, and it was not clear why it was generally to defend the moral guna, unless the older sister knew in advance about his secrets. Unfortunately, the Empress could not be asked directly, since she is now in solitude, and she cannot be disturbed. All these restrictions were Big Frost, and the Master suggested just breaking it, and even if he begins to die, then let it be so. I noticed that I had already tried to do this, and this restriction cannot be broken with rough power, because the person who has imposed it is at the level below them. At first, she thought that this story with traitors was boring, but now there was a restriction that they could not destroy, and this case becomes suspicious. Strangers really know how to choose the moment, and if it weren't for Chi Han Han, everything would be much worse. On the other hand, the student has already begun to train and master new abilities that make him stronger. The young man was glad that he could finally be in private, and he would use the body of Chen Kun to comprehend various texts from the library. After the 3rd mentor and the 4th left, the system again awarded him with the levels of the spell of 9 trigrams. Since he managed to enter the stage of merging with Tao, his spiritual consciousness has become huge, like the sea, and now he can see the sources of cultivation. The force that emanated from there was very powerful, and it was a harbinger of a breakthrough, which was very fascinating. The young man understood that if he gains 3 more levels, he would be able to master the enlightenment of martial arts, which would play in his hands. Also, during the mastering of new techniques and for a better effect, he united the fire and ice, which helped him. The fusion stage with Tao is the 5th breakthrough, which could not but be fascinated and not to fill the student's body with great force. The first thing he did in 4 years was mocking the spiritual animals, because they already tried to attack his base at 345 times. Then, nevertheless, he was able to tame them a little so that they would serve him. But the spiritual beast did not remain for the rebellion for long. The second, so this was used by the sacred body of Chen Kun to study the classic texts of improvement. And the third is the excellent carving skills that he was able to master, and they came out very well with him. The 4th lesson was quite strange, and the system did not even know whether it should be mentioned in his life. The young man during all this time was able to cut 4 immortals made of wood, and they all this time accompanied him. The young man recalled the Empress and Miyu at the best possible. These girls were simply amazing. He also did not forget about Yan Yu and Qin Han, who also did not leave his head for all these 4 years. Having admired his pictures in his head, namely the image of mentors, he clapped his hands and said loudly that he had already decided everything. Turning to his animals, he asked if any of them saw what was drawn in his subconscious. Having straightened his hands, he said that the deadline was already expired, and he should leave the shutter. But at first, it is better to calculate the points of anger and its parameters. Having studied all the details and classifications about himself, the handsome man was moved, and now he has reached a decent level. Suddenly, the system talked about an epic update, but did not want to give any spoilers because it simply did not have data. Suddenly, the young man noticed that the animal, who was sitting nearby all this time, was watching all his actions. The handsome understood that in order to find out some information to him, he needed to do a little trick. Xiacha ordered the animal right away to get angry, and began right in front of him to achieve his to the end. He also said that he would not dare to force him to do it himself and gives him 10 seconds to anger. The rabbit tried to eagerly get angry, but he did not really succeed because, it seemed, he was not at all afraid of the guy. But that was enough. The system notified that a total of 100 million anger glasses were collected and the epic renewal of the system was launched. The handsome tried to cover himself with a nice animal from such a bright color so that he would not blind him. It seems that this also did not affect the animal very well, and it did not feel very well and was frightened. In the end, the forces left his body, and he either lost consciousness or left this life completely. Nevertheless, at that moment only the fact that after the transformation was nothing happened and did not change, Xiaoqi asked Siri to explain himself. Otherwise, he would really call the police, as he considered it an unfair fraud. At the same moment, the system began to issue a lot of numbers, and it could be assumed that this is an update. The coughing young man suggested that McRorisoft did this system because there are a lot of bugs after the update. Siri was clearly not satisfied with such words. But there was a bad foreboding that not only the text broke, but she also became even more impudent. The blonde, who was immersed with magic into sleep, finally opened her eyes and looked around. Seeing a handsome man in front of her, she was surprised because he was interested in whether she managed to rest when she fell asleep. He also said that she dozed off while they were talking, and it seemed to him that she was comfortable, and he did not wake up. It was already darkened on the street, and the girl was reported that she had slept for 3.5 hours. And this is not so long. Suddenly, the young lady began to rise to her feet, which the young man did not expect a little, and looked at her inquiringly. Having gathered her thoughts, she stated that the test was most likely in full swing, and it was time for them to come out, which was confirmed. A few minutes ago, the guy still tried to deal with the new functions of the system and tried to find an elixir to hide the aura. Having carefully studied everything, he found talismans for 12,345 points, which was quite acceptable for him, and he bought it. On the way in the forest, Siri also reported that now he has a lot of useful things, and if he has angry more people, then even an atomic bomb will appear. All these fairy tales from the system were very strange, and the handsome man even asked if anyone he was talking about. Suddenly, the blonde's voice knocked out, and it was not at ease that they went in complete silence and plunged into their thoughts. The young lady turned to him like Chi, and at the same moment he remembered his mentor, who was angry. The young man asked her not to call her anymore, because he feels that it seemed to be a failure, since it was translated as slow. Suddenly, he froze in place, asked her to wait. The beauty could only assume that he felt someone else's aura. Raising 2 fingers up, the young man began to seem to analyze everything around, or see the past. Pictures appeared in his head, which meant that only 7 hours ago many people lost not only consciousness, but even died. Even if it is an exam in the style of royal battle, then to allow real deaths was quite cruel in his opinion. Shichi turned to his partner, telling her that there were a lot of dead ahead, and she was even a little scared. The Empress sat in the archive and carefully studied the books that were there and were very interested in her. The girl asked the assistant whether there was in the list of dead students in exams for all the years, to which she heard a positive answer. The lady read that Ji Xiaoqi participated in internal exams under the largest of the student of the gates of the earth, wood and metal. In past times, she also left without explanation, and now again participates as a representative of the Watergate. Now it became not surprising for the Empress that her face seemed quite familiar to her. Realizing that something was amiss, she ordered to notify the heads of all the gate that she was convening an emergency meeting. Malashka turned to go, telling that he would not scream because everyone hears him and all those present here. The man was against the proposal of the elder Lin to stop the internal exam, because this is the millennial tradition of the sacred inhabitants of Sanmin. The beauty said that in history only in rare cases 1 or 2 students died, but now out of 30 less than 10 are left. It was also interesting for her to ask the elders the gates of the earth, wood, metal, and water, why Ji Xiaoqi participated 4 times, and in what capacity. The chief continued to shout that this was their personal file, and they will discuss it later, and now he wants to get an answer to his question. He also suggested that he heard how in the Temple of Spiritual Competition she helped Xiaoqi, and thinks that he wants to complete all this because he is afraid for him. The cutie only silently watched everything that was happening and did not give any kind and unnecessary emotions. All thoughts in her head were mixed, but now she began to guess that she knew where they put a real trap. The beauty decided to be the audience and see how old Wang would slander her student. The Empress said that his grandson was also involved in this exam, and if he does not care at him, then it is better to listen to her advice. The guys also began to argue about the personal life of the grandson, and the girl noted that he tried to care for the girl from the gates of the wind, but his attempts were stopped after 2 days later. All these words were even more angry with the master. He shouted that these were all empty rumors and this is all not serious. After all, the students of the sacred abode of Sanmin always longed for victory, and having lost earlier, she simply changed her personality. The Empress went to the immortal Miyu and asked her permission to stop tomorrow's exams, considering it necessary. The man said that he needed to think seriously because 10 are fighting without measure, and deaths are inevitable, even though this time everything is a little heavier. Okina of everyone with a look, she said that she did not know that the Chief Elder 3 has offended the sacred, and they did not even allow the word to insert the word. The young lady got up and asked, was it really better for her to sleep to the temple since he could manage the abode himself? The beauty looked at him with a rather cold look and called out again to get at least some answer. The lady asked to calm down, explaining that the old man was simply worried that a sudden abolition of the exam would undermine the prestige of their shrine monastery. Miyu, she said that the elder was so hard to bake about the welfare of the monastery that there is even a shame for it. Leaving the room, she finally said that they continue disputes, and tomorrow they simply informed her of the decision. She also noted that they all pretend to be asking her opinion, but in fact everything has already been decided, and it is very boring. At that very moment, the immortal turned into its thawed animal, namely a soft, fluffy pink fox. In the end, the man also quarreled that all suspicions are just the fruit of the imagination, and the tests cannot be cancelled. The Empress was sure and stated that if something happens, then she was investigating everything, and the old man is better. The elder did not understand why such ostentatious gratitude, because he believed that she, like all women from the gates of the wind, only wanted to exhaust energy. The lady, who heard the whole conversation, decided to ask what this coldness was about the fact that 6 gates are a single hole. All the other guys also did not want to interfere in the conversation and stated that they would go to bed, as they were very tired, but in fact they were afraid of the girl. The gentleman shared that he said only the truth and did not invent anything, because you need to understand and know the measure so as not to corrupt the girls from the gates of the wind. The beauty agreed that she was a bad woman, but the oldest line is known for her immaculate purity, and old lethargic meat should not open her mouth in her direction. It was also unclear why the man hung so much because cultivators almost never age after the 5th level. The only thing that came to mind is that his life energy is limited, and apparently it has already been drank a drop, so it does not envy the young. Hearing this, he turned around and stated that he could lay 10, because the young people only have a television, and he is strong in spirit. Looking at him, the beauty smiled and noticed that you couldn't even say that he was so powerful. Turning around, he declared something. Something parted, and could only assume that she just wanted to argue. The lady laughed and said that if the elder does not want to continue this topic, then she would not torment him. But it was interesting why he did not support the protective array. Hearing this, he was surprised because he had already done everything for a long time, and if she does not feel it, then this is her problem, and there is no need to invent. The gentleman also denied her words about abnormal massifs, because he watches them daily and asked him to do his business better and not to climb into strangers. The man could no longer stand to listen to these puzzles and asked her to speak directly, even if she wanted to beg from him a pearl of piece of wind. The beauty did not like that he had 2 of them, and she had 1, and he believed that he was the chapter of 6 gates, and therefore she could let her go 1. He tried to explain that their masses are functionally different, and he needs 2 to slow down the flow of spiritual energy, and 1 would have enough for her. The girl also shared that the Empress ordered her to support the arrays for a reason. The elder, Go, knew that she had his own reasons for this, and there was no need to listen to all sorts of rumors, even if these are hidden motives. Then they did not care about it. In the end, he stated that he was returning to the array, and even if his grandson came to pester her girls, then we need to say about it right away. The beauty remained to look after the departing man and think about the whole incident and the situation. Milashka understood that she was an objection, and the old man reacted more sharply, although he did this too, and it seems that he is a cunning and not just a fool. Also, after the words of the elder, Lin, 4 others fell silent like mice, and it was suspicious. And you need to clarify everything immediately. The subordinate, turning to the Empress, said that she needed to relax, because she was already observing in the system for about 2 hours. After this conversation, everything really calmed down, and no anomalies were visible, but still this situation bothered. The beauty did not even listen to the words of the subordinate, that these were just students cross the borders. And after the exams, they need to be punished. Suddenly, she sharply jumped and said that it was precisely because everything was too normal. It is suspicious. So she goes to the dark forest? The guys sat on a tree branch and discussed what happened, suggesting that what was too quiet, they were a little alarming. After all, there were just so many dead in the way. And now in the dark forest there is a sudden silence. The ladies shared that oddities are never random, and the best decision to stay there and observe. Suddenly, she decided to ask Chi on something, but could not formulate her thought, as she was worried. The blonde, exhaling, asked what he was doing while she was sleeping, because she did not remember anything at all. The girl also recalled that when she woke up, he seemed completely different to her, not the same as before. The young man tried to somehow not give the look and be calm, but something attracted his attention in the distance. The partner also continued that his body became stronger, and the features of the face are more expressive, and it is strange that the perception has changed. Suddenly, her monologue was interrupted by a young man who asked her to use his intuition and tell her what she feels now. The beauty shared that in general she felt anxiety all the way, as if something terrible had to happen. There was also another sensation, namely after awakening, when she saw Xiaqi. Her heart began to fight even more often. Not even having time to think, she felt that her body was seized by a young man who was calmly sitting in front of her. The handsome took her in his arms and said that he believes her and her feelings, so you need to act somehow and come up with something. Then suddenly he carried her in an unknown direction, which was even more frightened, because she thought that they would just sit and wait for the right moment. Elder Lin, as planned, went in search of a dark forest and was glad that then she left a mark on the girl. All this happened then, before the test, when they accidentally crossed in the yard. The beauty, with a light movement of her hand with the help of her magic, directed strength directly to her shoulder, after which the sign remained. And right now, using her energy and strength, she can determine where she is, her soul. Without any doubt, the lady was able to find in which direction a suspicious participant. Without any doubt, she headed aside in her feelings and tried to hurry very much. Arriving in the appointed place, she realized that this was exactly what she needed, and she was a little happy. With the help of strength, the beauty took out a magic sword, which was filled with incredible abilities, techniques. The guys, in turn, stood nearby in the bushes, and the blonde was interested in what was happening and why he seemed to track someone. The hero pondered everything and realized that the Elder Lin disappeared somewhere nearby, and you need to watch everything. A small magical creature that got out of the system began to teleport to the real world. Approaching the guy from behind, he noticed that he may no longer look for because already on the spot. But there is a barrier that distorts the space. After the unknown voice he heard, the young man turned and looked inquiringly, but was very shocked. Seeing the one who stands in front of him, it was something amazing and very frightened the student of the immortal. The blonde heard their conversation and did not understand why an unfamiliar boy turned to the young man as a gold sponsor. At this moment, the guy literally fossiled because he did not know how to explain all this and what to answer him. Having come up with an argument, he said that the golden sponsor, in his understanding, means like dad. The beauty was upset because she realized that he has an adult son, and he is unlikely to be a stepmother at that age. The hero suspected that something was wrong with the epic renewal and did not even know how to explain the whole situation. A partner, in turn, did not understand why such thoughts generally arise in her head, referring to her imagination. Suddenly, the guy explained that it was just his ward of spirit, a companion, and he was just lucky to meet him at the time of transformation. Hearing this, the blonde realized that Xiaqi really ordinary, because the creature that took the human appearance was a strange phenomenon. But she also knew that the satellite spirit should correspond to the human level of purification of the soul, and did not understand how it happened, because this has much less. The handsome did not understand why he first said that his existence could not be disclosed, and then he turns himself, suddenly appears. Having gathered his thoughts, he decided to ask how to open a barrier that does everything around invisible. He came closer and literally simply broke that. It was great surprise, but the guys tried not to show the look. The Empress, in turn, as if she fell into the abyss and screamed loudly as there were huge injuries. The lady tried to cover herself a little with her hands and noticed that she seemed to overdate a little, after which she apologized. The elder did not understand how the student Sanmin was secretly friends with strangers, and in general was able to betray the instruction of her teacher. The girls did not listen to all these warnings, only discussed that they want to torment her a little, and then kill her. The brunette said that this woman is stronger than these weaklings, and after the game you need to not forget her blood so as not to waste her vital energy. You also need to not forget about the task of the father. The liberation of the soul of HO2 is most important, and the more they pull the time, the more variables. Hearing this, the main thing became furious, because I realized that they want to free the soul of a madman, sacrificing the dead students to him. The young lady replied that her ancestor was normal, and she would leave her alive, so that she saw her distorted truth with her own eyes. She, in turn, added that her teacher must have fallen under the influence of strangers, because there is no distorted truth. The Empress's wounds were serious, and she began to think about how to give a message out and escape. She also said, turning to Shanbei, that her teacher treated her as a native daughter, and perhaps he simply understood something. Suddenly, a crazy thought dawned on her, namely, that she herself said that he treated her like a daughter. The young lady suddenly realized that it really was like that, and Pu Hunda was her real father. The girls noticed that this old woman is not quite a fool, but a smart woman who quickly thinks. At that very moment, the stranger extended her hand, from which something unknown and frightening began to come out. She stated that since Miss Shenbei should become a witness, she is obliged to do this, but can prevent them from her. The only solution in this situation was the girl saw to squeeze her spiritual energy, as she was very clean. After her words, the brunette also, along with her abilities, was able to twist the mistress with flaming branches. Her body was wrapped and literally neutralized, and with every second it became more and more painful. Suddenly, one of the branches approached her face, from which the sweat appeared on the body, and the breath froze. Strangers decided to close her mouth in such a way that the girl could not interfere with their plan. Getting together and standing opposite each other, they said loudly that it was time to start. Suddenly, under their feet, a golden pentagram appeared, which radiated incredible sparks. The elder Lin felt bad enough, but she realized that if all this happens, she would end. The only thing she could do in this situation was only to cry and try to come up with an action plan. The guys, lifting their hands to the chest and rallying energy and strength together, were already ready to begin. The Empress watched everything that was happening and was simply suppressed, broken. Having studied the whole situation, the girls liked that everything was going smoothly enough and they are fine. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind that they were surrounded, and this attracted their attention even more. The young man said that they have the right to remain silent. The name of the said name will be used against them. The man stood at the monument and pondered that the ungrateful son, with whom he was, could not become his vessel. But he knew that soon, after so many years of preparation, everything would happen, and his ancestor had not to wait long. The protective formation of the 5 elements of the Taoyin was not destroyed, and he was pleased that everything goes according to plan. Reviewing his views with their colleagues who were also involved, they all smiled. After all, the main goal of everything that is happening is that the High Throne will change the owner today, accelerating the immortal. The students did not understand what was happening around, and considered it strange, offering to stop the battle and see. The guys who were sitting in the observation hall were shocked, because suddenly the screen went out, and the earth began to tremble. The young man said that the formation was destroyed, but the promised intermediary did not appear from the spiritual wall, and this is suspicious. Nevertheless, a man's good mood is no longer spoiling anything, and he believed that their thoughtful plan would not collapse because of one mistake. Yan Yue burst into the room with shouts that the elder could immediately report the whole situation. He said that although he did not sleep all night and supported the Great Array, he did not keep track of a little, and he collapsed. The nodes of once the earth, wood, and metal are destroyed. The protective formation of the 5 elements no longer works as it should. The lady also did not rest that the elders of the 3 others were late, and she was wondering who the main conspirator. The old man was clearly unhappy that no one was trying to look at the situation seriously and even dozing during a conversation. The girl shared that the Empress is not with them now, but there are 3 immortals, and he just had nothing to panic at. Suddenly, looking at all the guys, she also said that she was very scared and could not wait for someone to hug her. Grabbing his head, he thought that the current wing completely beat off his hands, and this was just a failure. Malashka could not stand it and ordered to stop disputes because now it is an important thing, and you need to at least pretend to be more serious. The blonde entered the room and did not understand why such a revival, albeit night in the yard, and why Yuan Jigniao is not at such a critical moment. The master said that they were supposed to guard the gates of the earth, wood, and metal. They needed to immediately explain themselves. Having lowered his head down, He said that he had nothing to explain, and he came here to ask only one question. Looking at the girls, he was interested in what punishment was relied on for abuse of power by four immortal. Hearing this, the beauty laughed. As she considered these words to be quite funny towards the goddesses, she also shared that she had previously said they had his own plans, to which the man was even more angry. The elder decided to ask whether someone's imperial array after Yuan Jinyao changed him. Qin Han did not at all understand what the elder Fu was talking about, and asked to enlighten them all in detailed details. Unable to stand it, he shouted that the four immortals appropriated the spiritual channels because they were afraid that others would take their power. Malashka said that beautiful storyteller and a directly dramatic performance arranged, as if the only thing he decided to say was that the heavens see everything, and raised his index finger up. He believed that according to the reliable data of Yuan Jinyao, it was no longer the same as before, and now she is like a candle in the wind. He also said that she was to blame, because she longed for absolute power and was absorbed in it, and the Empress Sanmin is unworthy of the title. All these words were incredibly angry with Yan Yue, because she knew that he did not dare to say about her sister at all. Cutie, in turn, came closer and asked what the elder Fu was offering. The man shared that she should dispel her three souls, and with all the spirit to atone for the guilt before the sacred abode, and not become slaves. The old man no longer wanted to continue to listen to all this nonsense and, suddenly standing up, shouted his name loudly. He stated as the elder of the sixth gate, who orders him to immediately kneel, apologize to the four immortals. The blonde hastened to answer that he was only fed by four demons and is a used tool that is not at all respected. Mi Yue, looking around everyone, asked about the elder Shan and Han, whether they also think so and support these statements. One of them said that he believes that the destruction of his spiritual source and transformation into slaves is not at all suitable. But in fact, he could no longer endure and thought that they were not even suitable for slaves, and they need to be deprived of limbs and set as an example to others. The lady laughed after what she heard and said that she had previously thought that she was simply overdoing with a drink. But in fact, a sister was not out of her mind. The old man said that 100 years of the world in the Holy Valley was created by the Empress and three immortal, and everyone here knows this very well. As for the fact that they cannot be completed and break through to the next level, it is the ancestor of the Fu family, the former Emperor Hao. Having chuckled, the blonde said that it turned out to be the old Krish a long time ago. He knew this. He was just silent. He continued the story that the mercy of the four immortal is endless, and they control the world by the world, and only by their generosity the blood still flows in the veins of the descendants. He also believed that his nature was not visible, and the dirty and insignificant blood of his ancestors flows in his veins. Laughing again, the blonde said that he would now put his inserted head in order. Raising his fingers up, one of them said that if he himself shakes his head, he may leave him alive. At that very moment, the Negamona guys began to be illuminated by the golden color, which was poured out of their background. The young people who were outside were simply shocked, because an unexpected flame and energy appeared from nowhere. The temple in which people were burned in yellow, and everything around was as if filled with demons. Unknown creatures appeared right in a sacred place and literally scared everyone in a row and destroyed. The man laughed loudly and stated that he would eventually return to the family of Fu, and he would do everything for this. Mi Yue, without any hesitation, ordered the sisters to go east and west to protect the world. Milash, with the help of her magic, created an amazing pink shield and tried to somehow hold the opponents. The beauty said that the elder is the gates of the earth. Wood and metal are passionate about the conversation with the enemy, and the evidence is irrefutable. All students, both internal and external gates, should immediately accept the meditative pose, or the fight. Who dare to move will be considered a rebel. The blonde, having spread his hands, said that the four demons, led by Yuan Jianyao, sat in the sacred monastery for thousands of years. Today, their time and power. After all, as soon as he destroys these four girls, the new elders will be selected from among all students. Studying the whole situation, the man also guessed that the gate of the water also fell. And this could not but rejoice. After all, he believed that the wise obey the circumstances and the great protective formation if not restore it now. The four immortal, in his opinion, never considered the life of students something valuable, and they themselves know what to do. Bloody monsters crawled literally everywhere. They were unpredictable and very dexterous. The man with complete confidence in his eyes told Malashka that she was already driven into a corner, but she decided to ask that he made him believe in his victory. The Empress, who was still connected by branches, prayed only that Sachi did everything as quickly as possible. Seeing the state of the goddess, he even cried out a little because it was not the best sight. After which he stated that the girls play cruel games, and to have only fun with a woman, it is too small. The brunette looked and asked where the cockroach came from, and ordered him not to interfere with the plan. At the same second, one could see how something huge and blazing rushed towards the guys. The young man decided to exchange glasses for the skill of circulation. And at the same moment, the baby appeared in front of them and greeted the sisters. With only one movement of his finger, he was able to order these branches to turn in the other direction. And they succeeded all this with ease, so now magic acted against opponents, which could not but rejoice. The beauty did not at all understand how it happened, and why her abilities began to act in the opposite direction. The guys tried to somehow think of what to do, and did not understand why they did not obey their control. The young man said that everything that they did with the elder Lin would return to them 10. The blonde begged to stop and not continue to do it, because all these movements were very tight and brought pain. The second lady, also asked for help and salvation, because she did not want to be connected and soaked in the air. This did not go around the third beauty, and at that very moment she began to steam and was connected. Shichi noticed that one should not do something that you do not want to yourself, and the next time you should not use such cruel tricks. In an instant, the Empress was released, and, unfortunately, very weakened and exhausted, as soon as she landed on the ground, the guy ran closer to her with questions if she was all right. The lady had already begun to close her eyes and did not even respond to the responses of her name, which made panic and fear. The handsome man ordered Miss Gong Yao to take care of the Empress so that she would not be in the cave unattended. The young man was very confident and assembled. He tried to come up with something and somehow decisively act. The blonde was very frightened but still agreed to look after the elder Lin to help. Looking at his partner, the young man did not understand what this girl was thinking about in such a difficult moment. At the epicenter of events, Yan Yue tried to prevent the whole disaster using her best abilities and techniques. She was also able to urge the dark animal of the phoenix, which hung around her and added auras. Qian Han also did not lag behind and used the flowering of the lotus and its fall to end resistance. Fortunately, the lotus was due to the ice, and its strength was incredible, and everything around was frozen in one moment. Opponents who were of incomprehensible origin froze very quickly and were neutralized. Despite the fact that there were a lot of these guys, nevertheless, it was possible to deal with them. Although with difficulty, Malashka was left alone with 3 enemies and was already ready to take attacks and fight off them. The girl noted that earlier when she asked what they wanted, she meant how they wanted to deal with them after the failure. She also noticed that the elder Fu and Shan had already spoke out. She was interested in listening to the elder Han, the man asked, because he remembered that his partner said that without great information the immortal was powerless. The second was also worried, and was afraid to suggest that his perfect plan ended at this moment. The blonde knew that so far there was no Yuan Zhanyao. Then the girls are nothing more than small bugs of the competition. Young people, although scared of this situation, tried not to show the mind and believe their main. He, in turn, began to realize that these two are real insignificance compared to him. Malashka smiled softly and stated that she needed to carefully choose her partners and think through everything very much. She also decided to turn to Shan Gaoyan and Han Tiangun with a proposal of the path to survival, because they are leaders of all this. The blonde sincerely did not understand why they were thinking for so long, because both were beneficial from him and wanted to betray at such a moment. He also asked if they really think that she would let them go after they reached such a point. Hearing all the conversations, the girl said that the name of the second immortal Sanman would swear. But in fact, she vowed to ensure the most painful death. Suddenly, one of them turned to Fu, stating that he was a real traitor and bred them like suckers. The man realized that Tai Yue looked too confident and could have assumed that the old man Fu was really green now. The second also noted that if you look at the miserable Fu Hunda, he certainly does not have trump cards, and he is no longer going to participate in this. All these words were hooked on a living enemy, and he considered them not suitable creatures for anything, because they set him up. The beauty silently continued to observe everything that was happening, smoking her cradle and studying the situation. Suddenly, all the smoke that she inhaled a second ago exhaled, and he very quickly carried away towards the men, after which she was able to call on a hologram, which was near the Empress, thereby gave her a sign. Seeing this, the young people realized that now it's definitely over, and the chatter about the fact that the main one is on the last gasp. This is all a lies and a dumbfound. Also in their mind came that the elders simply lured and decided to use them as puppets. Malashka decided to ask Fu Hunda if he was looking for this fat man, hinting at the Moguna. She also said that they are three of the great masters of the sacred monastery of Tsanmin, but did not even feel the aura, and this is a shame. Realizing that the situation began to become hopeless, the blonde was only silent and tried to somehow get out and come up with a new plan. Suddenly he began to laugh loudly, as if everything that was happening was conceived, and everything is under control. Looking at the sky, his laughter became only worse and louder. He seemed to go crazy for a moment. Smiling even wider, he stated that he was just afraid that Yuan Jinyao would not appear next to him today. After these words, something strange began to happen. Namely, different energy was mixed in one behind the man. His partners did not suspect at all that everything would happen, and they themselves did not understand how it was possible. The unfamiliar silhouette left the portal and turned to the Empress, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. The Gunmo, who was lying on the ground, was shocked, because he himself clearly did not expect to see this. The mistress tried not to give out any emotions and keep everything under her control. Adhering to tactics, two groups of people were opposite each other and were about to join the conversation and continue the battle. The stranger noticed that this was a very cold technique because she did not come empty-handed, but with a gift. Without unnecessary thought, the girl clicked her fingers and everyone lurked her breath, waiting for something incredible. Suddenly, the men's eyes literally expanded and the whole body began to burst and pout. Every second, more and more power was established, and in the end, he was able to break the ropes that connected him. Malashka grimaced a little when she saw that her experimental literally exploded before her eyes. The beauty chuckled, said that she thought it was quite funny, but it was clear that all this was not just… Suddenly, something unknown appeared, namely a black hologram in the form of a box that was approaching. Inside, the pearl was howled into the peacekeeping of the wind, and this is a unique product of the capital of the sacred monastery, as it accelerated the flow of spiritual energy. The stranger said she specifically spent 38 pearls to prepare this gift for Immortal. With the help of magic, she presented him closer to the girls and added that now you can see how it is located to them. Malashka, in turn, stated that even having become an empress, she counts money, and the tribe of worms indeed those still stingy. The red-haired lady shared that Yuan Jinyao in honest fights is really strong under the sky. But in this gap of heavenly Tao, she is a cook with a knife. The Empress only sat silently and watched, and in her appearance it was possible to understand that all this already got. Looking directly into the opponent's eyes, she added that she really hates her self-confident face. Malashka was not at all worried about the course of events, and also continued to light her cradle, exhaling smoke. Suddenly, the older sister began to literally evaporate and dissolve in the air, like a hologram. At that very moment, the stranger realized that Mi Yue was from the Qinzu clan, and this damned fox just played with her illusions. Immortal said that she simply showed what she wanted to see, and this could not be called a game. Also, the girl was interested in what the older sister would really think about her if she was really present. Suddenly, everything around began to crash a little. The fragments fell into the void, and a bright yellow light radiated. The stranger even squinted because she was blinded by such a flash, and she did not understand what was happening. Out of nowhere, the Empress appeared, who was clearly not an illusion, but real. The beauty turned to Yan Li, saying that they had not seen each other for many years and was clearly not glad to see her again. Lady hated her calmness in any situation all her life and considered it just unbearable. The older sister said that the gift she was presented to her was reluctant, but accepts. She also said that such a cheap present does not live up to her expectations, and destroyed him. At that very moment, the girl held out her hand, as if through a hologram, and approached the red-haired lady. The sister said that this war with the heavenly Tao is Yuan Jinyao, and she is not going to open, so she leaves. The guys only silently watched the portal began to quickly contract and disappear now with every second. The Empress looked simply flawless. She was in the air against the background of a golden hologram. Without unnecessary doubts, she decided to use her magic and collected fragments into one. Inspecting the subject that turned out, she added that the cowardly mouse only knows how to hide, hinting at the girl. Without thinking twice, she sent a magical attack that had time to penetrate the not yet completely closed portal. Not a single emotion was visible on her face, all the same cold-blooded, but a little glad that she managed to send a return gift. The man finally began to realize that where he is located is unsafe enough, and something needs to be done with it. The only decision in this situation, he made it to flee. but did not even realize that this was not the best idea. Suddenly, during an attempt to escape, he buried his chest, from which he even cried out a little in surprise. Raising his eyes, he noticed Xiaoqi, and it became interesting how he was here. But in response, he only heard that he should be there. There were toads in the hands of the young man, and he asked if the elder Fu knew what it is. Smiling cunningly, the young man asked if he could not even recognize his ancestor. The handsome man made it clear that he would not tell about his actions because this is a waste of time, and wants him to discuss everything with his eternal brothers in the underworld. After these words, the man literally turned pale, because he began to understand that he could not avoid failure. Suddenly, the Empress appeared behind and asked that he was about to do with her, suggesting that to deprive of limbs and cultivation. She also said that she was very sorry that she was too kind to answer him the same. After these words, the young people finally exhaled, because they felt relief and at least some hope of salvation. Squinting her eyes, the older sister said that she could give them a worthy death, namely to scatter, like smoke. Suddenly, outbreaks of fire began to appear in the sky, and as if the hologram cracked and sparkled, the young men were that the fox lied to them when she swore that she could save their lives. Malashka covered her mouth with her hand and noticed that to believe the words of Fox is their main stupidity in this situation. The girl who entered the portal with great force fell to the ground, as the blow was powerful enough. The attack from the Empress was unpredictable and hit her right in the shoulder, from which the wound began to speak. Trying to rise and gather strength, she at the same time called the main one, because she considered her to be guilty of everything. After several attempts to get up, she still succeeded, and she decided to head to her throne. Gently sitting at him, the moments of the entire incident began to pop up in his head a few minutes ago. The beauty was literally furious, as they managed to deceive her and even harm her health. Suddenly, a warning came from the system that the lady was interested in, and she decided to carefully study this. Putting his hand to Cuba, she realized that the Heavenly Tao almost recorded the current location of the sacred capital, which was bad. Suddenly, the voice of one of the subordinates was heard, who said that the 2 spies which she sent never returned. The lady decided to allow these rebels to get enough before the execution. But today they were unlucky, because she has a bad mood. The young man reflected on what to do with the creature that he caught, and even cannot be prepared because it was poisonous. Yanyue sat nearby all this time and could not believe that the little animal was Hotu himself. Suddenly, the voice of the older sister was heard coming closer. She asked to tell what happened to the student. At that very moment, the guy threw a toad right into the mentor, saying that it was his new toy. But she was clearly unhappy with such a gift. The handsome began his story with the fact that he wants to introduce several people, but the guys are the elder. The guys already know everything. Shenbei sat in the center, and the mentor most likely knows her because she is a prominent student of the inner sect. 2 on the sides are spies from the holy capital, specially delaying their training. And during the internal test, they killed many students. Brunette did not like that her sister was crying all the time, and she asked her to shut up because they were not in the best position. The hero continued to tell that he used the illusion of the second goddess so that the soul of Hota took the toad for his descendant of Shenbei and moved to her. Qin Han said that they had long known about the origin of the girl, but the sins of their ancestors did not fall for descendants. The Empress listened to all the conversations of the immortals that they even wanted to teach a girl, because she had abilities. Realizing this, she exhaled, because she realized that the goddesses knew everything that is under the sky. And of course, they knew about the incident. Now that her father has carried Kara and disappeared from this world, the beauty was interested in what he could say in his excuse. Suddenly, one of the opponents remembered something at that moment, and it even scared her. An unknown creature talked with the girl, saying that Hunda was very respectful and prepared a good vessel for him. He also shared that he had to be pleased only by his granddaughter, but was not at all happy about this. The ancestor, after his words said, began to attack a beauty in a second who did not even know what to do. It was then that she realized that for her father and ancestors, she was just an instrument, and was ready to accept the punishment, because she had nothing to say. The older sister said that the student caught them, and therefore he would decide both fate and punishment. Inspecting the students, the young man was thinking about what he was better off doing with them because they acted terribly. The handsome said that Ji Shaoqi and Van Fulin go to Kendis and Shaolinden because he is sure that the earth. As soon as the guys heard this, they were shocked that the young man was still alive and did not want to see him at all. Suddenly, an unknown voice was heard, who stated that he was taking 2 and would still keep accounts with Yuan Jinyao. The Empress explained that this is a dragon's roar, and he cannot be hindered. and you need to be careful not to get hurt. Shachi even got angry when he saw all this because he was unpleasant that the girls would be so easy to let go. But after their screams for help, and that it was better to die than get there, one could understand that it would clearly be hard there. The handsome did not know what the dragon's roar was and why he needed to be careful with him. And, judging by the reaction, they would go to death with a return. Yan Yue said that this phenomenon is actually the sound of a dragon's stomach. And for the first time she sees this ancient birth ability. She also shared that the souls marked with dragons-like food become their prey anywhere. The Empress only added that it was good that they were taken away, because now it's less troubles, and life is worse than death that awaits them. The handsome man shared that it seemed that his help was not required, so only Shen Bei remained. After a little thought, he stated that the elder Lin is more suitable for making punishment in this situation. The young man did not want to bring trouble and make enemies. It is obvious that the four immortals did not want to punish Shen Bei. In addition, he learned something about Lin Shuir, and he began to suspect that she had special preferences. In addition, the expression on the face when she was attacked by the tentacles was strange. And in general, she will be happy to take this business. The young lady agreed to such an offer without unnecessary thoughts, because she was only glad to take revenge on her pain. Rising, the Empress said that the question was closed, and asked the girl to inform her students about the suspension of the internal exam. The beauty, her hands, dodged in respect and said that she would fulfill all the instructions in the best possible way. The elders, along with the immortals, played the board game, and the man was clearly dissatisfied with his results. Milashka noticed that he had terrible manners, because he was most hanging at mahjong. The blonde during the game mimicked the old man a little, because she loved this occupation very much. Turning to him, she showed the sixth bamboo, which he needed so much, but noticed that she would not give it away. The young lady saw her third sister and was pleasantly surprised, and also decided to ask me to ask if that powerful combination would have accumulated. She was able to surprise all those present only with her movement and the course, because no one expected such a turn. The girl thanked the elder, adding that she catches 2 characters and after that wins. Handing her hand, she reported that she had to pay as she won the game, and was glad. The beauty was furious. She suspected that Qin Han was buzzing because he was spending parties and she had 15 victories, but she just studied mahjong textbooks. Having taken out the necessary books, she noticed that it was a source of knowledge, and in order to win, you need to own them. The guys were very upset from the fact that they lost this not the first time, and blamed themselves for that. Milash, turning to her third sister, said that they had a good relationship, hinting at her debts. Waving her hand, she said that she should 233 medium-sized stones and should pay, but in response, she heard silence. A man with a frustrated gaze asked the immortal Qin Han to give them a couple of days, because there was no money since she took everything, and at home the wife will swear. The ladies said that the elders of the Geo, Bo, and Sonya now control 3 other gates, and there will be many funds, but she can wait 10% daily. Hearing this, the old man did not understand what was talking about, and how this could happen to their world. The beauty shared that after a couple of days, Empress Lizhen would make an ad, and she said in secret to please him. The blonde, in turn, noticed the words that the debt would grow 10% daily, and so that he did not even say that he did not understand this. The man indeed was interested in other information and did not even hear the full amount that the mentor wants to receive. Qin Han told him to study by mistakes, and small bets for entertainment, and large are destroyed, and it is better for him to remember this. Rising to her feet, she finally reported that they had 3 money, and for today it was enough, but she would write down all the debts. She also said that they later did not know, and this even applies to her sister so that she does not try to deceive her, slipping the illusory stones. Milash, to be honest, tried to do it, but her plan was opened, but she also did not plan to give up. Once, one great master owed Qin Han 3 higher spiritual stone in the maps, and the native village was equalized with the ground. The beauty decided to ask Mi Yue where the second sister and student are located, because today she has not seen them yet. The girl explained that the 4th master received a letter from her relatives and went home with Xiaqi. The young man thought that the mentor, as soon as she received a letter from the family, did not look like herself at all. Earlier, the Empress asked him to accompany Yan Yue during her trip home, but the thought that the letter was something terrible in the letter bothered him. Once he always thought that the girl, like Manhwa, was born of the spirit of fire and magma, and did not even suspect that she also had ordinary parents. The step of the beauty was very fast and tense, from which the guy did not even have a little behind her. On the way, He decided to ask why they could not just teleport and have been walking on foot for 2 hours. In response, he heard that there was no need to rush, and there was nothing wrong with walking, and also suggested that he quickly wants to get to her family. The young man said that if she does not want to go, he can simply send a letter with refusal, because adults should be able to speak not. The lady only lowered her head to these words and did not know what to say to her because she felt embarrassed enough. The beauty shared that this is exactly the situation when she could not refuse, and she needs to arrive. Realizing her eyes, she stated that since he was so interested, he should see the following and understand everything himself. The young man took a bundle of paper and began to read the contents, frustrating a little and feeling awkward. It was said that my father is seriously ill and need to return immediately, and now it became clear why she returns through power. Yan Hui, without waiting for any answer, said that they need to go forward, and only when they got tired, then they were already teleported. The young man decided to see the situation himself, because in her state, unnecessary questions will only be angry. At this moment, the handsome man felt like a television program that distributes advice on how to communicate with women correctly. The student also kindly began to catch up with her and asked if she was hungry because he prepared noodles. The beauty, in turn, only asked him to dump him and not to touch him at all, since she is not in that mood now. The young man knew that it was necessary to agree with all her requirements, and she is always right to avoid conflict. Smiling like a camera, he asked for this lesson from his or a man, since he was one of the main ones. A few hours later on the road, they were still able to get to the location of the House of Immortal. Having examined everything, the guy suggested that the father of the fourth mentor ruler of the city of Yan'an, that it turned out to be true. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and reported that she needed to go quietly bypassing to avoid delays at the gate. She asked not to ask all questions anymore because she does not want to attract attention and somehow explain herself. At that very moment, the girl, with the help of her flame, was able to raise the children, and the whole city was literally in the palm of his hand. He was famous for his learning. There are few practitioners, but their level is extremely high. A rich, powerful city. The only thing he did not understand how the daughter of the ruler became one of the 4 immortal Tsanmen. With great power and strength, the guys landed on the ground, from which the standing girls even fell nearby. The young ladies tried to find out who came to them, examining the guys from head to toe, which stood not far. Yan Yue, turning to his subordinates, asked why they would not recognize, suggesting that she was new. The girls picked up and suggested that only the young mistress has fiery red hair, and it must be her. With an indifferent face, she ordered Yanzi that she returned home as soon as possible. Having evading their heads, they said that they would fulfill her order as quickly as possible, as best as possible. It was strange for the guy that the maids, being ordinary people, had never seen the master before. It also seemed that they did not even know that Yan Yue immortal in the sacred abode of Zanmin, which was strange. Suddenly, the beauty said that her brother is constantly running out, and you need to try to restrain her emotions. The young man recalled that the older sister told him to accompany the girl, and there should be a reason. Suddenly, an unknown voice was heard who stated that the insignificant older brother could not properly meet the guys. Having folded his hands, he said that the immortal sister has not written letters for so many years, leaving her relatives in anxiety. Hearing all these words, the student noted that he clearly did not know the measure in the hierarchy, and this smile seemed to ask for Tumakov. A young lady without any emotions on her face, except anger, asked where her father was because she came to him. Suddenly, the young man saw a standing one nearby who bothered him because he did not know who it was. The young man introduced himself as a student of the Art Master of the Flame of the Nine Heavens by Yan Yue, and the city smiled after what was said. The brother laughed because he considered his sister as a child, and she already has students, assuming that she only wants to play the teacher and the student. The handsome man could not stand it and noticed that these words are unacceptable because this is already too much, and his patience was at the end. The hero realized that since even such a provocation could not stand here, he was not suitable for anything, and a truly wretched student got his sister. Shadi still said that they were a family, and there is no need for hints to compliment to each other, because it will sound like a mockery. He also shared that he almost perceived this, and it really happened. He could do not very politely. After hearing, the young man began to make excuses that this was not at all in mind, but only spoke out of politeness. Turning to the young man, he shared that he did not know his title, since he was his brother, his uncle's uncle, an official. Shichi recalled that the girl said that his level was not high, and suggested later finding a sparring place to put him. The beauty said that her older brother at a young age reached the peak of the separation of the soul. So he was nicknamed the genius of the Yan family. He is the future ruler of this city, so you need to be more careful with him. And light injuries are still permissible. But there are no serious injuries. The student at the same second dodged and asked for forgiveness for saying a steep one who did not devote his whole life to cultivation, but was able to achieve this. She shared that she needed to try more diligently, otherwise her brother would catch up with him. And the young man said that this would not happen, because he has an excellent mentor. Yan Yue, with a smile on her face, stated that if her brother wants sparring, she would ask the student to suppress her level. The young man considered her a vile and could not but accept the challenge because he wanted to see who would also laugh later. In his excuse, the guy shared that he devotes all the time to books, and therefore cultivation is behind him. The hero had a question. He became interested in that Yanan part of the sacred monastery of Sanmin, and the mentor is one of the four immortal. And would he really control the city on their behalf? After all, the handsome man was the only student of the girls, which means he will be able to order, for example, to rewrite some books. After what he heard, his brother was at all in shock. He did not expect such words in his direction, and that someone would dare to say this at all. The master turned around and asked to stop, because besides family members, no one in the city knows her status. And while they need to forget about the ranks, following the student shouted that the scribe is the useless of people, and when he would rewrite so that he painted the hieroglyphs as beautifully as possible, Yan Yue is one of the four immortals. But the servants do not know about it. Even few people recognize her on the streets, and apparently they are not at all proud of her. Having knocked on the door and warning his father what his daughter came, he allowed him to enter, and the gates opened into the most beautiful room. The brothers, turning to Xiaqi, said that this was a family business and he should wait outside. The handsome man did not like this idea, and he suggested that they listen to what they were talking about to be in the know. The young lady went to an elderly man, turned to him. Emotions overwhelmed her body, because they had not seen each other for a long time. He was glad that she returned, but was sick and could not get up to greet the immortal, and also added that he needed her. The heart of the beauty literally froze in place. She never heard the words like that in her direction. Also, the daughter did not understand why her father needed her so suddenly, because he never asked for help. The man said that he had recently failed in a breakthrough and received injuries, and he needs it to give him part of his strength. The handsome actually wanted Xiaqi to get there and listen to, because he could just make a hole in the door and he could eavesdrop on without him. The young lady was broken, because she thought she was finally interested in her. But in fact, she only wanted to use. The brother, in turn, noticed that her father actually appreciates her, and he asks for all out of respect. Turning to his son, he asked to help him get up so that they could go to the training room. Yanya silently watched what was happening, even did not move from the place, since her heart was broken. Suddenly, the guy began to scream at his sister so that she faster help his father get to his feet, because he was hard. The guys argued due to the fact that the gap in which they did not peep was small, and they did not fit together. The moment was decisive, and the young man wanted to see what decision the mentor would make, so he could not enter the window. Even a fair official does not judge family disputes. If she herself does not understand her heart, their actions will be useless. Gathering her thoughts, she decided to ask, did her father urgently call her to give part of his cultivation? With the cold and indifference in his eyes, he asked for why then she was still, if not for this. The beauty shared that if the father needs power, then let her turn to the older brother, although he is only in the field of separation of the soul. He will be enough. He was clearly unhappy because he considered his rank worthy, and he generally, in addition to improvement, and that management is studying. The chief said that the son would inherit Yanan, and if he now gives strength and weakens, he will not be able to do this, and therefore the girl should help him faster. All this spectacle looked very miserable, and the young lady decided to ask what would happen if she was weakening. Having slapped the table, he stated that she should stay at home and help her brother, and since she returned, he would no longer return to the Sanmin temple. The young man also suggested that since she is the youngest, he probably uses everything as a girl on a run, and at home she will be his right hand. The guys were very angry when they heard all these conversations. Calculated the logic of these two simply amazing. The beauty did not give any answer, only in the end. Before turning around, she added that she was tired of the road and wants to discuss everything tomorrow. The men were shocked, since the father was sick and for some reason did not know so respectfully to his native person. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the guys watching the gap and was surprised. But the main thing was not to react to screams behind. The family was very angry with Yan Yue because they did not worry about her feelings and experiences at all, but only thought for themselves. The guys turned to her from the room because they understood that she was not in the best condition now, and we should somehow cheer up. Seeing the baby, she remembered that this was the spirit of the satellite with which Gunyao told her, and he was already in human form. Brunette was in the hand that the girl spreads about it to everyone, and it would be less necessary to explain it to others. The hero decided to ask again if everything was in order with her, but he heard the response question whether he was eavesdropping outside the door. Now she considered it unimportant because he would still find out about her family and how cruel people they are. Suddenly, she turned around and went forward, saying that they needed to go and find a permanent courtyard. The kid shared that he could enter Yan Yue as an invisible system and does not understand why they are eavesdropping. The handsome quickly ordered him to shut up, because he seems to have heard that the girl was crying in her room. Different sobs were really heard, but it was not like her type of character, because secretly sobs in her style. The student had no choice but to exhale deeply and gather his thoughts to figure out how to fix everything. Turning around, he stated that the first mentor sent him with her, anticipating this, and he was simply obliged to go to the next room. Suddenly, the baby turned to him like a papik and recalled something that he forgot important now. Turning around, the young man asked what was being discussed, because he does not understand what he means. Shichi recalled that he promised to marry Yan Yue if he won in a couple, and he did it, as they agreed. The handsome man shared that he did not forget about it at all, but suggests that she most likely took it as a joke. Hearing from the baby that he thinks that the girl took it seriously, he brought him from head to toe. The hero understood that if she really took it, he would fulfill his promise and could not break the female heart. Having finished his monologue, he nevertheless went to the room to the mentor and, having knocked a little, said that he was already entering. Entering inside, he saw a girl who was sitting in the room completely alone and was a little in a strange form. Seeing the following, the young man was shocked because this is what he expected for sure and was somehow preparing to ripen. The beauty sat on the floor with a huge amount of food and ate. The guy was able to suggest that she decided to secretly overeat. Hearing this, the master said the words because he eavesdropped in the next room, and she was right in front of him and considered everything open. Xiachi grabbed his head because he sincerely thought that she was sitting and crying all this time, but everything turned out not so terrible. The lady shared that these sobs are the sounds of champing, because she would not shed tears because of these two, as she was already used to them. Having examined the entire room and the number of empty plates, the young man understood that he had not previously noticed such gluttony after her. The only thing he had in this situation was to breathe deeply and start thinking about everything that happened. The hero turned to the master with the fact that if it was sad, then you can just cry and not why bind yourself to overeating. The lady tried to somehow refute his words and turn away, so as not to show her emotions, but this could not. At that very moment, tears appeared on her eyes, and there was no way out of how to cry and reveal her true experiences. The student understood that the goddess is very difficult now, and, hugging her, said that they were one family and she could cry with him, because it was not shameful. Suddenly, the girl burst into tears and grabbed the guy's thoughts by her thoughts, leaving her spots. But she was very sad, and she did not even pay attention to it. Realizing that the beauty is now clearly not to clean, he exhaled and considered it to be unimportant in such a difficult situation. The goddess shared that in childhood teachers were hired only for her brother, and she was forbidden to even listen, and only him was bought to goodies. In order for her father to at least sometimes look at her, she trained without sleep and rest. But for him, it remained anyone, and she did not understand what to do to recognize her. The beauty thought that he was ill and remembered her, but it turned out that he simply wanted to take her strength to himself. Chi shared that she was originally mistaken, and only sometimes they cover their own selfishness with blood ties. As a child, subordinates repelled her from her brother and teacher's activities because she was forbidden to study techniques. Father all this time curtailed his brother with meat so that he was strong and various goodies, and his daughter did not give normal food at all. Being a child, he always gave her only vegetables because he considered them healthy, but they were not at all tasty. Yan Yue had no choice but to watch his brother's beautiful life and dream that she would once also notice her. The man always sentenced him that he was an error, and he should be strong in study and in battle, and in no case do not disappoint his father. After listening to this conversation, the baby realized that she needed to study martial arts, and if she becomes stronger than her brother, then she would prove her right. Once in the forest, she shared her new abilities with her family because she was able to learn how to control fire. He was clearly unhappy and ordered her to stop training secretly, because even if she became a master, her task is to be an assistant. She spent her whole life, it could be so to speak, in exile, because she was never seen relatives and never heard praise. The student shared that he would enjoy helping his brother, but only one reason can be not to teach either the letter or the battle. These guys clearly envy her, are afraid of her, and therefore consciously humiliate her so that she does not show her character and ability. The older sister at one time, with the help of a hologram, watched everything that was happening and was also touched by her fate. The Empress was sorry for the girl because she saw her great potential and could not just sit back. Once she came to her in the forest and offered to go with her to the Tsanmen temple, which was great surprise. Looking at how the brother and his father leaves her and turns away every time she tries, the decision came by itself. Without any doubt, the little girl agreed and followed her older sister to her future home. The Empress said that now for the baby, this is her test, and she hopes that she will find what she's been looking for so long. Suddenly, a voice appeared from a system, which she also asked from what she was looking for. The beauty clearly did not expect to hear it and even asked for whether he had it in mind. Putting her head down, she asked why it was not clear to him. And at the same second, the inscription on the hologram about the way to kill her. She explained that, under the pretext of helping in the formation of the Holy Ruler, their system wanted to get only an obedient puppet, but the girl does not want to be her, so she will have to kill her. And she was determined to do it. Yan Wei, turning to her student, said that she was very ashamed because she is the ruler of the sacred monastery of Chanmen, but still suffers from worldly worries. The handsome man shared that only the born from the stone does not know the affection. Namely, her ability to feel, cry, laugh, and worry makes her the perfect ruler. She, in turn, replied that the father said that the ruler should be adamant and unemotional, hardened and invulnerable, and only then he worthy of the throne. Shichi hastened to reassure, reporting that her father was just a ruler of the city, and his experience should not be a guideline for her. After all, he believed that the world is huge, and the advisors in it are millions. And is it really planning to listen to everyone and worry about this? Heavenly Tao is above all, but even it is not always right. And if the heavens were all presenters, would there be so much injustice in the world? The father of the mentor occupies a high position only in comparison with others, and before the sky he is an insignificant ant. Suddenly, in the awareness of the girl, it came that her family was mistaken all this time, and she gradually began to let go of the situation. Taking the master's hand, he said that in the days the rulers who retain humanity enjoyed the greatest love. Stroking his mentor on the head, he also said that she just needed to continue to be a good ruler. Hearing this, the young lady was even delighted, because no one had previously told her that she was kind, and even decided to ask again. Without unnecessary doubt, the young man confirmed his words, but added that she was a little impulsive, hot, tempered, and irritable. The beauty considered it also a little superfluous and suspected something was amiss. But it was just an unsuccessful joke. The young man said that she's sometimes stupid and sometimes seems completely ignorant, but also writes as a chicken with paw, and her level of education is lame. All these proposals were incredibly angry Dewushka. She began to glow with fire and make it clear that it was necessary to stop the conversation. Grabbing her fiery sword, she stated that if he continues, then only ashes would remain from him. The master began to be upset after his student with the words that he dared to do such a performance, and all for the sake of insults. The only thing he could do then to apply the fishing with his bare hands to protect himself. Siri, who watched what was happening all this time, spread his hands and noticed that this skill became part of their game. In the residence, the young man shared that he had heard about the illness of the city ruler, and his father ordered to bring rare medicines from their stocks. The brother smiled softly and thanked Yuan Kuya for worrying, because they are old friends. The brunette ordered his subordinates to convey boxes with different elixirs, from which it should have become easier than a man. In gratitude, the guys invited him to sit down and talk, because they had not seen each other for a long time, and it was a sign of politeness. Seeing the blonde, his brother noticed that he was now a real handsome man, slender as a pine, as he was a young Mr. Yuansen. A man with a scar on his face smiled and stated that, in addition to the delivery of drugs, he wanted to discuss something with them. The young man did not even understand what was being discussed, and looked inquiringly, as if he was suspected of someone. He said that the ruler is sick and he does not want to bother him, and he will inherit Yanin, and therefore he wants to discuss everything with him. Looking directly into the guy's eyes, he asked him to introduce him to the immortal Yan Yue. Few people know about her origin, but their union of heavenly blades is friends with Yan's family. And now that the lady has become one of the ruler, they must enlist her support. Smiling, the brothers said that unfortunately she would soon cease to be one of the four immortal. The man clearly did not understand why there was such an answer, and how it could happen to the beauty. The young man shared that his father was sick, and only the transfer of cultivation by Yan Yue would save him. And having lost strength, she could no longer be a ruler. He realized that the lady would not dare to obey the parental order. And you should not count on her. And it is better to get closer to the old man. Now it became clear to him, and he wished the ruler of the city of a speedy recovery, because their union will rely on favor in the future. The brothers added that they were sorry that the student of her sister knocked her out of the way, and she obeyed her father. This great disrespect. Suddenly, the blonde shouted and asked if he really had in mind his past classmate. The handsome man was furious, as only he began to realize the whole incident, since he thought to the end that he was a loser. The young man's father began to recall that this is the mediocre man that his son had previously talked about, and was dissatisfied with this. Having gritted his teeth, he said that he in some fraudulent way became a personal student of the Four Immortal, and for him he lost his face. The brother began to understand that this is a whole drama, and the union of heavenly blades has great influence, so the motivation to get cultivation was even more. He said that a couple of days ago the younger sister brought this student, and they agreed to transfer power to his father. But this guy spoke incomprehensibly what and quarreled them. The young man assented, adding that he was a master of incitement and a mediocre talker, and there is no need to pay attention to him. After all, if it weren't for him, he would not have been sent home, and he would not have laid behind in practice, thereby destroying his career and disgraced among the union. The brother noticed that he was sorry that Yan Yue is behind him, and he was powerless against her, and he only remains to endure his impudence. He, in turn, was not at all upset, but only on the contrary was delighted, because he knew that he had the right way out of the situation. Suddenly, a man took out their advanced secret elixir, which raises the level of 3 spheres for half an hour. Hearing this and thinking, the young man said that he could not even confront his sister with the help of him. The gentleman got up and said that he needed another approach, and asked Yan Jin to lean to do the following. The guys later began to discuss their action plan, and were clearly satisfied with what they planned. Smiling slyly, the brothers said that they would do everything in the best possible way. And this is the best that could be invented. The student shared that the mentor was not at home for a long time, and instead of sad, it was better to show him local attractions. Turning, she presented that he could not command her once comfortably, and remembered the proverb about the teacher. For unknown reasons, the girl was very angry at Xiaqi. At that moment, he could not guess why this happened. The handsome tried to catch up with her and somehow calm her, because leaving her alone in such a mood is not the best solution. The young lady considered that it was good that she stopped in time, because the student did not understand the hints at all, and she could not understand what kind of relationship they are. Walking along the streets of the city, one could hear the cries of merchants who offered unique goods from the Western market and jammed to their place. The young man, without unnecessary thought, decided to buy the sweetness on a stick, for which the seller thanked him very much. Having stretched out the treat to her mentor, she said that only children eat sugared fruits. The tension between these two grew because their manner of communication was a little strange and held on the jokes. The lady understood that he specifically said the opposite of what she thinks to specially annoy her, but she forgives it. Xiaqi was surprised because in one point of anger the system gave him a spell of 9 trigrams, and it was impressive. The nuance was that it was anger filled with love, and more advanced ones need to try to collect such a more often. Realizing that Yan Yue had just angry with him, he suspected that the girl was in love with him, but he did not even notice. Previously, she tried to hit or kill him, was also angry for no reason. And this is not at all like sympathy. Although, if you think about it, the boys in childhood also tease those who they like, and also the system asked to just trust her. The master, turning to the student, asked why he looked at her so, suggesting that something was left on his face. Suddenly, he grabbed her by the shoulders and looked directly into his eyes, asking to answer his question only honestly. The young man understood that he, along the way, had gone a roof since he wanted to ask, but there was no other way out. Having gathered his thoughts, he calmly looked at her and directly asked if she liked her. After such a question, the young lady literally froze in place, and her heart began to fight at a frantic speed. The beauty did not understand how he could ask after everything that was, because it very much confused her. Realizing that the mentor literally blushed in a second, it could be assumed that she seemed to really love him. Shachi did not understand how everything came to this, because they should have been just a teacher and a student. Although such a relationship was not prohibited, the beauty even made her gaze to understand that he was not indifferent to her, and it was too dazzling. The lady did not understand why he did not answer her question, and why suddenly asked her that was unexpected. The handsome actually also did not know what to answer, and thought that when the boat would fit the bridge, he would swim right with the stream. Suddenly, the young man approached her even closer and asked if she remembered their bets. Realizing that she was always in errors and thought that he had forgotten, gently replied that she remembered everything. He also said that he won him and fulfill his conditions, because the victory in the dispute will decide who is for the main thing and who is on the patch. The student presented his argument that the word is weaker, the horse must be driven, it was impossible. This meant that he was strongly configured. The guys stood, looked into each other's eyes. The atmosphere was quite shy, awkward, but it was comfortable. The beauty once again decided to ask again. Did he really want to say that he could marry her, as he promised? Without unnecessary thoughts and with a smile on his face, Jiaqi reported that he would marry, and even exhaled a little with relief. The sisters quarreled among themselves, since Qin Han believed that the young man should be with her today. But Yan Yue was clearly not happy about this. The handsome was beside himself because they quarreled ice and flame, and he got it, and considered this some kind of injustice. Suddenly, the lady asked if he was talking about the fact that they became Tao partners, and he just wants to take responsibility. After these words, the boy literally did not understand what was talking about and what his mentor was talking about, because there was nothing like that. The young man asked when they became a Tao para, and this time he asks a question from the best motives and does not try to evade the answer. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and dragged him somewhere, directly saying that she did not want to discuss this in the middle of the street. Remembering the night when they were with the third sister, the young man reassured that he did nothing with Yan Yue, and only treated the third all night. After these words, the lady was even a little happy, because all this time she blamed herself for the incident and was worried. But suddenly she realized what had happened. She did not understand why nothing was and how it could happen. The students shared that that night he was so busy with the treatment of Qin Han that he could not even transfer her to another place. Realizing that there was no proximity between the guys, the beauty was finally able to calm herself. Turning away to the side, Xiaoqi apologized for misleading his master, and blamed himself a little for that. He also said that she was still clean, and it was interesting whether she really loved him, because there is no need to make herself get married. At that very moment, the beauty loudly stated that of course she loves, and was surprised that he was so trembling about her. The young man was delighted, because he was able to knock out the truth, making some efforts to make her be sincere. Suddenly, Yan Yue covered her mouth with her hand, as if she tried to hide what she had just said, but it was nothing. The student did not understand why such actions and only observed her behavior inquiringly. The guys began to listen to the smell, because from nowhere did not appear very pleasant and even with strange sweetness. Everyone around the guys also closed their noses so as not to hear him, because he was very sharp and unpleasant. Young people ran away from the place, as they simply could not stand it to hear. And this was their body and clouding every second. The mentor suggested that something was going wrong and invited her friend to go to check. They looked simply amazing together, standing in an embrace and pondering an action plan and a possible outcome of events. Arriving on the smell, one could notice that it smells of a smelly tofu, and now it is clear why the smell is so peculiar. The man was popular among people when he made cheese, because everyone bought it from him in a matter of seconds. The beauty did not understand. Was it really so tasty? Because observation of this repelled her appetite. Xiaoti's stubborn that the smelly tofu stinks, but his taste is excellent, and she promised to somehow try it. The lady suggested going away, because she believed that all this street food is more for the atmosphere, and most of them are a divorce. All these words reminded him of his home, and the system also said that he still has a ticket to his native world for one day. The night passed, the guys were walking the corridors of the beautiful building, and as if preparing for something serious, Yan Yue, before entering the room, reported that she would clarify everything and leave, and he should wait for her here. Also, finally, she added so that he would not be worried, because she already decided everything and in no case changed his mind. Everyone, next to her father, the girl said that she came to say goodbye to him, which was quite predictable for relatives. The man asked if this was that Ms. Immortal refuses to save the old man, but she considered it selfish on his part. Hearing this, he jumped up, because he believed that to save her duty, and she does not dare to refuse him this. The lady shared that giving birth does not mean to educate, and he is not so old as to forget as he treated his brother and her. She also said that if Yan lives his cultivation to his father, then over the name of the four immortals will vow to protect the city of Yan'an. The young man was angry with the words that even if he lost her strength, guarantees to preserve the city, and this meant that she was wiser. The young lady added that in this case, the father will find an eternal life, and you need to think carefully. Even as a transaction, this is a profitable exchange. The man realized that the daughter was one of the ruler. Her oath would bring the city unhappy resources. If the son gives his cultivation, he will recover. Even if his strength is lower than the previous one, he will be able to quickly recover. Comparing the conditions, he realized that the proposal of Yan Yue is really much more profitable and more status than them. The brother quickly commanded his father so that he would not listen to her, because she is the youngest among the immortals, and she has no influence. In response, the girl said that the heir Yan'an is already an insult, but she will be able to invite the Empress herself personally for confirmation. The man knew that the arrival of the older sister was the greatest honor, and he will become the first city of the holy monastery of Zanmen, and this is very profitable. The young man was angry, but he knew that she would not obey and foresaw her move, and he knew that she would still regret it. Suddenly, a subordinate ran into the room with shouts that trouble happened and just a huge disaster. The student who stood in the corridor did not understand what was happening and why such a rush in broad daylight. The resident fell to his knees right in front of the doors and turned to the young master that trouble happened, and the plague attacked the city. The guys who were inside heard that this terrible disease broke out, and it was unpredictable. The man ordered the subordinate to enter inside and tell everything in detail, since it was impossible to joke with this. The brothers shouted loudly so that he would enter, and they were already eager to immediately find out how everything was really. The young man said that a strange disease appeared in the city, which caused heat, vomiting, and the hospitals were crowded. The young man was not at all surprised at this, because such a coincidence is that the flash of the plague was just strange before their departure. Jian Zi spoke sternly that this is impossible, that this arises in one night, because yesterday everything was fine. Turning to his sister, he said that family affairs would wait, and Yan'an's salvation is much more important now. He also turned to his father, stating that he was sick, and asked for permission to him with the immortal to deal with this together. After these words, Xiaoqi realized that this is a very cunning plan, and he literally tries to substitute his sister now.